Well, are we live yet? Am I live? Is it? Oh, there we go. Oh my God. Okay. Me and this damn restream. Hello, kind and gentle folk. How are we doing? Sorry. My complete incapacity to function and stream. You get to go away. All right. You're there. Twitch is going. All right. Woo. Look at us go. All right. There we go. I'm getting restream up. Yes. All right. Oh my God. But my interface just weirded out. I wonder what that is. Oh well. Hello. Hey, how are we doing? How are we doing? Let's new folder. Uh-oh. Is that, hold on, is that the stream? Whoa, someone's creaking in my ear. Mikey's, is there something going on with your volume?
Let me check.
Hey, holy hell, Rathion, you're here early. It's not 2 a.m. What are you doing? Split the parts. Because a little, oh, it's 4 a.m. there. Oh, I see. So usually when you show up, you come in the afternoon. No, Mike. Hey, Stefan, I'm doing well today. How are you doing? Okay, try it again. Mike.
How's this better?
That's better. Much better. Try it again.
Better?
Yeah, that's better.
All right. Hey, Henry.
Hey, Mike.
All right. Okay, so now I have to go mod. Is it /mod? No, that's not working. Is it a space and then?
Yeah, /mod space.
I'm not typing in there. Mod. Did that work?
Who'd you mod?
Henry.
Nope.
Did I misspell it? Hey, we're gonna work on my friend's teeth for a little while.
Sounds like the weirdest thing.
I know, right? Okay, so I didn't capitalize. One sec. /mod space HENRY. Is it capital W?
Yeah.
Capital. INSS.
One more.
It wasn't. It's 4?
4 S's.
Oh well, shit. That explains. Okay, let's. Hello. Sorry, trying to. Everybody gets to see me Act like a jackass again.
Reset.
EGNRYWILIAMSSSS. Boop. Did that work?
No, I think you missed an L that time. I'm gonna just paste it.
W-I-L-L.
Do you want to just copy it? Just copy and paste it.
I thought I did it. Did I not capitalize mod? Okay.
You don't need to capitalize mine.
Okay. / mod space paste. Did that work?
There you go. There you go.
Hey, Mikeys. And so now I got to go mod. No.
Nope.
/ mod space my keys. Did that work?
Yep.
Okay. Jesus. Is that a scan? Yeah. So this is a scan of his weird little posty teeth. He had them ground. Right. And so we're making metal crowns. And we've done this 4 times over the last 3 years, and he's had issues with them all. So we are assuming they'll work. Yay! Thank you. I'm so glad that you downloaded the scaling video and it worked. Awesome. Woo! We were debating. I hadn't seen that video in a while, and I'm like, I thought it was pretty comprehensive. But what's funny about it is I don't think that Scale Master was there yet. So what is the link to my site?
I got him.
Mikey's will sort that out. Yeah. And we're going to be launching, that site will be launching hopefully soon. Well, it will launch soon. It will launch soon. We had an October 1st sort of soft deadline because I was going to try to hook up with the ZBrush Summit this year, but I don't think they're doing. I have no idea what they're doing for ZBrush Summit, but I don't know if that's actually a realistic deadline or a realistic object. Well, God, I suck at even just talking, don't I? Yes. Oh, you know what? That's a good point. I don't think I did. All right, hold on. Let's download that because that's a good one. Boop. Pixo. I love
Yeah,
when
I remember you downloading them last week, or saying you were.
Oh, did I
But I
download
don't know.
them?
Yeah, but I don't know if you installed them, because I downloaded them because you downloaded them. I was like, oh yeah, look, new things I should download, and then I had to download everything because it's all new. All the plugins are new.
I don't think I even downloaded them. I'm not seeing it. Okay, let's just download it again. We have good. So for those of you who want to download new plugins, go to Resources under Support. Go to Plugins. Come down. And the new one was... where was it? Was it all the way at the bottom? Precise Move. Yeah, we didn't. You're right. I did download these, didn't I? Well, whatever. Yeah, they did. Yeah, I want them to get the precision rotate. That one will be really super cool if we can get that. Rotate 2 degrees. Okay, so these are downloading. Show in folder. Look at that.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Now we're going to extract here. Boop. All right. Yeah, see, there are more of them in here somewhere. So now we need a new folder. Are they sitting right on top of one? Yeah, of course they are. All right, so we're going to go to precision extract. We are going to go to this PC.
So Stefan wants to know what are some uses for precision move and precision extract when it comes to jewelry making.
Well, precision extract will allow you to create like a 1 millimeter shell, a 2 millimeter shell, right? It's for shell creation. And then precision extract would be, you have an object and it's like, oh, I need to move it 3 millimeters. And so it allows you to use precision scale for movement and extraction. Did that answer that question? Z startup. Z plugin 64.
He says, yes, it did.
Precision. No, I didn't put them in here. Okay, so boop, boop. Shoop. Drag this in here. Make sure to drag it not into a folder. I'm really good at that, dragging things into folders. Really a completely horrible habit to get into because you lose everything and you have crap piled into everywhere. Boop. All right. Now, I think we need to reboot ZBrush real quick. And I'm willing to do that for you. Let's hide that. Kill that. Quick save this. Yes. Someone needs to what? And it's not going to be me. Sorry, they're already making fun of me.
I said somebody needs to remember this kind of stuff, and it won't be you.
See, there you go. $25 is a very good casting fee. Well, how many grams are in an ounce? That's the real question. What is it, 16?
Is it 30?
32?
Question mark?
We're a mess.
28.
So 28 times 250. Yeah, honestly, that's not a horrible price. Because most people, you got to figure that silver's rising. What is it today? Hey Siri, what is spot price on silver today?
Sorry, I can't get information about that commodity.
Dang. It's 26 bucks.
Okay. So, you're getting, basically a double, right? Because that's how they pay for, that's why they're giving you a good casting cost and stuff, because you're paying double metal price. Honestly, that's not super high. As long as they're on silver, that's not a bad thing. So no, I would say actually that, I would say that's pretty darn good. Well, sadly, it's not cheap to make jewelry in America. All right, so let's turn this groover on. Let's hide everybody else. We'll turn you on. That can't be a correct fit, Sampa. I move this, so boom. I guess maybe that is where that's fitting, huh? Come on. Shoot, that looks like it's the part.
Now, Thomas, did this person do this to his teeth willingly?
Yes.
Okay.
This was a specific desire. Now, the whole concept of grinding your teeth down so someone could build something around it is, it was an interesting solution. But, you know, like 20 years ago, I guess this was the solution. Now they do it where they make the entire tooth fake and they drill the holes into your teeth and put like a little drill socket and they screw your teeth in. It's pretty cool. I want to do that with my teeth. I don't want silver teeth, but I think it'd be really, really super funny if I did my teeth something like this where you sculpted them, but they're made in ceramic so people don't notice that you have wacky carved teeth. I think that'd be fun.
Yeah, that would be way cool.
These are actually, I think they're, is it cobalt chrome or it's something like that. It's one of the composites is what the teeth are being made out of. Come on. Wait a minute. Okay. Oh, I already did it. Look at that. I guess these are the ones I'm looking for. Oh, I see what I did. Split two parts. Boop. Ba-doop boop. Boop. There we go. But see how these holes aren't the same? That makes me a little nervous. So let's actually, because that should, see that's the problem with these things is that you get one scan and then they scan the teeth, and when they don't match, it really makes me nervous. So we are going to do this. And see if we can get this to match. So I'm going to, where's the one that is down here? One of these is on. It's none of those. What's that one? So let's go to you. Are you masked? There we go. And that way when I move all, we're not moving that one. Come on, you. Frame. Transparency. There we go. Oh my God. Come on. Boop. Okay. Let's turn you on. We're going to go W. We're going to tap you here. We're going to rotate you there. I'm going to turn on move everybody. And now let's see if we can get that lip to match. Because these should be almost identical here. Okay.
Yeah, we got 2 or 3 people asking that when you get a chance to use those on live so they can see how you would use them.
Oh, I didn't load them, did I? Did I restart this yet?
Yeah, you restarted. Or did you?
No, I don't think I did. Okay, hold on.
Jesus.
Hey, come on. I mean, I at least I quick saved it, right? That was close. Oh my God. I so suck at this game. All right, let's close that. No, I do not want to save changes to ZBrush. Oh, look, there we are, everybody. Boom. Now
We got people saying you did restart.
Oh, well, I'm restarting again. Where can I assign? Henry, you said that I could assign OBS to be run. its priority over ZBrush? Because I just noticed my camera was out of focus.
I never said that. Somebody else said that. But you can increase its priority in the task manager.
Okay, so
That's what you're talking about.
yeah. But I have to find their I've been using this as my task manager. I can't reassign it here, can I? Well, I might be able to. So where's OBS? Set affinity or set priority?
Probably priority.
High? Above normal?
I would just do, oh, it's already high. Definitely not real time. I think it's as good as it's going to get.
Okay, and then what's ZBrush set at? Maybe that's the other question here. Oh, so it should be. So actually, oh, it is set low, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, well, okay. I guess I just have problems. Or I wonder if, hold on, let's go back to it real quick.
And I think the number that's next to the word is the number of cores that will be dedicated to that process.
Why is it not focusing well? Oh, there it is. I think it might have just been out of focus, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. People who watch the stream must just be like, what is wrong with you?
Just turn off autofocus.
Right? I'm like, I'm a sculptor. Get off my back.
It's like one button, man.
Yeah, it's not like your face moves around like planerally a lot.
I know. What the hell? Okay, so let us just really quickly go to this guy. We're going to turn everybody else off. Frame. So we have this guy, right? And what we want is a 1 millimeter shell from the outside because they've decided they're going to use this as a cap instead of whatever the hell we're using it as. So let us come in here, turn this on. And so I'm going to turn line off, come here. I am going to grab, oh, hold on, smooth, there we go. I'm going to grab clay tube, whatever. So now we have to go this because my focal shift has changed. So now my masking brush will have a 0 focal length. So it's hard. And then I'm going to hold down mask and put back face masking on for right now because I want to come in here. And we're going to change this to 1. No, we're going to change this to 0.6. There we go. And I'm going to hold down control. Back face masking is on. I'm going to mask this. I'm going to tilt it so I'm not going into the hole. I'm going to tilt it. We're going to tilt it. Tilt it. All right, that's okay. And now I want this lip this time. So we're going to come in here, mask. Right, because I want that to have some thickness there. I'm going to come back in and clean it up a little more. I just want it to be around there. All right. Like that. And I think that should be fine. Right, because I want this to be solid down here. Or to have, you know, a place at the contact point. All right, so now we've got this. I'm going to go Control W. I'm going to tap on this. Split hidden. And now I have the outside shell. I want, let me make, yeah, precision extract. I want to mask that. Let's go to precision extract. And I want my thickness to be 1 millimeter. Extract surface movement. I wonder if we can make this negative. 1. Enter. No. Interesting. I'm going to have to talk to him about that. Because on this, right, on something like this, you want a negative extraction. So let's just do it this way. 1 mil, enter. Create precise extract. And now it's going to come off the surface. And now, come on, you can do it. So you can see that if we take this slice right here, boom, no, we want this one. Take this slice right here, boom, and you take a W, and we go Y, drag, surface to surface should be, come on, give me my circle, stop it, give me my circle. Boop, there you go. So it's extracting 1 millimeter. Now, it's interesting that we can't change this to a negative number. Negative. Backspace. Negative. -1. Enter. So for jewelry, and what are its uses for jewelry? Well, if it doesn't do a negative extraction, that becomes a little bit of a pain in the butt because, right, this is going out. Where I want, if I'm creating shells, I want it to go in. So I'll call Joseph about that tomorrow. Mike, will you remind me to call Joseph tomorrow? And,
I sure will.
And I'll ask him. I'm sure they just have to program it to do negative numbers. So here, let's delete this real quick. I mean, if you're doing something bigger and you just want, like if you're painting patterns on, right, let's say, oh, did I just delete that whole thing? No, here we go. Like, let's say I wanted this to be a millimeter frame. Now, these are small, so this is kind of, well, I'll just make it less than a millimeter. Duh. So I know that I want this to be an exact measurement. So I'm going to come in here and I'm going to take this and do that. Take this and do that. And then I'm just going to mix these together. And see, I've rolled over that. It's going to have a weird edge there, but whatever. And so now if I want to go, yeah, let's just start there. Create precision extract. And it should just do a really thin extract, right? And so now we have this extraction, which is super, super, super thin. That's why it's not riding on the surface exactly. But now you have an extraction and you know what that millimeter is. So let's delete this guy real quick. Delete. Okay. And let's come back to this. Oh, I eliminated the mask. And let's try that again with a real measurement. So let's say you're doing something in multiple metals. and you want this to, it's a silver part, but you want to lay a gold piece on top of it, or vice versa, you can come in here, do this, and I'm going to say I want that to be 1/4 millimeter, right? So I'm going to go 0.25, enter, create precision extraction. Boop, there you go. And now we know that we have this extraction that's 1/4 mil thick. And so it's a really good way of being able to control your things. It will be a really good way. We need to get a button in here that makes the numbers negative, because you can do negative extractions over here. So let's come back to this guy. Oh, I have that set to, well, here, we'll just do the whole thing, right? Mask it. And then if you go to standard extraction, see here, I can make this -0.2, but these numbers don't have anything to do with millimeters, right? These are percentages of scale in the scene, like the algorithm that whatever that thickness is, I don't know what it is. So we go 0.025, and then we do, yeah, that's fine, extract. And I have no idea how thick this is going to be.
What if you flip the normals and then try it?
It would, we'll give that a shot. And so see, it's on, except, right, and see it's made a negative. So let's give that a shot real quick. So take that, delete that. Okie dokie. Come here. Flip. Mask. Create precision extraction. It'd be nice if that worked. That'd be an easy way of doing it. Dun, 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 dun. I think it should work, honestly. Yeah, I think
Yeah,
that's...
it strikes me as it would be a normal thing, working off normals.
Yeah, no, that's right. And then, of course, you would need to project, right? So let's come back up here, flip. There are normals, and then project all. As long as this doesn't suck this through, this should be fine. Yes, you could. Yes, that's definitely it's definitely a way to get that whole. And yeah, and see, so there we go. So now that's projected. If I hide that, so now that is the part. You can see that it has these weird little things here because those are your projection things. So my projection distance was a little high. But yeah, it's a normal thing. So if you flip your normals, you can create shells. My projection distance was too high. That's why we're getting this weird crap here. See these things? That's why you don't want to go silly on your projection distance. And oh, I deleted. I separated the shells. That's why. Oh, wait a minute. So did this not go negative? Oh, no. That's the shell. Okay. Never mind. Yeah, so there you go. So now you have a 1/4 mil shell, right? Let's turn on double so you can see both sides here. And then let's go W, and let's do. Yeah, 0.25. See, 0.2. And why that's not exactly 0.25 is because that's not exactly 9. You know, you're getting a little vertical travel there, but that's close enough. So it allows you to create precision shells. It's actually pretty damn awesome. It is, oh, man, look, everyone's on top of this. Good call, my brother. Good call.
Thank you, sir.
How would you do the same thing to hollow a ring? Well, you would just, I mean, just imagine this is a ring. You just flip your normals. Hold on, let's. Do I have a ring that's flippable, that's easy? Here, let's just. All right, fine. This one looks plain. Okay, hold on. Quick save. I'm falling apart. Come on. You slow pokey bastages. Hey, Daisuke. No, farther down. It's all the way at the bottom. Here, look. Doop, doop, doop. Boop. See precision move? It is literally the last one on the list. Precision extract right here. See, ZBrush plugins. So you go to support, you go to resources, you go to ZBrush plugins, you drag all the way down, and there's precision extract. All right, so let's lower that. Oh, that's all the way back from I'm getting a weird sound. Let's go here. No, let's go here. Split the parts. Get off my ring. Oh, okay. This is the one we want. Auto group. I was trying to be all clever. Let's get that. Oh, for goodness sakes. Is that really just on this mesh? Yeah. Sculptures Pro. Okay. Let's just get rid of this lumpiness. Why are you giving me grief here? Sculptures Pro. Skip that. Smooth. Oh, it's composed of too many polygons. Okay. See, this is that whole impromptu demo blows up in your face thing. So you want to make the ring hollow. So if you just want to make it a shell, all you're going to do is going to come in here, you're going to mask it, and you're going to say, I want this to be 1 mil might be thick for some, that's okay. Let's just do 1/2 mil so you can see it. I'm a little worried that 1 mil is going to blow out of my parameters. Create, flip. Create precision extract. It's interesting that it micro polishes it. That's why it's doing that. So now you have this. Now we're going to go to here. We're going to go back up to here. We're going to go project. No, escape. We are going to go flip. Right. And now we are going to go project all. I think on this 0.2 should be fine. Let's turn transparency on. I think we're going to be okay. See, if you turn micro polish off, it won't. See this smooth? We need to turn that down, because what it did is it eliminated the details, right? You see how when it did the when it remeshed, it smoothed stuff out, and we want this to project the thing. All right, let's try that again. Project all. To be deadly honest, Purix, I have absolutely no clue. I've opened Blender twice, and yeah, I don't know. I don't use Blender. I am a ZBrush user. I've been using ZBrush for 16 years. The concept of trying to learn another program just is horrifying to me. So I'm sorry, I can't. I'm not very helpful on that one. All right, so there we go. Let's hide this. That has our detail in it. And this should have a shell in it, right? Okay, so you can see we have a shell there. So how I would then come back, and so you've now created a hollow ring. Obviously, you know, you're actually going to want to fill some of this. Like, you don't want a 1/4 millimeter ring hollow. I just want you to be able to see the process here. So basically what I would do, let's come here. Let's tap this. No, hold on. Turn Q. Oh, did it give me that? Yeah, hold on. No, we want this hide part. And so this is our shell, right? So I'm just going to flip this real quick so we can look at it. So this is airspace, okay? So at this point, what I would probably do is I would come in and I would eliminate, let's turn on Sculptris Pro and Smooth.
Someone's asking, are you using Dynamesh?
Dynamesh?
Yeah, they're asking, are you using Dynamesh?
Well, I mean, I Dynameshed this, so it was just 1,000,000 polys real quick. I mean, I can go at home, I can raise my in preferences under memory. I think it's memory. See right here, maximum poly per mesh, maximum Sculptris Pro polygons. I can slide this up to like 10 million polys at home. That would, my machine here, it struggles a little with that. So I Dynameshed it so we could do this quick demo. Does that make sense? So now what we have to think about is, if this is the airspace, what are the things that I want in my airspace? Well, first of all, let's go to trim. Look at that. See that? That clay tube line refuses to show up. I don't know what's going on with that. That's a little frustrating. So we're going to come into here. We're going to go a trim rectangle. Slice rectangle. Where's trim? There it is. Trim rectangle. Okay. And I'm going to go boom. And I'm going to get rid of this. Why did that slice it? Did I not put trim rectangle? Trim rectangle. Okay. Drag. Okay, that's weird. Whatever. All right. Hide part. Delete hidden. close holes. Okay. So now I'm going to tune my airspace, right? If I were hollowing this. So this is just too thin to try to fill. So we're going to come in. We're going to just take clay tubes, hold down Sculptris Pro. And I'm going to come in here, make this big, and I'm going to Sculptris Pro this off. I'm just going to make that go away. Come in here and make that go away. Come in here, make this go away. Come in here, make this go away, make this go away. I kind of like Sculptris Pro big on things like that because you can just make stuff go away. And now the other thing we're going to do is we're going to come in here and get rid of all this detail because you don't want to try to cast that garbage. Right? And we're going to get rid of that because you don't want to make that area hollow. And we're going to get rid of this because once again, you don't want to try to make that hollow because you'll never be able to get that out of the part, right? If that's hollow, that means metal's going to go in there and then you're going to try to pick your investment out of it and that's just not going to happen. So you're simplifying this airspace to where it'll be easily castable. Auto group, hide part, delete hidden. So now we just we come in and really turning on symmetry would probably help. And we're just going to tune that airspace so it's not anything that's hard to cast, right? We're trying to get rid of anything that's going to act like a trap. All right. And honestly, I would probably just get rid of this whole thing. Because once again, castability is a big deal. And I want these shapes to be simple. Okay, so now that is my airspace. Flip it. And let's bring our show part. Oh, no. I deleted hidden, didn't I? That's okay. So now you can see that that's your airspace. Let's actually do it to this one up here. I accidentally deleted my thingy-mabob, but watch this. It still works. We're going to take this and merge down. And now we can come in and we have to create a plug. So this will, if you're going to create something hollow, you can't cast something hollow, right? So you have to have an entrance to it. So I am going to come in here and I'm going to make this my entrance to my hollow. So let's say if this were solid, right, and you were trying to make it, obviously the inside cavity would be bigger. But here I'm just going to make this my cavity. Once again, turning on symmetry probably helps. Okay, I'm just going to do a double extraction. 0.2 is fine, extract. All right. That would be accept. I didn't put back face masking on, that's okay. Split the parts, auto group, split the parts. This is what I want to use as my plug. And this is my groover. He has the airspace in there still. Yep. Okay, so we're going to take this. And hold on, let's turn this crap off because I want to see what's happening here. Okay, that's our cutter. This is our guy. And we're going to make sure that that is cutting in. So we're going to come here we are going to make this start. We are going to make this cutter. We have to put these in a folder though. New folder. Drag that guy in there. Turn symmetry off, or I mean turn transparency off. And we are going to go live Boolean. Turn this on, turn this on. Oh, that I guess is my cutter. Make that negative. Turn that off. Unmask that. And now we're going to take this. And you can see that that was real close to the surface. That's why we're getting such a weird thing. We're just going to drag this inside the surface. There you go. And now you can see that where I smoothed all that stuff out, right? That became the hollow part. And so that is how, and now we know that wall thickness was 0.25 millimeters, right? And you can see that it's hollow back up in here where I did it. Does this make sense? Did that make sense to you? I know we got a little convoluted because I threw away my shell.
I think it did.
Okay. All right. Delete all. Well, hold on. Do we have tons of crap? Yeah, we have tons of crap in here. We're just going to go to new project. Boop. No, I don't want to save that.
Stefan's saying makes perfect sense. Would it be an issue sending the model to the casting house after hollowing?
No, as long as you make it conscientiously where they can cast it, right? Because the next, fuck, ooh, crap. I didn't show you. How to make this shell. Okay, hold on. Here, let's. Polysphere. W. Duplicate polysphere. Return home. Make it smaller. We now have a shell. Okay. And by creating that shell and flipping it, we did this. Does that make sense, or do I need to go through the whole thing again? Because I'll show you what I'm talking about. Here, let's just do this completely from the beginning. We have our object that I'm just getting this so it's a little smooth. We have our object. We take mask. We flip the normals. How big is this thing, by the way? Sliders to subtool. Let's make this a little bigger. Sliders to subtool. I'm gonna not all go 20. Enter. Resize subtool. Boop, boop. Okay. 20 mil. So we want this to be 2 millimeters thick. I flip the normals, I mask it. I come over here, I go to precision extraction. I make this 2 millimeters. I extract the extract surface smoothness modifier. We don't want it to smooth because we want to retain the detail, right? So if you're going to do the same thing a couple times, don't do clear mask. Okay, so we set it for 2 millimeters, create precise extraction. So now we have this, and it has a 2 millimeter shell. Okay, here, let's get to the point where we can measure that. Right, turn on double so you can see both. I don't like to have double turned on because I want to know if my normals are positive or negative. So W, gonna drag that out. No. W, oh, there we go. Turn on Y. We're gonna drag this from there to there. You can see 2 units. Units are millimeters. And why it's not precise is because it's not like totally square. But you have a 2 millimeter shell here, right? So now you have this ball and you want it to be hollow. So we're going to come over here. We are going to append a shape. I'm going to append a star. I always start with a star. I'm going to hit Y, and we're going to go back to our W. So now hold down Alt, go to the center of the world. Let's turn transparency on. I'm going to come down to my star. I'm going to go to cylinder. I'm going to make it a little smoother because smooth is important. Nope, that's the wrong one. I'm going to make it smoother because smooth is important right now. We're going to come out here. We're going to go W. I'm going to make this longer than 2 mil, right? Because you need it to penetrate. I'm going to come here and I'm going to, boop, 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 boop. What just happened there? I'm going to come here. I'm going to hit taper. And I'm going to taper this side out. And I'm probably going to taper that side in a little. There we go. So now we have a cone, right? Because we're about to make a key. And if we make the key a perfect circle, it'll just fall through. So you need a cone, so when you put it in, it has someplace to key. Now the other thing I would probably do on this is, hold on, turn my Boolean off. That's why everything's laggy. Now I'm going to just turn smooth off. I'm going to divide this a few times, and I'll show you why. I'm now going to take my clay tubes brush, and I'm going to put, was that masked off? Divide, divide, divide. There we go. And why I did that is because I want to do this. And I'm going to do another one over here. Now we're going to come to the front here. We're going to go trim front, and I'm going to start where that starts, and I'm just going to take trim front down. So that's all behind front. We're going to go right here and trim front. That's all behind front. So that means that will pull out. Does that make sense? Everyone understand what I just did there? Let me open Thorsoft. Because remember, this is going to be a plug. So if we have something that's doing that and then coming back in, this is going to do this. That's not going to release that. So I need to make sure that this is releasable, right? So that can't be an undercut there. So trim soft prevents that from happening. And, you know, you can come back in and just make sure and flatten it down a little more. Doesn't matter. It just has to provide a little bit of a lip. All right. So now we come back in. We turn our extraction on. We now go live Boolean, just so we can see. You have to turn transparency off. You have to put this in a folder. New folder. Boop. Drag this up into the folder. Make this a cutter. Boop. Make this start. Boop. Make sure they're both on. And so now you can see that you have made something that is that's hollow, has those cute little keys in there. Now, if you're going to be nice to your jeweler or your caster, make this a little bigger, because that makes cleaning out the hollow easier, if that makes any sense. We're going to plunge this in a little more. We know our key. I want my key to be below that surface. There you go. So now we have a cone, and we are going to go Boolean folder. Okay, so now there we go. We have our part. And you're like, well, okay, that's half the part. Now all we do is come up here, turn these groovers back on. We are going to come here, instead of subtract, we are going to go intersection. And now we are going to go Boolean folder. Now you have a plug, you have a part with a hole, and together you have a hollowed piece. They're going to solder or laser that on. You're going to polish it off, and now you have a hollow ball. Does that make sense? What's the use of folders? So once they put folders in here, you have this little gear, and these are all the things you can do to a folder. So you used to, if you do it outside the folder and then just use this Boolean, what it does is when it Booleans, you can see that in my Boolean, it dumped these two parts into my subtool. If you just use Boolean and don't use folders, this would have come out as a new tool. This would have come out as a new tool. So you're cluttering your tool palette with Booleans, right? And here, this is all in the same subtool. I can control it. Now I have that master part with the plug, and they're like, oh, we need the plug to be a little bit smaller. We're like, okay, well, here, I'm going to just make the plug smaller. And then I can redo it. I delete these meshes, right? So it allows me to keep all of those functions in the subtool palette, and that is super helpful. It just, for me, it just makes it a lot easier because I hate my tool palette being completely blasted out with tons of Booleans. It just gets messy and you can't keep track of it. And then you go back in and you have to go back in and delete all and delete all and delete all. And if you get into the habit of deleting all a lot, it'll crash. I don't know. So there you go. So does that make sense as a process? And the nice thing about the Boolean here is that you're using Boolean subtraction. You're cutting it. There you go. And then you just turn it into Boolean intersection, and it creates a perfect plug. And that's the easiest way to hollow a part. And now we also know that that is 2 millimeters because with precision extraction, it created a perfect shell. So Stefan, did that help? Did this clear it up a little? Cool. Okay. If that's the case, we're going to go back to our lovely tooth problem. Oh. Mikeys and guys, are we still communicating on Discord?
Yeah, we are.
Oh, okay. Everyone's just been so friggin' quiet. I didn't know.
Well, you were working a process out.
Oh, is that what that was called?
I'm over here building a website for this dipwad I met on the internet.
This prick's got me working for nothing. I don't know what the hell's going on over here. No, we don't need to say that.
So everybody, that was precision extract.
Yeah, that's super cool. In precision move, you just tell it which direction to move and how far you want it to move, and it'll move. Oh, that's a super cool too. All right. Uh-oh. We don't need my keystrokes.
Someone's asking if you 3D printed those two parts to the sphere, and is there tolerances that need to be factored?
You know, the problem with putting tolerances and things is, I mean, yeah, you probably want to leave just a little bit in there, like you would provide a cutter. But at the same time, it's just easier to come by with a file and just go flip, and make it fit, because your tolerances are never going to be precise, if that makes sense. After that, you could feasibly mask the one edge. Yeah, well, let's just pretend this is the plug, right? You could come in here and boop, mask, poly loop, boop, no, mask, poly loop. There we go. And then this way you could come in and say precision extraction and just drag this down to, that's what, 1/100th of a millimeter. So go 0.02 2/100ths of a mil, create precision extraction. And now you could, oh, you bastard. Hold on. We didn't have enough geometry in this to work that well.
As you're working through that, we've got someone asking, Sir Thomas, how do you do 3D printing for the jewelry? Also, what is the best machine for printing it? Thank you.
Well, I mean, how do I print? So basically, ZBrush is set up for printing. There's a 3D print hub, and I have a Formlabs printer. So there's a send to preform, and preform is for Formlabs software. So literally, you push that button, and it sends you into Formlabs software, and you push print. It's idiot proof. It's pretty awesome. Now there are a few tricks to prepping a file for print or whatever, but printing out of ZBrush is super easy. If you don't have a Formlabs printer, you just export to STL, send it out, and it works good. Now, sorry, let me just hit that again. Create precision extraction. There we go. I would say right now, for the money, the best printer, if you are, and I get a lot of kickback on this stream because a lot of people are like, well, there's a printer that's $500 and there's a printer that's $1,000. Okay, that's fine. But none of them have a 25 micron XY. So the most affordable machine that has a functional 25 micron XY is the Formlabs printer. Now, that's about, I think it's $4,000. Isn't that what the thing is?
Right now it's $3,499. That's the base.
Yeah. So, I mean, for under $4,000, you can get a printer that you can make money off of, okay? That you can produce things that you can make money off of. And the other thing I really like about the Formlabs printer is they have a broad spectrum of technical resins. And I use as many technical resins as I do the castable resins. So, I mean, I use tough, and I make fixtures for my mill, and I make jigs for drilling, and I make molds. They have a high temperature that is really good for plastic mold injection. And we use it for silicone because you can throw it in the oven and cook it for the, an hour and a half, which you need for some of the surgical silicones. So I like it because it has their material sciences are, apex. They're bar none for the price range. I mean, sure, you get into 3D systems and some of those machines, it's much more advanced, but those machines start at $250,000. So for $5,000, there's no one out there that has the resin technologies, really. You know, B9 is a great machine, but it comes in at $8,000, I think. Or actually, I think it might have gone up to like $9,000. So there's that next step, and Vision Tech has one that's like 16,000, 18, and 23,000. And then I think Solidscape's SLA printers in the 14,000 range. So you can't beat it for the price, and it has professional quality printing. So I would still go with Formlabs right now. I mean, you know, someone may send me a printer tomorrow that blows them out of the water, but I've yet to see that printer. You also get a huge build platform.
Also, you got someone asking how easy is plastic injection molding?
The actual process is super easy. The molds usually cost a fortune because usually they are milled out of steel. So now that you can print your molds, it's pretty awesome. It's easy. And actually, I think on the Formlabs, on their website, I think there's some guys that put up a like how to build your own little plastic injection system for, I think it's like $200 to $300. The beauty of plastic injection is that it's plastic, so you're producing a final part, and it's butt cheap as soon as you get your molds. You know, I love plastic injection. It's something that we really want to get into.
Yeah, the little thing on Formlabs was they were basically working with another company to show off the high temp for the molding, and then they used the other company's thing, which works. I think it was like $1,200 for their.
Oh, was it? Yeah.
Yeah, and it can do up to like, it depends on your little mold, like 1 cubic inch of plastic at a time at that time.
Yeah, because that was small. Those weren't huge molds, but I mean, you can still do it. And the thing is, if you're doing plastic, it's so cheap. Excuse me. It's so cheap, comparatively speaking, you know, because you can create a final product. There's some plastics out there that have some really good, resilient, you know, what do you call it? Technical aspects, I guess. So just to go back to this real quick, we typed in 0.02 of a millimeter. So if you want it to give yourself a tolerance there, you just pop that out, and then you use that as a cutter to cut that space out, right? That's how I do it anyway. Hopefully that answered that. So, getting these things positioned is the biggest friggin' nightmare there is. Now let me turn these on. And let us see.
Tomas, in your past streams, have you mentioned somebody who was an inspiration to you named Hector?
Hector Guillermo.
How do you spell that? Or
it's French. It's GHUGMCK.
All right, so just smash my face against the keyboard until something comes up in Google.
Hector GUE.
The one guy I don't have.
MAURD. Just do Paris Underground.
Got it. I got it.
No, GUIMARD. Guimard. I'm so stupid. Yeah, he was just absolutely a badass. Look at this dude's work. You see the underground, but hold on, where are these houses? I mean, look at this stuff. It's just so rad. You can't tell that we use that as inspiration in Mystery Men, can you?
Not at all.
Yeah. I wonder where that came from.
Yeah, the moment you pulled it, I'm like, hey.
Hey, I've seen that. Yeah, no, he is just absolutely spectacular. Yeah, I love this house. Look at this thing. Wait, where'd it go? There it is.
Perfect. What about Giger? Is his first name August?
What is going on with it? It's like someone's like sending Morse code in my ear. Is that from Discord?
I don't know. I'm not getting that.
Oh God, you said August, and I can't even think of.
No, Giger is HR Giger.
Yeah,
Right.
HR Giger.
Hans. Hans Giger.
My brain just like froze. I'm like, no, that's not what it is. What happened there? I'm like, Hector, what? August, what? It's funny. This piece really. I did an installation piece in New York, which was all bent wood, and I really love traditional Japanese homes where they're built with no nails, and the temples are built with no nails, and they have these incredibly heavy beams that set down, and they cut the wood just to sit up a little higher than the joint, and so the weight of the roof presses everything down, and it all expands. Oh, it's just pure sex. And so I love this. Yeah, it's just so cool. Look at that. I mean, come on, seriously.
Hey, Tony.
So rad.
Hey there.
Hey, how you heard?
Oh, is that what all that noise is? Hey, Tony.
Yeah, Hector's a raging badass. And it's so funny because they always show you that. And to be fair, the underground is his most well-known piece, but his architecture is incredible. He did some, because it's just so weird. It's like this amalgamation of just shape and form, and I think I just saw it. Where is it? It was a stone.
Can you imagine that conversation? So how is this house put together? What's holding it together? Gravity.
He's like,
No,
exactly.
really. How's it working? No, gravity, really.
Yeah. And see, here's a prime example of like texture. I mean, just look at what he's doing. He's just hammering stuff, putting clean stuff. I mean, he's just a whack. Look at these like guardrails. He was so awesome. Jackass. Oh, here you go. I mean, isn't it just a lovely form? You know, I mean, it's just, what a great thing. I love this guy. You can't tell me that didn't inspire some of the houses in Star Wars. You know, like the Dinotopia place. All right. Yep. He's awesome. Awesome. Wow, was it really that blurry? Or is that just me?
That's just you.
Okay, good. I'm like, holy Hannah. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, because look at your picture. It keeps going blurrier, blurrier, blurrier.
Okay, good. Good. Because if that's what I was delivering, I was going to have to apologize. Okay. So, okay. I guess we'll call this close enough to spit on. See, they're all a little higher. So actually, let's go back to this guy. Yeah, we have to mask these. Actually, we don't have to mask these. There's another way to do it, but this is just the easiest way for me to sort this out at the moment. Quickly, we're going to come back up here. We're going to go W, we are going to go everybody. And now, hold on Alt, make sure that we are at 90 degrees, right? Right. And now let's try to get these down to where they're supposed to be. All right. We are going to call that close enough to spit on. And dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. We're going to shrink that a little. Yeah. This is the design one, not the fit one. Okay, there we go. Yeah, exactly. Because by not having nails in the homes and the temples, what are the temple architects called? The ones that actually go back in and like they take the temple apart and then they rebuild it, and it's this process. And there's a specific, I can't think of the word for the architects who do it, but it's a very special thing, and they are pretty darn awesome. And because of the earthquakes, you don't have nails in the joints. It's all held on by the weight of the roof. The buildings have a lot of mobility without them falling apart. And since you don't have stupid wall treatments like plaster and crap like that, when it all rocks, things aren't falling off of it. It's, yeah, Meidako, they're awesome. My friend's dad did that. It's a dying form because, let's face it, and it's crazy. So like in the old temples, when they would build a temple or one of the houses, they would deforest the lumber for the house, and they would keep track of the facing and the order the trees were pulled out of. And then that way, what they figured was, okay, well, you got to think that these trees as a unit reacted to the weather, it reacted to the nature. And so if this tree were a little bigger, it compensated for this one. So they had this physical relationship in the world. And so they would take that and put it into the physical relationship in the building. And they would make sure before they chopped the lumber, everything was facing the right direction and in correct position. So if you had a beam here and a beam here, that was their relationship in the real world, and that's awesome. It's so cool.
That is very cool. Someone typed in Miya Daioku.
Yeah. Daisuke did it. Yeah. Yeah, it's ZBrush amazing. Always tell people God himself. I think that, Ulfer might be a little bit more humble than that.
Someone's asking why you're wearing the glove.
So, Doki Wear makes these lovely little gloves, and I like, so far of all of them, I like the Doki Wear the best because this is neoprene, and then this tip right here, and this pad are what do you call it, like glasses clean microfiber. And so 2 reasons: I'm sculpting on a Cintiq, and on hot days, or if I'm using it a lot, the screen can get a little warm, and so your hand can get a little sticky. And then when you're trying to do long smooth curves, which I do a lot, your hand judders and stutters. So this allows your hand to move freely along, because a lot of people wind up trying not to touch the screen. They're like, and I'll just lay my hand on the screen and it moves easily. And then the other thing is, with the fiber mesh, it's keeping my screen clean as opposed to getting all goopy. Yeah. And a lot of them are just, a lot of the gloves are just this material. And that's fine, you know, it helps you slide and stuff. But I find when it gets warm, this is a big help. And once again, I just make a fist and rub my screen, and I'm cleaning my screen. So, and I mean, this is kind of funny. So to give you an idea, I have like 6 years of Doki wear gloves. And I mean, they hold up great.
It's like a racquetball handbag right there, man.
I know. But see, I mean, it has like microfiber. They're really nice. And I mean, like I said, some of these are 6 years old at least. But I like the new ones because it now has, the old ones don't have it on the pinky. They don't have it on the outside of the fingers. They just had it down here. But now they have it up here. And so my fingers don't get hot and sweaty, really. So, yes. I mean, some of these are old. I wish I had my gray one here. It's so stretched out. It actually just kind of, it's like baggy. It's really sad. I still use it. Okay. That is just weirder than hell. Hold on. I'm going to change my earphones and see if it's just something that's like this weird feedback. Because it really feels like someone's like doing this on the inside of my ear. I'm like, stop that. Okay.
It's Tony doing something in the background. Watch.
He's muted. We can't blame him this time.
This time. But next time. So let's turn these off. We'll take the one. How many polygons? No, let's go to clay tubes before I break something. Clay tubes. 45,000. I'm gonna W. Let's Dynamesh this down low. Normally I would Z remesh this, but since we have the teeth here, or since we have the stubs here, I can just use these to re-boolean at the end. And I don't know that I need the resolution. Well, let's see what it does. Let's just take this all the way down, Z remesh. Because I don't want to spend the time reprojecting and all that crap right now. I just want to move forward.
I'm Stefan and is asking what exactly is Art Nouveau. You mentioned it as one of your inspirations in a previous stream.
Art Nouveau is an art movement that started in, I think the roots would probably have gone all the way back to like the 1860s. But it really kind of reached its peak in the like turn of the century, 1890s to the 1910s, and it transitioned. Art Nouveau came before Art Deco. There was a big French Art Deco movement or Art Nouveau movement, but then there was a big German Art Nouveau movement. It became a huge style, like, and so it's an art and architectural movement at the turn of the century. I've started my own art movement called Acid Nouveau. If you know anything about my work, you might know why. No, I just find it incredibly compelling stuff. I like the organics. I like the lines. I just think it's super cool. All right, I think we might do that. Except, right now I can divide this up some. There we go. Dun, 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 dun. And let's turn this first one on. Maybe it's this one. That one. No. I want that one. Boom, 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 boom. All right. We still have a bunch of crap on. What's on? Oh, that folder's on. There we go. You can never ask too many questions. We're fine with questions. Don't stress out about asking questions, that's for sure. It's kind of why we're here. Project. I'm just going to use the projection brush. And I'm going to project back to this bad boy over here. Now, when you're using project, remember that it's very directional, so you're going to have to come back in, smooth, and reproject from a different direction very often, because what you'll get is a lot of weird distortion, and you're going to want to avoid that. So you kind of have to do it in steps. You're always trying to do it at 90 degrees. So now we're going to come over here and do it this way. All right. Come over here and do it this way. Come down here, do it this way, smooth it out. And you see how that pulled that all very distorted down. Here, let's turn lines on so you can see how it's distorting. So you just have to kind of smooth jump, get it, get it, get it, get it. Lower res, smooth this back out. Because we were doing some big moving there. So, smooth it. High res, smooth. And now we're going to go straight down on this graph, you know, because this is like a graph. We're going to pull this stuff up, push all that down. And now hold down Alt, and that's going to pull it up to the surface. And I'm not too worried about true projection because I'm going to go back and clean this up. Sculpting, you know, so. There we go. Oh, am I an idiot? Did I do what I think I just did? No. Well, I guess it's debatable if I'm still an idiot, but I didn't do what I think I did. As Tony would remind me, those two things are not mutually exclusive.
Not mutually exclusive, yep.
See, there he was. I knew he wasn't chiming in for a reason. He's like, don't feel too good about yourself.
Got to keep you human.
Well, that's a matter of opinion, too.
Well, there are different types of humans.
True. All right, so let us see. Fine, close enough. See, that is the problem. Tomas did not put on backface masking. So you're like, well, damn it, Tomas, you didn't put backface masking on and you've completely screwed up this model. No. No. So first thing we're going to do, come in here with mask, make sure backface masking on. And we're going to mask this. Because we dynamesh this, this no longer had its inside and outside masking. And so I did not push backface masking. And this is for everyone who does this. And I know every single one of you have done this because I do this. And let me tell you, I've been doing this a long time and know not to do this. Right? I have my back face masked. And I'm going to come in here, get these. Come in here and get this a little because these can't be masked. Because the problem is that's all sitting on top of one another, right? So I just want to get that up off that surface. Okay. And so because these are sitting on top of one another, we're getting a little bit of kickback there. So let's just do this with one back. And what we are going to do is going to smooth this out because we've mangled it, right? And normally I have this because when I dynamesh that, I didn't say keep polygroups. See, because I have, let's go here, frame. This should have its polygroups, right? So I tap that so I can keep the inside separate. But I got distracted because I was teaching you guys. So what I did is I didn't do that. But I just want to show you this because this is a super good tool, frame. So, you know, you've done this and you've mangled your mesh. Well, what you can do is you can take this and you bring it all the way back to here. You know, we might have moved it. Nope. Bring it back to here. There we go. So that was before we did the remesh. So you can hold down Control, push that, come all the way back out to here. Because now we've assigned the history state to the beginning of our brush. And I can take my history brush, come in here, and I can just brush this back up to my history point.
Someone's asking what are you using to show your keystrokes that are showing up at the top?
Oh, damn it. Thordsoft.
Oh, okay, that's part of SwordSoft. I should.
I thought I turned that off. Oh, well. Do people want the screen keystrokes on? Because I'll gladly turn that off. Because every time I have...
We don't have any negative comment.
Okay.
We got a few people saying it's handy and they like it. So
Okay. So you can see that you can come back in and rebuild your model up to that because it's going back to that history state. Thing to be careful of is, once again, these are very directional. This is a projection. So if you go like this and you see how I kind of cross over this a little, well, look what I've done. Now it's pulling all of that up to here, right? So you want to be careful how you're using it if you're doing it that way. You can come back and project history as well. Now, this is going to do it, you know, front and back. But if you mask that off, you can come back in and do it, project history. But we are just going to go all the way back here because I want my polygroups. That's important. So let's turn this off. That's okay. Let's look at this, and we have separate polygroups. Let's make this where you can see them. Okay. And now in Dynamesh, where are you, Dynamesh? Here's Dynamesh. that is super interesting that my Dynamesh button's gone. I think I'm going to have to just default out and rebuild this UI, because this version of the UI has been very buggy for me. See? I told you don't take this UI yet. But it has this button in it. That's so awesome. Okay, so I'm missing a Dynamesh button right here. And see how, look, there's a rotate Y down there floating. What is going on with this UI? Okay. Well, crap. Let's just do this. We'll Z-remesh it. I can't believe I'm doing this. Keep creases. And we'll detect edge. Keep groups. And we're going to make this 1,000. Z-remesh. I must have slept funny. There we go. And so now we're going to divide this up. Do I still have that as a history state? No. Let's come back. Let's make that a history state. Let's come back here. Divide, 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 divide. Project history. There we go. And so now we have that same stuff. Now, again, now, we're going to divide that up to 1,000,000. That should be fine. None of this is super detailed. I am going to go, boop, get rid of the inside. That way we're not doing any of this to the inside. And I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam. I am. See, that's just not lining up perfectly, and that stresses me out a wee bit. But we're going to, yeah, who cares? Project. We'll deal with projecting the top edge back to where it needs to be. Let's just get these roughly in form. I know, it's funny, I've put a few up, and now more and more people are having meetings. Like, there was no one using this place for a while, and now people erase it. Bastards. They have no respect for art. I kind of got into a crab fest with a guy the other day here. It's the first problem I've had with anyone here. This is a great place, and the people are really cool, and he was just a turd. And he's like, I'm in your meeting. And he got all pissy. And I was like, well, you know, if your meeting was so important, you'd probably be able to afford an office, you jackass. Yeah. It was not nice. He didn't want to give me my chair. I'm like, well, my back hurts when I sit a long time, and that's why I bought that chair. And he's like, well, my back hurts too. And I'm like, well, buy a chair. Give me my chair.
Yeah. Buy your own damn chair.
I know, like, what the hell, dude? It has my name on it. Your name on it? Yeah, actually, right there. Oh, man.
My personal $1,500 chair. Give it back to me now.
Right, I don't mind if you're using it when I'm not here, but don't be a prick when I say I need it, you know? People.
Or charge him rental fees.
Yeah, that means I'd have to pay attention. I'm just not really interested in that part. I mean, you've seen how bad I am when I'm trying to pay attention. All right, so there we go. Now, let's turn this on. And you can see we have a little discrepancy with the top of the tooth there. But since we saved that as a history state, I can come back to history, and I believe we'll be able to just take this right back pretty quickly. And so now, back face mask. Didn't we just discuss this? Smooth it out and bring it back. That's the nice thing about this, is that you can always just smooth it. For God's sakes, why is that back face masking not working? It's weird. You have to be careful, because it does not like that kind of steep angle. And the nice thing about this is, don't hesitate to smooth, right? Smooth and get it back. And it lets you creep up on that. Yeah, back in the days. Thanks. That's awesome. I'm glad that someone thought about me when they were thinking about doing something with nipples for eyes. That's good. Is my machine completely freaking out right now? Yep, when I push frame, we open, what is that we're opening? Transform? Well, first of all, transform's not supposed to be over there. Frame, transform. All right, we're not rotating. It's changed my interface. Huh, I don't know what just happened, but we got wiggy. So let us quick save right here. And let's reboot this and try this again. So how's everyone doing out there? God, I pray to God I'm not that blurry. I'm just super blurry. Just tell me it's super blurry to me.
It is. You're nice and clean and crisp.
Thank you. You just spread those rumors some more. It'll be great. Such beautiful models he does. Mr. Grassetti is awesome. Okay. That's interesting. Last time I quick saved, QS17 was one of the eyeglasses. My machine's being squirrely. It's not that late. 9:47. Oh my God, I've only been here for 2 hours. See, you guys need to start talking more, because last week everything went so quick.
Oh, well, that's easy enough.
This week is like, I don't know, was I more productive last week? I have no clue. Okay, we need to do that.
You didn't get anything done last week. I just kept hammering you with questions.
But it went fast. I didn't necessarily say I got it. You're right. We really didn't accomplish much, did we? Well, that's not true. I got a few iterations. Or were those already done by the time I started?
Yeah, and I think by the end of it, you had deleted everything you actually worked on.
But it went a lot faster.
Yeah.
All right.
I think Kat joined in.
Yeah. Oh, well. New messages. Hey, yeah. Everybody calm down. What was I doing? Okay, I need... Oh, we no longer...
I totally thought you guys could hear me that whole time. I'm like talking, and then he's like, "I think Kat joined in," and I'm like, "I'm here." Oh, I'm not.
So maybe
I'm still
maybe it
confused.
was you that was like the
No, I was just speaking to myself because I was on mute. I was just, just talking. I'm like, why does nobody hear me? It's like I'm just a ghost in the.
Everyone's ignoring me.
Everyone's ignoring her.
Nobody likes me.
Tomas told me he could hear you.
That's funny.
And I'm like up at like 12:30 at night for this shit. I mean, come on. At least y'all can do is respond.
Nope. None of that for you. No responses.
No, just on mute. It's really nothing that
You're like, wait a
it
minute.
helps if you're gonna get insecure at people not responding to not be on mute. I mean, that's actually a key thing.
That is a very important part of that.
It's an important part of the thing. You know, if you really, yep, that's real.
It's like
So actually, when I was muted and trying to speak, I was like, so I just joined in and I don't know what you're making here, but I have a feeling. Yep. So is this like a grill? Is this just like a?
But it's
intense
not.
grill?
But it's not one piece. Each tooth has its own little peg, so we have to match the stumps and get them to fit. If it's a grill, it fits easier because they don't change relationship to one another.
Yeah.
This is rough. Here, let's try to get that. Okay, so now that is matching. I just want to get everyone on the same height. Okay, so that's there. So now if everyone notices what happened here. Okay, remember we were using ZBrush and I went back to the beginning of this for ZBrush and then it started acting funny and I still don't have a Dynamesh brush. That's weird. Hold on. Everybody calm down for a second. I know this is very important to everyone. I need, go under geometry, go under Dynamesh. Boop. I need to turn on, excuse me. I need to turn the smoke really did me in. My throat is thrashed. Because I was talking all day, every day. The smoke was here, and it was painful. Okay.
Yeah, that's just no fun.
Oh, I'm like, what am I doing again? We are adding the Dynamesh brush down here, so I know that I need to add it. So we are going to go to Preferences. We are going to go to Configuration. We are going to go Enable Customize. I'm going to come over to Dynamesh. I'm going to hold Control Alt, and I'm going to drag this down here. Boop. All right. So now I'm going to reorganize that, but now I have my Dynamesh brush back. Now I really want to change all this, but I'm not going to. Preferences, Save UI. This is, what's today's date? 2020.
21, 921.
921. Enter. Okay, thank you. I'm not going to store this config because I'm going to come back and redo some of it, but
Someone's asking, Thomas, can you show us the guy that the last set you did, please?
yeah, well, what's funny is this is redoing that set again, actually. Here, let's go to Instagram.
Is it on your Instagram?
No, I think it's on his. There's Sampa. Why is this so big? Oh, because it's the whole.
Hit Control minus.
Yeah, this is fine. It doesn't matter. You see, he does a lot of body modification, ear pointing stuff. He sort of developed this system where he actually cuts this off, cuts the shape into that, and then sews it back on. So his elf ears actually look really good when they're healed. I don't even know what that is.
Hey, he's got a pair of your glasses.
Oh yeah, no, this is my jewelry. I designed all this stuff. Yeah, that's an alien. There you go. Those are the teeth right there. But see, that's an older version. That's a different version.
Where do you get the glasses from?
We're still in process of having them made. We have the thing is in Switzerland being prototyped, I guess. But see, when they're done, his elf ears look really nice. A lot of people's elf ears look really weird.
Yeah, they do look really natural.
Yeah, it's quite impressive.
So much so, I want them.
Right? See, look, isn't that cool? It's
Yeah,
funny
it's
though,
very cool.
because a lot of people who have like this the top part of their ear small, you know, you're cutting away part of the top of the ear, so the bottom of the ear looks bigger. I always find it funny when people with short ears do it. It's like, there's a
Who's
Netta.
this guy again?
This is Sampa von Cyborg. Yeah, they're the glasses. That's what we were iterating last week. Yeah, there's Sampa. I've done spikes for his head. I've done a lot of crap for them. Boop. Okay, so this is what I was going to say. So the last time we were here, remember I had set the history state for over here, and now the problem is that when we reboot it, I lost that history state, right? So on this tooth, we no longer have that original history state. Oh goodness, what do we do? Well, all we have to do, this is the cool thing about history, is this set of teeth are in line now, right? They're now in the proper place. So all I do is come over to this subtool and hit history, hold down control and tap the orange bar. See, it's off, it's on. And so now this is history. So when I come up here and I go to my history brush and I come back over here and I go over it, you can see that we are a little off, right? From the one to the other, they're a little bit off. But you can see that now I can do my history from a different tool.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah, you can do it from any of the tools. It is a very nice thing. And you can see the difference isn't going to be much at all, so I'm not too stressed about that. History needs to have backface masking turned on to it. Boop. So I don't have those blowouts all the time. See, because I do this so much, I know for a fact you guys do this. Because I'm a lot more practiced and peeved off when I do this. All right, and so now we're just going to come around, make sure this is all where it needs to be, because we're using that tooth as the registration for the design, right? So now I know that my tooth is registered and in the correct place. Smooth it out. You can get away with this by using a smaller brush as opposed to trying to do it all in one swoop and making a mess of it. Okay. So now the inside is correct and the outside. Does someone have a mic on and have me hearing? Because I keep hearing myself.
Cat.
I don't think so.
Mm-hmm.
Thought
It's
I
cat.
muted it. It's probably me.
It is.
See, that's why I usually have mute on.
There you go. I'm like, it's weird. I was trying to figure out what it was. I'm like, I hear this.
I alleviate it by just putting push to talk.
Like
Headphones.
literally, it's not like actually don't have I have it muted on my computer where I'm watching it. Where else would you be coming from?
It's Discord. I can see the little green thing light up when all that noise happens.
You're not muted on Discord.
Okay, that's what it is. Sorry.
No, so just make it push to talk, and then you'll never run into that again.
Or wear
There we go.
headphones.
Or wear headphones. Or banana boat. Where the hell's my history? Oh, there it is. Like I lost my history brush. No, you didn't. All right, so there we go. So now this is going to be close enough to spit on for the moment. But you can see how you can go between the two subtools and make them work for you. And now I'm going to take clay fill. And we're going to fill this up a little. We're going to fill this up a little. Take SK trim polish. And just make that feel like a clean surface. And I'll have to ask him how he wants that top finished off, because that's the top of the little metal thing that they gave me. So if that's how they want it, I'm not going to futz with it. Okay. So now what we are going to do though is, because this is sloppy, I don't know how I got away with sending out work this crappy. Just kidding. This is beautiful. Boop boop. Whoa, everybody calm down. What's going on here? There we go.
What do you end up making these in?
I think these are going to be done in cobalt chrome, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think they're in steel. It's some dentally metal of some sort or another. I don't know. The dental lab actually makes these. I'm just sending them.
That was going to be my next question: is who makes it?
Actually, quite a few people do, I guess. I don't know. I have no idea. It's somewhere in Poland or somewhere in Spain. I can't remember which one he finally went with. There are places here in the States you can have these done. Actually, there's a gentleman in LA called Alligator Jesus who does grills. Yes.
We had the request a few times, and I'm like, nah, I don't know. I pick and choose, and I just really wasn't wanting to get that up close and personal with their teeth.
Well, the beauty is they just send me a scan. I don't deal with anything.
Yeah, I know, but still, yeah, I had to actually be dealing with the person. It's totally different.
Oh hell no, no.
They're gonna make it in tarnished palladium.
Right? That'd be rad.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
That'd be rad.
That would be cool.
I gotta say that tarnished palladium was way prettier than regular palladium.
That's what I thought too. I guess
I don't know what was wrong with them.
guess after spending $30 million on saying they're the other white metal, it doesn't matter how good it looked. They were like, oh hell no. They were very displeased with me.
Yeah, they were not gonna have you ruin their whole premise they stood upon.
No. Well, what's the thing is that, it can be both. That's what's awesome. Don't be crybabies. And look what's happened now. They're stoked. All I know is that the palladium miners are not having any problems with how the world went.
What is the story there? Do you have any idea? Why did it go through the roof?
I'm sure that it's because it used to be catalytic converters. It was in catalytic converters. So I can only imagine that they have found another industrial use for it. That would be my guess. Where it's just,
that's what I was telling somebody in the gallery one day. I was like, it's got to be industrial. It's not jewelry driven. It's something
No.
in electronics and computers. There's something somewhere
Well,
that has become.
Palladium
Satellite
has
parts, airplane parts.
Palladium has a really unique thing. It allows HTO to, it's porous to HTO, but not other gases. So it acts as a filter really well. So, and I could be, I don't know if it allows HTO through or if it's carbon or, you know, I mean, whatever.
Right now, the main reason is just supply and demand.
Really? Were they just so peeved that no one bought them as platinum, they stopped mining as much? Is that what you're telling me?
No, they can't produce it fast enough
For jewelry?
or anything. They can't get enough palladium to reach for the demand of it. So the price goes up. Whoever's willing to pay the most gets it first.
Yeah, I can't believe that palladium is in such demand in jewelry.
It's not in jewelry.
Okay, that's okay. Yeah, that's yes.
Oh, that's not the supply and demand part. It's catalytic converters still and other things. Yeah.
Part.
What's that?
I said you missed the earlier part of which is exactly, it's got to be something other than jewelry.
Yeah.
Driving it. But now remember when platinum did this, but it was like, wasn't that like a mine flooded or something happened? It was like a distinctive thing. And I remember being at, we were in Tucson and it was also like a whisper amongst the whole room and everybody was freaking out because it went through the roof. And it was like $2,500 overnight or whatever it went to.
The crazy one was rhodium, kind of back when gold shot up 2 years back. Rhodium went to like 12,000 plus.
Oh, I remember seeing that. Yep.
Yeah. For a very short time.
That's the mine to have.
Yeah,
Just
rhodium still isn't cheap, you know. Man, how did I do these? Totally
Someone's
are not.
asking RAM used in your setup. Sorry for the bad English.
What was that? How much RAM? 64.
Yeah,
this has 64 gigs of RAM in it.
yeah, that's the Wacom computer that's hooked into the back of the Cintiq, correct?
Yep, the Pro Engine. I don't know if they make these anymore, honestly.
I'll check.
Yeah, you can still buy them. They're like $2,000.
Are they?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Henry just bought his Cintiq. He would know.
Yep.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think they just released a new version.
Oh, maybe that's it. Because I thought for a little while you couldn't get them.
Yeah.
What are the stats on the new one?
Let me check.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Are they still called a Pro Engine?
Yeah, they are. I keep muting myself because my keyboard is so loud.
Which kind of keyboard do you have?
It's a Corsair K95 RGB with the Cherry MX Reds.
So it's the reds.
Oh yeah, it's loud.
This has the blues. This one does.
Oh yeah.
The new one I got has the brown.
Oh, too quiet. I can't.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. I was like, wait a minute. they don't clunk as much. But it's funny, they still show up in the recording, and it's almost like a thud. You know, it's like thump, 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 as opposed to. I just wish I knew. I wish I knew how to type so I could get one of those DOS keyboard. What are they? The ultimate DOS keyboard or whatever, and there are no letters on them. It's just a black keyboard. I'm like, yeah.
So you have to do your Yoda Jedi training.
Yeah.
Like, you know, put the blindfold on and see what you come up with while you're not actually looking.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome actually. I think
And
that's
then
cool.
when you can get there, then you can buy that keyboard. That
Yeah,
keyboard
I
is
can't type. It's never going to happen.
Dyslexia really fucks you up when you're typing.
Yeah, it sucks. It's not that's never going to happen, just so you know. Never.
This is never gonna happen.
Nope.
Check that one off of the list of things that I need.
That's one of those things that I'm just like, I've come to grips with certain things in my life, and me knowing how to type is never going to be one of them. Watching me type is painful to everyone. Just listen to him type. It makes me so jealous. I'm just like, oh, you bastard.
Oh, I know. It's like a machine gun over there. I'm like,
He's not
dang.
really writing anything. He's just making it sound that way to mess with you.
I wish
I'm a coder. I do this all day long.
Yeah, you know what? I was going to say, I wish I could even pretend to myself that that was true, but sadly, I know it's not.
My keyboard has no letters on it. It's got little pictures of Marvel superheroes. That like C is a little Captain America shield, T is a little Thor hammer.
Yeah, I see how you are.
So.
You bastard.
Yeah, one of my coders where I used to work, he had like a backstock of the old IBM springboards, like the bulletproof ones, and he had like 40 of them sitting in a closet. Because he would just be like, "Oh, this one's gone," and grab another one.
Well, I'll tell you what, DOS keyboard makes a bomb-proof keyboard. This is the keyboard that I tried to blow up. You know, I tried to smash it to pieces, and it thwarted me. It took like 4 good hits before even one of the keys came off. And then at that point, I was so angry. I was just like, slam, 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 slam. And then it did eventually yield. But the new ones have aluminum plates, so there's none of that. You ain't gonna, yeah. No, it's an impressive thing. Because I'll tell you what, I am not
With a name like DOS keyboard. I mean,
right.
it has to be
Das
DOS
Boot.
keyboard. DOS.
Das Boot.
It's way better than Soft Sword.
Thawthord.
Way better.
Thawthord versus the DOS keyboard.
What's that thing that they do? The the guys that do the funny YouTube videos with 2 people battling. What is that? They need that between the keyboard and the. Now I can't think of it, so it's not
Historic
funny.
rap battles. Or...
Historic rap battles.
Yeah.
Yes,
Something
thank
like
you.
that.
That's the one.
Historic keyboard battles. It's funny, I guess DOS Keyboard runs the fastest typers in the world competition or whatever. And the dude who just won was like 167 minutes or 160 word average a minute. At one of the races he averaged like 206 words a minute. It was like a short form one or whatever, but homie like must have known that one because he jammed through it. It was crazy to watch. And you're listening to it, and it's just like it's like, oh my god, dude.
Right, just imagine that room of that competition going on.
All I know is give that kid a stylus, I'll take him. Oh yeah. Use ZBrush.
ZBrush, the slowest composition in the universe. 12 hours later, everybody's still like obsessing their details.
I think that has a lot more to do with the ZBrushers. So, ah, damn it. I wish, oh, there is a way. There is a way to do it. So there's a way, hold on. I think it is in dynamic, draw, field view, crop factor unit, open, select camera, store camera. All right. Are we still in? No, hold on. I want to drag store camera down here. Preferences.
So Thomas, the one you bought, does it have the little knob and all this stuff on it?
I got the one that's just the white lights. But the newer one's the one with, because I got it refurbished. I think I paid $60 for it. So that's why. And it was a Memorial Day thing, you know. But the ones with color, like now you can program like your top row, like 1 through 10, to be your processors. So it'll show each processor speed by color, like if it's starting to heat up or whatever. And you can program it to do all kinds of stuff. And I thought that was kind of cool. I don't know if it's useful, but it's kind of cool.
Yeah, there's all kinds of things you can program those keywords for. One side your media, one side your your inbox. You just hit a button and it shows your inbox. It's crazy.
Yeah, I have like over 300 emails that haven't been answered today, so I don't want my inbox to remind me that I'm a jerk. So here's an interesting thing. I remember this. So if we go to preferences, enable customize, if we come over here to draw and we go to this camera and see store camera, we're going to take that Control Alt, we're going to drag it down here real quick. And then we are also going to go draw. We're going to steal this button.
I am Stefan's asking, how long do you usually stream? I told him 4 to 5 hours.
Yeah, usually until about 2:30 or 3. So that's what, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 2. I'm like, yeah, 2 hours. So 6, 7 hours. Oh my God. I am a goof ass. So if you noticed, I'm using Lazy Nezumi to draw these straight lines, right? Because I want them to be a little bit cleaner than they were. So I set this up and I got it to where I want my straight lines to be at this view, right? And so we're going to come over here and just check if this is the straight view. That's pretty close on that side. That's pretty close there. That's pretty close. You can see I just used the white line on the edge there to check my... So this, wow, I thought it was the other one that was whacked. Okay, so this one's a little off, but that's okay. So what's cool is I can go store camera. I think this is the place I can do this. So we go store camera. Perspective mode, but no. Okay, then that's not the one. There's a store view. Okay, so that's not the one. Because there's a way to store this view and then you can return to it. So I know that all my lines are, I'm going and my 90 degrees is going where I want it. Hey, Said. Okay, so let's go to, maybe it's a movie. I had this in my UI for a while. And then when, a beta come around, I was stuffing other stuff into it and somehow I lost it. So let's check, is it movie maybe? No, it was, I can't believe that it had to be perspective was on. Okay, well, let's turn perspective off. Wait, hold on. Draw. Let's turn universal camera off, maybe. Store cam. Perspective mode must be on. I don't like perspective mode. That annoys me. Okay, so store cam. Perspective's turned on, you wanker. Is there a different perspective mode that I'm missing here? Draw. Perspective mode is on. Store camera. Oh, sure. Now it works. Camera 1. Enter. Alright, so now if we go like this, I can go boop, and it returns back to that camera mode. Boop. There we go. And then I guess I can turn perspective off, and that puts me there. Fine. Fine. If you're going to behave that way, that's just fine. Alright. So that's kind of cool, because if you're lining something up and you need it to go to a place, it's going to go. I'm going to cheat. Oh, look at that. But it turns perspective back on. But that's kind of groovy. But we're going to take this over here, and I'm just going to push that out. No. Did we move? Damn it. Perspective. Yeah, that's all wonky. So boom. Turn perspective off. And let's get this knocked down a little. All right, there we go. So now we have a center line. You can see our little groover wasn't on center very well. Now I'm going to take a form brush and I'm going to lay this guy in here. We need that to be a lot more than that. Okay. Okie dokie. Artichoke. Now. He's like, yeah, you can just fix that in 5 minutes. You just take it, reproject it to the other one. It never works that way, does it? Ever.
Never.
Should make these really sharp so he can bite his tongue off. Okay. Boom. Boop. Boop. He's had so many problems with these, it's crazy. Like literally I don't know if they made it out of something weird but somehow or another, the two different metals that they had made the teeth out of, like, I don't know if they were plated or I can't remember what the story was, but it was basically electroplating his other teeth. So he constantly had this, like, you know, that taste of like licking on a D cell battery or no, it's not a D cell. What are the square ones?
9 volts.
9 volts. You know, you can lick a 9 volt and it's like black. So I guess he constantly had that sort of feeling in his mouth, and it wound up that whatever the two metals were in his mouth, it created that kind of current thing. You're just like, how does that happen to anyone, man? That's tragic.
That's cool.
Right? Take a nickel, put it in your mouth, and you like gold plated or something. Like, what the hell? Oh my god, priceless. Hey, Torch Potato. How we doing? Boop. I don't know how people sculpt in perspective. It makes me nuts. And there are a lot of people who sculpt in perspective. I don't get it. Do not understand.
I might do it a little bit. I kind of like it.
It's lying. It's not real
It does
information.
mess with you.
It's fake information.
It did connect with me the other day, like when I was sculpting just from one view, straight on, and I was like, it was really, that's where you really get the like sculpting with light, because as you're pushing things and it's getting darker, and anyhow, it's like the reality that, oh, it's recessing.
Yeah.
Oh, the light's not reflecting off that part anymore. Cool. Okay, I got it.
Yeah.
Anyhow, it was a good little light bulb moment.
Ding.
I see what he's saying. That makes sense.
Yeah, the moment I realized that it gives you incorrect information and your model gets out of whack, I instantly said I'm not going to use it ever. There's no reason to.
No, there's really not. Other than store camera, it seems. No, that is the big trick issue problem thingamabob with sculpting for manufacturing, and that is things have to have some sort of tangibility. Like there has to be, at the end of the day, there's some real accounting for what you've done. It's like, oh, I sculpted everything at 40-degree angles, and let me tell you, when I came out of the computer, it didn't look right, And so it's interesting. And that's why, like, not fought, never really fight, but Paul and I would always go at it about dynamic subdivision. I think they created that polymesh thing in dynamic subdivision to screw with me, because for years I'm like, dynamic subdivision's dumb. It's fake geometry. It's not good information. It's bad. And Paul loves it, and I'm just like, it's horrible. And he even hassled me during the summit presentation. He was just like, oh, you know, you're going to show dynamic subdivisions. I'm like, he's like, you could do that in dynamic subdivisions. I'm like,
Yeah,
but
game modeling, that's right off the bat, that's what Shane teaches you to use.
yeah, because
It's game modeling.
right, and you get that rounded edges and you don't have to subdivide. But well, that's nice. You're not actually trying to get something out of the machine, you know? I mean, it's like, yeah, that's all fake. You know, I mean, it's fake geometry, it's fake. And you know, that's why rendering is fake. You know, it's fake lighting, it's fake everything, and you know, that's cool, it looks great, but that's not real. And especially if you're using materials that have highlights and stuff baked into them, like this is baked into this. This isn't environmental lighting, but I find that it's good because it's baked a little bit more realistic. Now the shaders, those are environmental lighting, and you can actually change your lighting setup and set up like a traditional, you know, three light setup, and you can try to get your lighting a little bit more realistic. But I don't have the time and energy for that crap. I just need to turn something on and get it to work, and it winds up that Mod Dirty Blue is super helpful that way. It's just the closest bake to what it's actually going to look like on the way out. Now see, I will use a line here because I want these to be very separate, right? You can use lines to separate, but don't use them to define. Okay, boop, boop. There we go. And now on these, we had another stoop. That's too much. And it doesn't have a square alpha. Too much. Really, that's too much. All right. For some reason, that's not working for me today. So, we're going to take clay fill. Come in and fill that little lip up. That way I'm not getting that normals problem where it rolls up on itself and changes its normals. Dum, 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 dum. Constantinople Istanbul, that's Constantinople. Why Constantinople get the works? It's nobody's business but the Turks. Now watch me get my thing silenced because I'm singing. Sorry.
That is your rendition of it.
Yeah, that was parody. Trust me. I like, Tony, you unsilenced yourself just to giggle. I like that. He's like, I love They Might Be Giants. They are awesome.
That's my best friend's favorite band.
Yeah.
That one song.
Oh, just that one song? Actually, I think that Anna Neg's a good one where it's like, it's just because of the one line. It's like, and I saw this written on a bridge. I don't want the whole world. I just want your half. I was like, yeah.
That's called a divorce, right?
Yeah. I don't know. I have yet to be silly enough to get married.
It's trap.
Yeah.
I quite enjoy it.
See, someone's lucky here.
Yeah, when you find the right person. I mean, like, my first wife, no. My second wife, yes. So yeah,
Yes.
I get it.
Yeah, see, I would always be the other side of that story. I would be the first wife. They were like, I can't believe I married that guy. All he does is sit around and talk to himself for hours in front of this camera. It's ridiculous.
I got lucky.
Yeah. So did I. I never had it in my mind that I was ever going to get married. My mom tells this great story of when I was a kid, and I had to be like 8 or something like that. And there was a marriage it had to be a marriage, or they announced a baby or something like that. And you know how people like mess with kids. Oh, when are you going to give your mom grandkids? And I guess I said with a dead straight face, well, she better marry someone who has kids, who wants kids, because she's never going to get one from me. And my mom was like, wow, I really believed you.
Wow.
She was like, that's it. Put that up. It's
Yep.
never going to happen.
Well, and luckily she did. Well, they didn't get married. They lived together for 18 years or something like that. She did find a gentleman who had 2 children, and Katie did give my mother a lovely grandchild. Never going to get one from me.
Well, at least you were that far thinking ahead, A lot of kids aren't thinking like that.
Oh, no, man.
For the right price, you would do it.
I would get married for the right price. Well, I mean, I guess, yeah, if you're going to pay for my existence forever, sure, I'll give you a kid. I'm not raising it. I mean, good God. I'd be a horrible parent. I'm a great uncle. I'm a crappy parent. Because I was raised where you got beat for doing things. And let me tell you, I would be a firm believer in corporal punishment, and that's just not acceptable anymore. I was told by someone, Tomas, you need to come to grips that you were abused as a child. I was like, no, I was taught respect as a child. It's like,
Right.
I don't know. I think that I only got like 5 or 6 spankings, but they were colossal. I mean, like 2-inch leather belt, center of the back to mid calf, like whipping. But that 5 times, I mean, hell, I deserved a lot more than that for sure.
Still do.
I still do. You're right. But there's not a masochistic bone in my body. We're not playing that game. I think my favorite spanking ever was we were living
Got
in.
a top 5.
Oh no, yeah, I do. Because let's face it, if I pushed it far enough where I got whipped, oh man, I deserved it without a doubt. I mean, there is anyone who says I didn't deserve a spanking for that. Well, I mean, a whipping for that. Yeah, I don't know what you let your kids get away with, and so we were in Texas, and they still had corporal punishment in the junior high schools, right? And so, we're not going to discuss what I did. It was, whatever. But I was assigned corporal punishment from, the vice principal. And, at this point, I had 3 real spanking, from my great-grandfather. I mean, yeah, no, it was real. And so it's the whole thing where they had this short back chair and you had to lean over the chair and hold the legs. And then it was like the paddle with the holes in it. And he gave me my 15 licks, and I stood up and looked at him and said, "You hit like a girl." And I walked out. Well, this was a very clever and cool thing for a young man to do. And then, it was probably 3 months before we went back home. And the first thing I did when I walked up to my grandparents' house is my great-grandfather looks at me and goes, "Go to your bed. Go to your bedroom." And that means I'm about to get it, right? And I'm like, "What? I just got here. What are you talking about?" He goes, "Rest assured, I won't hit like a girl." I was like, "Oh, man." I'm like, "You heard about that?" Oh, that was brutal. And he didn't. Oh my God. Holy Hannah. That was a rough one. And he was like,
Well, it takes a village.
well, and he was like, look, you belong by attending
Every
a
village
school.
has a village idiot, and he's,
He was like, look, you are part of a social contract and you broke the rules and you take the punishment. And if it didn't hurt, say I'm sorry and move on. You don't rub it in your superior's face. He's like, that man can make your life miserable. He could ruin your education. He could, you don't, that's the system. That dude is in charge of you at the moment. You're a child. You're going to shut up and take what you get. I was like, all right, sorry. Yeah, I took what I got. Holy Hannah.
Well, the lesson was don't poke the bear.
Yeah, the lesson was that old man learns everything. That was the lesson. Ooh, that was a rough one. Because I assure you, he had malice in his heart that day. Oh, man. It was funny because he would never hit me in anger. I mean, it was always like, all right, let's sit on the edge of the bed and let's discuss what you did wrong. And, it's like, okay, so you agree you deserve punishment. You're like, well, yeah, logically, I guess I do. I guess when I was like 12 or 13, I tried well, no, I don't think I do. Just so anyone out there, if they ever ask that question, no is the wrong answer, just so you know. I thought I was going to be clever. I'm like, no, obviously I don't. Oops. Then we learned a lesson about culpability. Oh my God. That was ridiculous. Yeah, I deserved a lot more than I got, I assure you.
Yeah, when I was in 4th grade, our principal had fallen off a ladder and broken both of his arms in multiple places.
And you laughed at him?
Yeah, we were like, hey, we're good. Because it'd be like, what's he going to do? Is he going to spank us? He can't, Well, he was keeping account.
Oh, yeah. No, trust me.
Yeah, because he was in the cast for most of the year. So we're like, yeah, whatever. He's not going to do anything. What's he going to hurt? Yeah, and then the reckoning came.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and everybody got pulled into the office one at a time. And we're like, and you didn't see anybody? Like, my buddy and I were next to each other. He got called in, and I didn't see him till the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
So we didn't know what was going on until you got there.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, he was putting him in a different room waiting so the word wouldn't get out.
Yeah. Once again, never the answer. Just, nope. But I don't know, man. I'll tell you what. People are like, oh, it's cruel. It's this, it's that. I was like, no, man, I'll tell you what you do is you don't act like a jackass all the time. It's like, you'd be surprised what'll happen when you get hammered. It's just like, oh, okay, I get it.
Apparently it didn't stick because you still act like a jackass.
It's a different kind of jackassery.
Yeah.
That's adult jackassery. It's a completely different issue.
Stefan's asking, is it worth someone to use Matrix when you have ZBrush?
Well, I mean, if you use Matrix, yeah, go ahead. It's a perfectly fine thing. If you're learning Matrix, I'm going to say it. No, because you're paying a fortune for a program that, honestly, if you learn it, you can do anything you can do for the most part in ZBrush. I mean, there are some of the catty things you can't do. So you have to learn to think about creating models slightly differently. But, you got to think, well, is the incredibly heinously expensive program and then the heinously expensive upgrades worth it? And I mean, I had Matrix. My last version was 6.2, and I've never upgraded.
Right now,
since.
it's like $6,000. Like what? Why? Like why? What
because
is so, like what the fuck?
Yeah.
And we have spent so much money. I mean, now I don't feel bad for having Matrix because we got it in 2007 when we got our Revo B, you know, and
I had a
it
Revo B
was
too.
early. We still
Yeah.
have it sitting here. I'm looking at it right now. We finally disassembled part of it. We're like, it's like it's like our dinosaur we can't let go of, though. We don't use it
Tony
anymore.
has an A.
Hey,
Really?
number 34.
Nice. I remember going there to the
To
training
the yep.
facility. It was in
Yep.
the middle of winter. We went in like freaking January. Like, oh my gosh.
Woo, that'll wake you up.
Yeah, well, it was an experience, but it was like right when all that was starting. So I feel good about my years with Matrix, but it just kept getting more and more. And then when Stellar took it over, it was like, oh my gosh, no, like
Yeah.
I'm not doing another upgrade. And now we're using it like still to just like I'll bust something out in there and then export the STL and bring it into ZBrush and sculpt on it.
Mhm.
And that's been like a nice 1-2 punch because
Yeah.
learning everything at once is, well,
It's hard, yeah. And the thing
hard.
is if you use Matrix, well, I mean, if you own it, it's great. Yeah, sure,
yeah, we
use
have it already. So of course, it's like,
But I mean,
It's a
it's
tool.
such a vastly overrated, overpriced
yeah.
thing. Especially now, they're actually. Well, when they closed the forums, I was shocked. I was just like, well, okay, you just killed your community.
Yeah, because they're not even like supporting anything anymore, and yet they're wanting to charge you a fortune for it.
Well, they want you to flip over to gold or whatever. They're trying to make it so expensive you can't. You can't stay with Matrix. You need to go to. Is it Matrix Gold or is it Rhino?
Yeah, that's what it is that
Matrix
they're
Gold.
trying to get us to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Matrix Gold or whatever. I don't even know like why they
It-
would think
yearly?
that it would be with that.
Is it a yearly subscription or is it just you buy the program and you have
Oh,
to
it's
pay
just so much. It's so expensive. What is it, like $6,000? I mean, and the keys alone, we have 2 keys, and like it's like you just fear losing that thing because it's like $3,000 or $4,000 now.
Yeah, to
Back when
replace
we
the
got them,
damn
they were
key.
like 1,600.
Yeah.
Oh, they're
And
still
that was
doing
crazy.
dongles? Wow.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I'll never forget. Every time we went to the symposium, we always laughed. It was like it became a thing. Jeff High hates me. It's because I started shifting to ZBrush, and I still was part of the forums, and honestly, the forums were. That's my community. That's where my whole jewelry community started, and Mark Morell taught me how to polish, and it was like that was my contact with real jewelers, and that's where I met Tony, and that's where I met a lot of people. And then I started using ZBrush, and I'll never forget. I went to one of the symposiums, but I didn't go to any of the classes and stuff. I just sat out. I had a room in the hotel, and I would just hang out at the bar when they were doing stuff. And we even paid for me to go to the dinner, right? I was a guest. And then they actually sent me a bill for the symposium. They said I couldn't come. And I'm like, I can go anywhere I want. I didn't partake in any of your symposium stuff other than the dinner, and we paid for that. So you're telling me that Bob's wife has to pay? They were like, well, no, but you were here and you were partaking. It was the only thing I was partaking in is alcohol. I mean, it's like, and that was the one that really kind of sent me over. I was just like, you're all so aggravated at me that I can't come hang out with my peers. Is that, I didn't pay you what was it, like $900 or whatever to partake in the symposium.
That's why I'm so bad at going to any of that stuff. I did for like a minute a long time ago, and then it's like I just can't I don't know. It's fun though to connect with people. So this has been nice. Like,
Yeah.
oh, out in the world, what is that? Away from the bench and the workshop for a minute.
Tony, what was the first year that I went to the symposium? Wasn't that was the year that the woman, or was that the lesbians at the bar, or was that the woman? No, that was the year after that she pooped in the bed or whatever.
Oh my.
Oh, that was the first year you were there.
Huh? That was the first year.
First year.
Was the
that was
lesbians
quite
at the bar
quite
that same year? Wow, that was an active year.
There was a woman there were a bunch of weddings at the symposium, and a woman was standing in the bar complaining, trying to get a drink, and the bar was closing down. And then she was talking about how she had to take her husband up to the room, and someone had come, and I won't say it because it's Pixologic, but somebody had a crap in her wedding bed before they got there. So
they went up to the room, and there was a big turd in the middle of the bed.
Yeah, I think it was very bizarre.
Man. You're like, what? Yeah.
She was not quiet about it either.
Oh no, she was really unhappy. She was really, really unhappy. And needless to say, we laughed a lot for that. That was a good one. We were like, what? It was someone actually. So when you rotate, it lowers the subdivision level. That's just your video card. That's just like a setting for it to. So as you move around, it's just not. I don't know if that's my lowest subdivision level. Let's check. No, that's not my lowest. I don't know which subdivision level it chooses, but it just lowers it down. That's what your video card can handle. Yes, she is a jeweler. She has a jewelry store. And Tony, who's speaking, he's a jeweler. He used to have a jewelry store. And Henry makes jewelry. And Mike
is just a schmuck.
Mike's just a stalker. But that's okay. He's a nice one. I wouldn't go as far as schmuck.
Well, in Swiss German, schmuck is jewelry.
Oh, well, cool.
Well,
It's a great German magazine, Schmuck. Schmuck and Irland, watches, jewelry and watches.
Das Schmuck.
Schmuck.
Das Schmuck.
Das
Schmuck.
That will be my title from now on.
Well, what's my title on Discord? You know, I started that Discord before I realized I'd be using it for education, and I think my title is Sadistic Twit. So I'm like, maybe I should change that if we're going to use that for education.
Might not read well to.
Yeah. If you can't
That's
take
like-
that,
Depends on
you
the
are
crowd
not
you're
going to
looking
enjoy
for.
my class. I'm just going to leave it at that. It's like you're probably
Well,
going to.
or maybe it's exactly what you need to let people know what they're getting into when they're gonna.
Right. Just saying. You know.
Just saying.
Be careful.
I really like your hard edge that you're getting on that area right there. It's nice. Just like the cut of that hard modeling.
Why, thank you.
Not too hard, but just like a little bit more of a. Anyways, it's slick.
It's
And
just,
pretty much always pushing it back with clay tubes and bringing it back out and pushing it back and.
yeah, that's. I mean, you know, that's why I say like I keep reiterating that I use the twist to get hard edges and lofting, but for things like this, you know, you just cut back, put up, cut back, put up, and come back smooth behind it so things are smooth and. You know,
yeah, I found myself doing that a lot, and then coming in right at the end with the twist, and then filling one side and smoothing the other, and getting that little edge today, and it was nice.
Yeah, if you need it, you know, twist is great, but you know, you can see that you can get, because you also got to think that's the size. So that's why I often come by with the clay tubes here, right? And I just draw a line there, right? Because I know that this is going to read graphically, you know, and so the plane changes are really going to be very clear. And this way, that's going to read as a bright line. You know, that edge is going to read as a graphic. So if you're trying to create graphics, they're great to create a sort of graphic feeling. But yeah.
So yeah, if he's eating purple now and later, is that purple really get in there and really shine?
I can just really, you just filled me with joy thinking about Sampa eating purple now later. It's like, that's funny. That's something that needs to happen.
Well, they turn everything purple, so yeah, I mean, it really would work great with.
Right? Just get rid of these little dents. Go at it at different angles, like at 45s, and it just fills a little differently so it doesn't get that. Sometimes your brush will really accent these humps. And so you just come back in, fill them in a little, then restroke. SK trim. Thing with SK trim polish is, turn that way up, is the other thing you need to do is use it pretty big, because if you use a smaller brush, it'll get lumpy. Oops.
So wide enough to cover the space you're trying to smooth out.
Yeah, that helps some.
Well, I mean, if it's a line.
Well, that's all I really use it for, is if you're trying to retain edges, because it doesn't roll over the edge as it smooths. These ones are paint. Let's take all that back.
Yoda's asking a long question here. How can I learn sculpting? Would you watch tutorials, YouTubes, and Twitch, or should I try by myself? Sculpting is not like box modeling, where you can learn it step by step. It's frustrating to learn it because the progress is so slow. How did you learn it?
Well, I learned it by sculpting. I mean, I've been sculpting since I was a little kid. I mean, I was a physical sculptor for almost 30 years before I ever touched a digital program. So I didn't go through a lot of that initial learning. I did it when I was a little kid, I mean, literally a little kid. And so I would say, now when you're talking about sculpting, you're talking about digital sculpting, I'm assuming. I would say one of the best things you can do is go take a sculpting class. And life sculpting is better than not, because it forces you to quickly identify the base shapes of forms and then sculpt them. So I would say find a sculpting class and take it, because it's going to get you to start interpolating 2 dimensions into 3-dimensional objects into 2-dimensional shapes. Okay. And we look at this and you're like, oh, well, this is a 3-dimensional shape. Well, this isn't. This is a 2-dimensional shape in a faux 3-dimensional environment. And so learning to see is really one of the most important things you can do. I know that just being able to identify what's happening really becomes super helpful. So I would say find a good class. I think that'll help you more. Like my class, when I teach it, critiques are a very big part of my class. And I think that helps people move faster. So make sure you find a class that has critiques. And sadly, a lot of people online really aren't very skilled. We live in a world where if you get more than 10 followers, you're an expert, as opposed to, oh, I've worked on this for 10 years and I'm an expert. So just make sure that you find a class that is actually going to teach you something. yeah, I think that, especially for digital sculpting, because digital sculpting, there are tricks that you can do, and there are tools that do things for you. So I would say find a class and do it, because if you're asking that question, it means you're not psychotic OCD. And that's how I trained myself. I'm just insane. So I spent, 18 hours a day, 7 days a week for years and years and years and years and years and years and years to train myself in that, in the digital stuff. But I think chances are, especially if you're new to it, I think chances are finding a course that is going to teach you is probably going to be the easiest way. And like I said, just make sure that that course has live critiques. And you can always partake in the live critiques I do here at the end of the month. Bring your parts in. Even if your parts suck, bring them to the critiques and we'll look at them. And when I start describing techniques that'll allow you to accomplish what you're trying to accomplish, and you see it done on your parts, I think that becomes something that is an incredibly powerful teaching tool that a lot of people don't use anymore. I went to an art college, and critiques were brutal, but they taught you how to think about creating. So, yeah, I think it's really just, it is slow. It's a lot of hours. And, especially if you didn't just start doing this when you were a kid naturally, you really do have to learn stuff that you just pick up intrinsically if you're a kid, if you're starting then. So, yeah. Hey, is that Ash? Did someone say Ashley? Oh, there she is. Hey, Ash. Ashley's in the house. She streams on Twitch with Pixologic and herself, and she is an amazingly talented woman. I don't have your thingy, Ash. Will you post a link to your thingy? Because everyone should be able to do that, because you are awesome sauce. She's one of my favorite people out there. She's a badass on so many fronts.
Yeah, her machine kicks a lot of ass too.
Oh, did she get a new machine?
I think she got it around Christmas, but I've been watching her streaming, and then I always ask about it because it's just super fast. It's the first time I thought about getting an AMD chip because of it.
Oh, do you have the Razer, or what's it called? Threadripper?
She's got a Ryzen.
Ryzen.
Yeah, Ryzen. Yeah.
Okay.
Is it a Threadripper, or which one is it? Okay, because I was talking to Paul, and he said that they were having some issues with them, but I guess in 2021 they may have solved some of those, he said. So I was just wondering if you had any issues, because I'm trying to get some builds so I can offer it to my classes, and I have to sell a few of them before we really get good deals. But I mean, my machine's 7 years old, and it's still a beast. It still humiliates most computers out there. So I was kind of hoping that someone would know something about the Threadripper thingies, or whatever they're called.
Watch one of her streams. That machine is precognitive, and it's not even a Threadripper.
Wow, precognitive. That's pretty impressive. I was like, damn. No, what? Now you're talking shit about my machine? Is that what's going on here?
Oh yeah, Ashley. My name's Mikey. Yeah. That's the voice. Saeed's asking, Thomas, I want to turn you into a gun you model. Can I do that?
Well, sure. I mean, you want big, fat, goofy white guy model, go right ahead. So were you streaming tonight, Ash? Or are you just being kind and visiting? Enlightening up my thread. Stream, whatever the hell this is. Sorry, I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore. Did that I'm so confused. What am I doing here? We're going to hide that. We're going to bring you here. Did that go to 1,000? No. Okay. Keep creases. Target poly. Turn off adaptive. No, not keep creases. Detect edges. Target poly counts 1,000. Adaptive is turned off. ZBrush. Boop, boop. You go, girl. I'm so proud of you. Yay, team. Oh, hold on. Undo. Keep groups. Now ZBrush. That's important. Yeah, I was freelancing and my employer disappeared off the face of the earth. Great. Okay, so now we're going to come down here. Oh, I'm in the wrong model again. Oh my god. I did this so just horribly. I would say usually I'm more organized than this, but I think everyone knows that's not true.
Somebody would have to call you on that.
Yeah, I know, right? I was just like, yeah, I almost said it too. And then I was like, nope, that's not going to fly, I don't think.
I think you shocked Ashley there with that that insight.
Which one? What'd I say?
Your freelancer guy disappeared.
Yeah, no, he like went MIA. Yeah, no, I was getting paid monthly, right? And we were going to work out the contract and sort it all out. You know, the thing that I did the presentation on, that entire line of jewelry, all those pieces. And then like 1 month I didn't get paid, and I sent him some text and I didn't get paid, and he never responded. And then I looked at his Facebook and stuff, and he hadn't touched any of his social media. So I was like, I wonder if he got COVID or something. And then the second month he didn't get paid, and then his Adobe account got shut down because I was using his Adobe account. It got shut down for no payment, and he still hadn't touched his Facebook and stuff. And I mean, he's worth. I mean, you know, he's not. It's not like he was scared of paying me. And yeah, he just went. Phew, still haven't heard from him. Still haven't got paid from him. It was sad because I haven't been hunting for jobs, so it was like, oh god. But hopefully we're going to launch the site in October, so hopefully that'll generate some money. I know, right? And what sucks is he moved to like one of the Carolinas, South Carolina, North Carolina, something like that. And so I don't know, like I don't know his dad's. And I knew people in LA who knew him, but I don't know anyone out there who knows him. And the people I called in LA, they haven't heard from him either. Like I said, he hasn't touched social media. So who knows? It did put a big drop kick to the groin to my income though. Oops. Yeah.
Someone wants to know your opinion on Uni animation courses. UNI animation course.
I have no idea. What is an Uni animation course? Uni is sea urchin. How do you spell Uni? UNI? Oh, is that university? Oh. Well, I mean, it depends on what you want to do. I mean, if you want to become an animator, then yeah, that could be, positive, because the real thing, I mean, there are schools, I'm sure, that are very good at what is going, oh, it's saving. I'm sure that there are schools that are very good. I mean, CalArts' animation program was wonderful, and they really taught you what you did. But the real power of going to CalArts wasn't just the classes, it was that there's an entire network that you're funneled through to get work. Noman, right, in LA. Noman, they have very good teachers. I can only assume the classes are good because the teachers are good. But the power of Noman is that it's a pipeline for work. People go to Noman to hire people. CalArts, Disney hired people out of CalArts. I mean, he started the school. He was one of the two people. It was a merger of Disney. Well, actually, it was a merger of Chenard Design School and LA Music Conservatory, and Disney paid the big chunks for that to happen. So a lot of going to university really is about getting contacts and having a pipeline to work. Now, there are lots of little schools that teach animation, and if they have a pipeline for work, often that's well worth every penny you pay to go to that school. And then if they have a pipeline to work that's real, then I can only imagine that your education is going to be good, or that pipeline would dry up pretty quick. I know tons of people who haven't gone that route though, and literally just stayed at home and worked like a lunatic. So, but I think that a laid out path of education, because actually some of my students were like, well, Tomas, you do these live streams and you give away everything that we just paid for. And that's true, I did. But I sort of view it like this, like when I'm doing this stream, right? I'm giving you an egg, and I'm giving her a cucumber, and I'm giving him some bacon, and I'm giving you some cranberries, and gave him some walnuts, and you're getting some lettuce. But nowhere along the line do we actually get a Waldorf salad out of all this, right? No matter what you think you're learning here, and I'm pretty generous with information, right? What you're learning here, you're going to take home and just, you can watch me every week for, I don't know, how long has it been? Well, a few years at least. But you're never going to get out of this what you would one of my 6-week courses. I have a few students here. You can ask them. I mean, it's because in a course,
I'll agree with that.
In a course, there's a structured way to think about things, and you're introduced to ideas in order, and the ideas get more complex, and you progress because you are doing, I'm making a ball. Okay, now I'm making a ball with 2 dents. Okay, now I'm making a ball with 2 dents with 2 dents, and now it's an eye socket, blah, 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 blah. So, it completely depends on what you want to do. There's really good courses out there that the workflow of those courses is designed to make it where you can actually learn. So, yeah, university could well be worth it. But I also think if you're going to go to a university, you're going to wind up paying out your butt for it. I mean, if you're going to go to a good school, it's expensive. And you just have to make sure that that good school has contacts and pipelines that are actually going to give you a bigger advantage to work. Because in most of these industries, it's not what you know, it's who you know. And, so to give you an example, I went to Cal Arts. When I was working in the film industry, if a Cal Arts student came to me who was just coming out of school, I would look at their portfolio, and even if their portfolio was a little less than someone that I didn't know, chances are I would give the job to the person from Cal Arts because I know what they went through in school. And so I know that you're going to be slightly tougher mentally than most people. You were going to be good at what you did. The things in your portfolio are actually things you did, where I got a lot of portfolio. I actually had 2 different people give me my work in their portfolio. So that didn't happen with Cal Artians. And so, you know, I would hire someone from Cal Arts, or, you know, for that matter, Design Center. And, you know, there are a few places where I know what they went through, and that gives me confidence in hiring that person. So, you know, there may be some fantastic teachers and some fantastic schools, but if they're not giving you a student body that's going to look at you as one of them, if they're not giving you a pipeline to work, it's tough. Because, man, I know that, I mean, Cal Arts, we were $200 more than Yale the year I went, right? So you're paying apex prices for a friggin' art school. But it was the best thing I could have ever done in my life. I never regret Cal Arts. It was worth every penny, worth every minute of time. And most of that, in a lot of ways, was the people. Holy Hannah.
We got someone who's wanting to know, is it possible to make custom buttons in ZBrush for jackets and pants, etc.?
Yeah, I can actually show you a whole plethora of them. Of course, yeah, without a doubt. You just print them. You can have them cast. Or you can send them to one of the big printers, and they can print things in materials that hold up better than most SLA printers. 3D Systems makes some resins that, well, they actually print in what they're actually calling it plastic. And I don't know if it is actually a plastic as opposed to a resin, but they say the plastic printing machines, and those machines are really designed where that material is a final product. So yeah, no, of course, very easily. I do it a lot, actually.
Also, someone asked if portfolio reviews were next week. And yes, they are. That is the last one.
Portfolio reviews next week? Oh my God, I have a lot of videos to make. Yikes. Yeah.
Well, just I think he's meaning the critique we do at the end of every month. You do.
Yeah. No. I understand that. My point is that means it's the end of the month. I have a lot of videos to make.
Oh, yeah, you do. Yeah.
Yeah. No. Trust me. I know what he was talking about. I'm telling you that, holy hand, I got a lot of videos to make.
September has flown by. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So Cal Arts, do they have a good department for like character design and animation? Like not animation, but more like concept design and illustration.
Well, I mean, well, there were different schools, but I mean, if you're talking about animation, the animation school was the best in the world. I mean, at the time.
Yeah.
They had very strong design schools, but it was not practical design. It was, they taught you to think, right? And so that was always the joke between Design Center or Art Center. Art Center, Art Center and us was Art Center was a practical design school. You know, that was architecture and like I went to Art Center to learn metal rendering. They had a semester class on how to render metals and everything there was, you know. And I wound up at Art Center. I took one of their car sculpting classes. Never mind. Yes, but they're much more of a, I would say more of a technical school, right? It's almost like a really, really advanced trade school.
The Votech of art.
What's that?
they're the Votech of art.
Yeah. I mean, and it's an incredible school, but they weren't taught to think in the same way. Like CalArts, the kilns burned out, and so literally I went 3 years through art school without kilns because they're like, make something, shut up, you know. So, it was, you know, an amazing experience, and it was nice because we got in there when, I mean, like my few years were an incredibly powerful group of people came out. I mean, we controlled the animation world basically. And, I mean, there are tons of us, you know, Gandhi did, you know, Powerpuff Girls to Castle Transylvania and all that stuff. Tom McGrath did Megamind. My roommate won an Oscar for Brave. That was his, Mark Andrews. Brian Andrews, is his brother, does tons of environment. You know, he's just an incredible environmental artist and does a lot of the backdrops and stuff. David Krentz was my roommate, and he was like the lead designer for Dinosaurs on Dinosaur, and he's worked on untold amounts of films. You know, Roger Webb and Paul Rudish and all of them are over at Cartoon Network, and they, you know, it's incredible. Jill, God, what was Jill's last name? She went to Pixar. Lots of us are at Pixar. So yeah, no, it was, what happened there? What did I just do? See, you get me talking and I screw things up.
Just undo.
Nope, that was it. Okay. I'm like, wait a minute. Sometimes you have to evaluate what's going on. Okay, so hold on. So, university. Insanely expensive. I mean, I was lucky I paid for one semester. I got a free ride thereafter. But if you're just paying to go to a place like CalArts or Noman or something like that, man, they are pricey, you know. But with that price, you are getting those pipelines to work. Is it worth it? I don't know. I mean, you know, there's so many people doing this stuff now. When I came out of school, I mean, CalArts was literally one of 2 animation schools in the country, and then there was one other in Canada, and now they're everywhere, you know. And so I don't know. I don't know if that money is going to get you work, because CalArts, I mean, Jesus, if you go to CalArts, you're going to wind up, you know, I bet it's, you know, well over $100,000.
Oh, it's so much. I mean, we
Yeah.
we truthfully have an 18-year-old daughter who graduated high school, and she's an amazing artist. And she was set to go out to LA and go to LAFA actually, and then everything got delayed. So this year she's like on. So that's why I'm very intrigued by this conversation, because trying to figure out, she's going into entertainment art. She's been working with Ron and Vanessa Lemon just through the computer right now, which
Sure.
they're amazing. And
Yeah, no,
that's
they're
been great.
awesome.
I mean, Ron's phenomenal. Vanessa's phenomenal. So we're like, we can't do much better than this. And she's loving it. So,
And the thing is
you know?
if she develops, like if she really busts her balls and she develops a real relationship, you know, that relationship is worth more than you could ever pay for, you know. And so in that case, you know, it's important, you know. But, you know, and I can only assume, it's funny because I'm really bad. Like, you know, I left CalArts and it's gone. I probably haven't been back there in probably 20 years, you know. But like, I'm a lousy alumni. If it's not in front of me, I don't think about it. But a lot of my friends are still very much involved with the Institute. And like, once I get this school up and going, I'm going to approach CalArts and say, you know, you guys should put your students through my class and, you know, give them a deal with it. And because I teach something very different than most, like, you're not going to learn what I'm teaching in an animation school. Well, you might soon, but I teach manufacturing, and it's a very different creature, and there just aren't a lot of people who teach it, you know.
That's a huge part of what you're teaching, the practicality of making things, and then also finding the channels to do that. That's huge.
Yeah.
Yeah. And getting your foot in the door with the relationship, I think, is the biggest thing, because my entire life I never got to go to college because I was too busy keeping myself like fed. And
Quitter.
I would, hey, no, F you, man. I would constantly get on my review, like I would take my portfolio to someone, and it was either, well, I wouldn't hire you because you don't have a college education, you don't have a degree, or it was later in life, it was, well, if you have a kick-ass portfolio, then it shouldn't matter, but I won't hire you because you don't have a degree.
Well, and I will say this, like when I was at the Royal Academy in London, and we were actually talking about work, they would not hire me because I did not have a master's degree. And that had to do with, because it's tied to the government, that was something that was put in there. And it's interesting because we actually made the argument that we were kind of working with, I don't know, with the government division of education or whatever. And we're like, look, there's no school that teaches what I'm doing. I made this up. I got a degree. And so we went through this whole thing and we almost had it worked out. And then they told me what they were going to pay me. And I was like, yeah, no, thanks anyway. But the degrees become important if you plan to deal with institutions.
Yeah, if you want to teach, it's basically a necessity to teach at
without
a higher
a doubt.
education. No matter how much experience, which I think is crazy because you can sit. Yeah, I mean, I've made jewelry for 20 some years. I have my BFA, but I never did get my master's.
Right.
So I'm not like it's just crazy, the limitations in the teaching world, which hurts the students because the students need the practical knowledge of the person.
And then the students suffer because they're not actually getting the people who are actually working. It's crazy. Yeah. But it's no joke. I mean, it's in that case, and also like in some business formation, if you're trying to get grants and you're trying to get funding from like alternative resources and stuff, often a degree will help you there, right? Especially grants and stuff. That's a big deal with the grant systems. And there's just not that much art money out there. So it's tricky that, it helps in that context. If you're wealthy, hell yeah, get your degree. If not, it's hard.
Well, and it's such a weird time right now because of everything with, universities being where they're at with COVID and, the idea of like, when we start looking at other ones, it's like nobody can give the proper scenario this year. So that really affected decisions. It's been interesting to research it. It's a crazy, and now there's so many different platforms like what you're creating and yours, like what, different mentorships, you got Smart School, you've got CGMA, you've got all these different options.
But what's funny is like, how can you get that certified to be something that is, because like one of the things.
Yes, exactly.
And what's funny is that they're going to have to start dealing with some of this because of COVID and things like that. A lot of that education is shifting to this format, and you can't ignore it as something real for a while.
And valuable, yeah. And just as valuable, if not more valuable at times, depending on how you look at it.
Yeah, it's a fascinating discussion, argument, issue. And it's hard because the world is changing. All of this is an interesting paradigm shift because they're realizing that, at least in higher education, that you can do it, and a lot of people are kvetching and whining about they want, well, why are we paying for classes if we're not in person? And depending on the courses, I think that's a big deal. But, you look at Blaine's school, and you look at some of these trade schools, right, where it's professionals who are now offering education. There's nobody in the world who teaches it better,
No way. Yeah, that's like, it's everything. That's everything we look for at every school we look at. We're like, who's teaching? Yeah. What have they done? How practical is their knowledge? Because that's everything. You know, it's like why you know how to manufacture things and why, you know, just all that buildup of experience over the years is key.
Yeah, without a doubt. It's fascinating. I've been listening to Neil Postman's "Amused Ourselves to Death," and that was written, I think it's like '83 or something like that. And he's talking about how there was the epistological shift from the written word to TV, right? And actually, how that shift in epistemology being where if you read something, you learned it. If it was in print, it was true. To where when it shifted to TV, it became, well, I don't believe it unless I see it. And it changed what the person who looked like they were more trustful became more trustful. At the time, the Kennedy Nixon debates when Nixon was sweating and, it was all the stuff. But in all reality, Nixon was answering more some of the, the content questions and stuff. And then I can't remember, it was like maybe right before the Reagan years, there was a debate and someone said a zinger out there and they were like, oh, look, he won the debates because he got off a snarky comment as opposed to knowing anything. And how with the rearrangement of, what do we consider truthful and what is the resources of truth, going from print to TV, it became this who looks trustful, not what do they know. And it's funny because he was writing well before the internet, and the transition from TV to internet is another amazing epistemological jump. And you're just like, holy Hannah. And he really goes through it and he really explains these things. And, it's funny because it's the past, right? Because he's saying that, and, who's to say that computers are part of your life? And he's a somewhat of a Luddite in some ways, which I kind of appreciate. But, and that comes back down to the universities. It's, that the epistemology of what is education is still tied into the universities. And so we are going to have these shifts where it's going to go back to trade, because honestly, that higher learning is something that, honestly, he was talking about that's how Reagan got elected, and there's this whole thing. And if you look at how Trump got elected and such, where truthfulness means nothing, because we're now in a world of truth is how many friends you have who agree with you, and that's truthfulness now. And it's an incredible shift. It's an amazing paradigm shift. And as someone who I would argue still is tied to the more literary concept of, if it's written and researched, then it is true. It's crazy seeing how, the world has that is not the finished piece. Where did I put that?
Yeah,
it
now
right
now truth is if you see it more times around the internet, then it's got to be true.
Well, that's it, because you can justify truth because now with the echo chamber going, you're not getting confrontation at all, at least during TV. Like he was talking about there in the 80s, there was this show called The Day After, and it was a film about nuclear war, because at the time we were still in a hot Cold War with Russia, and Reagan was like, the communist cowboy. He was like anti-communism. The Cold War was still in power. It was going. And they made this film called The Day After. And it was about, nuclear war. And they had Kissinger on, and they had Carl Sagan on, and they had, I don't know, a list of experts. So it was 6 guys. And he was saying, in the past, in this country especially, because America in 1690 in Massachusetts, the literacy rate of men was about 93% and women was about 64%. So we were one of the most literate places in the world at the time because books were important, and that was sort of how things work. We came out of the Age of Reason. We were, the nation was conceived out of people who were part of the Age of Reason. And, you didn't have the speed of response that was so important. And he was saying that, he was talking about some of Lincoln's debates, and these people weren't even running for office. And there were like 9 and 14-hour debates, and people would go home, eat, come back and watch debates because that's how our nation hammered things out and formed itself up. And now it's just sound bites. You don't have time to think deeply about something. You are just impressed by the first loud sound bite. And it's amazing to see how you can't think. And I remember actually this movie and the whole little talk afterwards. And he really brings some interesting thing up where it's like, none of these people, they all made a statement. He said it was more like a beauty pageant where they came out and they made their 2-minute statement. And then no one even discussed the other people's statements. It was just purely everyone did their little thing. And that was that, where that would never have flown early in our nation. And it's fascinating because what he said was, and I never really thought about it this way, but he said the demise of the literary epistemology of truth, right, ended with, it happened at the same time or real close. And that was the telegraph and the daguerreotype. And so now you could put pictures and things. And 2, the telegraph removed relevance, right? Because newspapers and stuff were usually about things that affected you that you could take action on, right? These are your local elections. These are the things that are happening. And it was local. Well, now what happened is the telegraph gets introduced to the world. And now he said that the second day the telegraph existed, a newspaper used it. So it was Washington had just passed a bill, or they were doing something, and they reported it in Boston the next day. And so what happened is now, instead of relevant information that you could act upon, it became snidbits of information that had no relevance to your life. It was a murder in Ohio. It was a fire in Detroit. It was, and so you had nothing local and nothing that you could ever act on. So it became actually irrelevant. So what intelligence became was who knew the most broad spectrum group of useless tidbits, as opposed to who was informed about things that were relevant to their community's part. And that's fascinating to me. And then when they brought the daguerreotype, or pictures all of a sudden became part of newspapers, because before that they weren't pictures. They were literary things. They weren't entertainment. And the shift to entertainment became when pictures were introduced to newspapers. And then it was important what you looked like. And then these, he said a really interesting thing. He's like, okay, if a stranger walks up to you and says, oh, have you seen the Zeno's lepaflated flower in spring? And you're like, meh. And like in the book, it would be, this is where it grew. This is the relevant, da, 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 da. And if you went and looked it up and spent the time reading, that was information that you wanted and needed for some reason. But now you're just getting, the stranger comes up and says this to you. And you're like, okay, what's that have to do with me? But now by showing you a picture of it, this random description of something gets tied to that picture. And now it sort of answers itself. It's like, oh, well, why are you telling me that? And then you see a picture and your brain's like, oh, well, that's explaining that. So there's relevance. and 30 minutes later, it has absolutely no relevance at all in your life. And so it became a collection of snippets of info as opposed to relevant, actable news. And I didn't really wrap my head around the concept that it was, as early as the 1840s that this transition to news becoming entertainment as opposed to actionable information. I was like, wow, yeah, I saw the transition in the ads in the newspapers at the turn of the century, but it was 60 years earlier than I thought it was. And it's fascinating. It's fascinating.
What's the book called?
Amused Ourselves to Death? Or Amusing? Hold on. Amusing Ourselves to Death.
Amusing Ourselves by Neil Postman.
Neil Postman. And he has a few other, as he got forward, he actually became more and more anti-technology, well, at least anti-information distribution as it is. And yeah, I think that he has some real, like if he saw social media today, he would just be like, see, I told you guys.
It's crazy because it's such a double-edged sword. I mean, it's like amazing what we're doing right now, what we're able to do and like learn and all of that. That part's like phenomenal. And then you've got all the rest of it. You just want to put in a bucket and put it away. And so much mediocre everything kind of getting so much focus because it's kind of like you said, the portfolios that don't even have somebody's real anything in. So there's like this huge amount of gray area you have to dig through to get to the truly, real.
It's crazy. I mean, it's crazy.
It's crazy.
I was talking to this guy who had hired me, and I was just like, he and his friend were there, and I'm trying to have a rational conversation with someone. And I mean, I'm a lunatic and I'm a bit of a goofy bastard, but I'm a rationalist. I don't hop on bandwagons, and I tend to try to understand the issues. And it blows me away. And I'm trying to have this conversation with them, and here it is, and I know you've all heard it. And they're like, oh, well, there is no truth. Truth is relevant, or subjective, and we're sitting there, I'm like, no, there are truths. And he goes, no, my truth isn't the same as yours. And I go, but that doesn't make it where something is not true. And I was like, oh my God, I just have to remember that you guys have never lived in a world without Facebook. And he was like, we're not young, young people can. I was like, oh, ain't got nothing to do with your age. We are not talking about your age. I said, you have not lived in a world without the echo chamber. And he was like, and he was getting really crabby about it. And I kind of took my knuckle like this and I went, boom, and I hit him right in the sternum. And then I quickly text Edward, and I was like, hey, Josh's mom beats him. If you look under his shirt, I'm sure there's a red spot. I know it. He beats him. And he looked at me and was like, what in the hell are you doing? Why'd you hit me? I go, I didn't hit you. And he goes, what are you talking about? You just hit me. And I was like, no. Actually, on my phone, it says that your mom hit you. And actually, on his phone, it says your mom hit you. So I got 2-1. There's more information that your mom hit you. I didn't hit you. That's my truth.
That's awesome.
And he was like, I was like, when it comes to you, there's truth. And it's like, there is truth, and that one kills me, and he was explaining, like this book, he's talking about how that truthism started to die in the 1860s or 1840s. And I was like, holy Hannah, because this is something that I think about a lot. I mean, because I'm sharing information with my students, and I'm here sharing information with you guys. And, I try to be truthful, right? Like if someone asks me how to do something, I try to tell them, right? That's why I'm here. I'm sharing information with you. And there are people who are like, well, that's an industry secret and, guess. And I'm like, look, come on. Yes, if it is a formula for a vaccine, that's an industry secret. But that just means that you don't want to risk someone getting as good as you or something like that. I mean, no one here is asking me about the algorithms to create helicopter blades that is something that is, ILM's property. What you do is you go, oh, there's an algorithm for that. It's ILM's property. But that's not what they're doing. They're doing it just at like petty information. Like if I didn't tell everyone to sculpt in layers, right? Everyone would still be doing all these half round things and their surfaces would look like crap. And I guarantee you, if I didn't, because I have to repeat it all the time to people who listen, right? If you didn't listen, I guarantee you're not going to pick that up without a lot of printing and sculpting and figuring it out. And then you're like, oh, well, wait a minute. If I make this a flat reflective surface as a big ass half round thing, it reads better. Well, that came from, 40 years of sculpting. And so it's like, and I have well over 40 years of sculpting. And so I'm not worried about you doing what I do better than I do. I want to give you the tools for you to do what you do better than anyone could do what you do. And so that takes thinking. I'm not just training you in something. So if I'm not truthful about what I'm doing, then I'm never going to be a good educator. And I decided if I'm going to do this education thing, then I want to actually teach people because I've had fantastic teachers. And, we're not even going to talk about politics. I refuse. This is Pixologic stream, and the words that would be coming out of my mouth are horrifying, and we just don't need to go there. But yeah, reading this book has been pretty interesting. And I say reading this book, I listen to books on tape now. I used to read a lot. And because I sit at this machine 18 hours a day.
So you can't sculpt and read at the same time.
Yeah, I can't do it. But I found that books on tape, well, that puts me, I just dated myself there, didn't I? On tape. Well, Audible or whatever you want to call it, it keeps me from loop reasoning. I have myopic OCD. I get into these anxiety loop reasoning. I used to take pills for it. It was that bad. And now I listen to books on tape and I don't have those issues anymore. But so I listen to a lot of books now. And it's funny because it is a different experience. But at least I can still kind of live in a book-driven world. Because as a kid, books were truth. And I mean, there were books that lied. But it's pretty easy to figure them out at the end of the day. There are books that are old that didn't know, but there's relevant education and information in those books as well. So,
Hey, Thomas.
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I had a question, but I didn't want to type it out. Remember how we were wondering about if ZBrush has a tilt feature for stylists?
Yeah.
Like, if it would I was wondering if Ashley might know anything about that.
Might I know anything about that?
No, if Ashley would know that.
Is Ash still here? Usually when I start ranting, Ash runs. No. Yeah. There's pressure sensitivity. And, in like Corel Draw, there is actual angle and twist information. I don't think ZBrush takes into the info from angle, does it? So with the stylus sensitivities, I don't think it has angle pressure. Like there's no way to get like a calligraphy effect in a brush other than you doing it. Yeah, that's what I thought.
I downloaded the Wacom APIs so I could see if I could figure that out, because ZBrush has a tilt slider that you can adjust.
Mm-hmm.
And if we could just build a Z plugin that constantly pulls the Wacom API for current tilt, and then just have it move that slider, that seems like a pretty easy. I mean, that's got to be what they're doing for pressure, right?
Henry, all I can say is this, is that there's so many things that I'm like, wow, you know, if I could only get a plugin to do this. And you're like, oh, hell, all you do is this. I'm like, oh, my God.
I mean, I don't know that that's true or not.
No, I think actually, I think you're right, because
but if it's that easy, why wouldn't they have done it already?
Because 3 people have asked for it, and it's just not in the development loop. You know, I mean, they're busy putting things. I mean, it took us, what was it, Ash? 13 years before they put folders in.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, no, we were asking for folders for a long time. And it was so funny because I kind of almost didn't realize I said it so loud. And it was at the ZBrush Summit, and he was like, we have folders. And I was like, it only took 13 years. And Paul's like, and I was in the back. And Paul was like, Jesus, Tomas, we put Kitco in for you. We put this in for you. And you're complaining. I'm like, no, I'm sorry. I'll be quiet over here.
I watched that ZBrush one.
Yeah, that was me being snarky in the background.
Because you spoke up and I'm like, hey, that's my teacher.
Yeah.
You know, we were talking earlier about like things Matrix have, and like one of the hardest things for me to get used to is not having job bags just to throw something into. And I know it's there, but it's like mentally like
it's quick save. Hit quick save.
It's quick save. I know now. I know that, but like before your class, I was nothing. I know nothing, Jon Snow. So
right.
I'm learning a lot every day right now. But. Yeah. That was one. That was like one of those like ridiculous things. I was like, I know there's a solution to this, and so now I understand.
Yeah, it's funny. No,
Stefan is asking, what do you mean by half rounds? Also, how do you do a bypass ring?
Oh, right on. Okay, so half rounds. What I mean by steps versus half rounds is, I'm like, you don't watch my streams. So let's, W, boop, cylinder, boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop. Bypass ring is mirror, symmetry, rotation, or mirrored radial symmetry. These are a little far apart for a good bypass. Sorry, hold on. Let's go back. I was about to just make it happen, and it's dumb again. All right. Boop. My brush is just huge. Boop. 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 See, every time I do something like this where I just think I'm going to do it fast, I always do something dumb. And it never works, and then I look like a jackass because... it took me forever to get it to work, and yeah, it's really sad. Why is that not working? Oh, because I was looking at the wrong view. Boop. Right. So, you got your ring. You want to make a bypass. We're looking through the Y axis. You go to Y, turn off X, go to radial, make it 2. So if you're always trying to do it with a mirror, you're going to fail because there's no way. I know this says mirror. It's not a thing. It's radial. So you have to jump to a 2 count radial symmetry along the Y axis. And let's just grab move, let's grab this little groover. We're going to just move these out and apart for a second. And then you just drag them. Right. Now, we drag that so you get a little flat. So that's why in my ring sets you have the mandrel, and you can always bring your ring back to the right ring size, but I don't worry about it at this point because this is still very much block up. You just get it kind of where you want it. You're like, okay, great. Now lower your res, lower your res, lower your res, smooth it out. Get it where you want it. High res, high res. I'm sorry. Clay. There you go. Bypass. Radial to count y-axis. Now, if you didn't set your ring up where you're looking through the ring on the z-axis, then this will be a different axis, but that's how you do it. And I'm just going to grab a cylinder here. So that's your size mandrel. So while you're doing it, right, you're still on your radial symmetry. You just come here, you just kind of push that up above the mandrel, and there you go. Now you are the right ring size and the bypass. Now, as far as steps versus half rounds, what I mean is this, is that most people who are doing detail, they'll usually take dam standard or one of those. And if you're going, let's say you want to do like some little stuff here. Most people are going to take their drawing, I call this a drawing tool because it's cutting a line into the surface. You're drawing on the surface. What drawing does is it separates the context. You lose plane continuity, and I'll show you what I mean. So we're doing this, and now I want this sort of to be erased. This is going to be a design, and then this is going to be a design, and then we're going to have hash marks. So this is how most people deal with drawing on surfaces, okay? And so what this does is you remove your you move the context of your layers, right? Or of your surfaces. You lose surface continuity, and it flattens things out. So even if I were to come in here and take this down below that surface, and then punch this really up above that surface. Let's do it with layers so it's nice and clean and everyone can see what I'm talking about. Here. Let's kick that up a little. There we go. So even if I come in here and I make this pretty substantially higher than the other side, and then I'm actually going to take this back with layer. Because you have drawn lines in this, right? You have removed the relationship of the height of this, the height of this, and the height of this. This is behind this. This is above this. This is low, high, high. But because you've drawn these lines in, they no longer associate with one another. Now let's go in the other direction. I'm going to come here, and I'm going to take this. Let me get a little bit more intensity just so we can do this quicker. I'm going to do this, And I'm just doing one step here. I'm going to come here and do this. And then I'm going to come here and do this. And we'll do this. And now instead of just throwing hash marks in here, I'm going to come in and I'm going to put lines. Once again, let me kick this up a little. I'm going to throw lines in here, and I'll show you why I'm going to do this in a second. And I'm doing them this big because, well, I don't want to spend the time to do them as small as those. I'm going to smooth this one side out. So now we have a stepping surface instead of just half round marks. Okay, so with this, I have my line of hash marks. I have a trench that's lower. I have a raised surface. You can see that this is behind this surface because it's behind that surface, and this reflects light. You know, this has an edge right here, but if it's this edge, well, that has the same edge and that has the same edge. You have no reflective information here, and this is cut much deeper. And here, let's look at how deep the silhouette is. Okay, that's how much depth we have cut, right? Look at how higher. I mean, that's substantially higher, but from this view, you can't see it as higher. Now let's go here and let's do the same thing. Oops. And look how little the difference is compared to the last one. But this reads so much better. So the second you draw a line separating this step, it becomes that. And so this reflective surface and this reflective surface are basically the same height. So it's sharing the same information, and so you can't see it. So you can get much more concise, intricate detail by not drawing lines around everything, because the second you draw lines around everything, you lose your continuity. Now, the other thing that, in talking about the half rounds, so once again, most people start with standard brushes. We're just going to take our standard brush. Standard brush is a half round brush. I use clay tubes. 99% of what I do is in clay tubes. I'd say 90% of what other people do is in standard. And so you come in here, let's turn lazy mouse off and let's turn this up. People come in here and they're like, oh, I'm going to draw a pocket. Or I'm going to, let's just do it slash marks here. So that's a detail, right? And now they're coming over here and you're doing this, and now you got this, and oh, I'm going to do my eye, you know. And the thing is if you look at how half rounds reflect, and the standard brush is a half round brush, right? The profile of that brush is a round. So how half rounds reflect is if you have a light source, it's only going to reflect that back at you because it's a half round, right? So you're only getting the segment. So you can see that we have a bright line here, a bright line here, a bright line here, a bright line here, bright line here. You have that, it's a bright line, bright line. Now, let's go to this. Now, if I come in here and I'm going to drag this line and I'm going to give it a little corner this way. And then I'm going to bring this in here and I'm going to draw this way. And then I'm going to draw another line, and I'm going to put it a little deeper down here. These aren't super well composed, so these might not show so directly. And we're going to put a deeper line down here. So now when we go to a metallic material, excuse me, a metallic material, look at how this reads. This just reads as tubes on a surface, where if you come to these here, let me smooth those out so they actually reflect well. So each one of these are a little close together angle-wise, but you can see that, let's go to, I think that'll reflect, but there we go. So you can see that these are reflecting different tones, right? This is darker, this is a little darker, this is hot, and this is darker, right? These are different tones. So what that's going to do when you start moving around is they're going to reflect differently from all these different angles. So when you're moving, you can really tell stories about deep edges and things are happening here and da-da-da-da. Where whenever you're just drawing with half rounds, it doesn't matter which way you're going. Your reflection is always the same size because it's whatever the spectrum bend on the angle, right? And then they're the same from all angles. Well, this is different from every angle. Here, this is different from every angle. And you're projecting different tones. These never change tone because it's always half round bright. So sculpting in flat reflective planes, and now you can come back in and soften this up. It doesn't have to stay hard. And that's still a more interesting surface than that. And so when you start doing things like this, you realize that, well, instead of doing it this way, if I did it and I'm defining reflective planes, even when it's this tiny, see how this is traveling at a different curve than that? So you get these hot spots. And let's say we actually take this point, and instead of it just being a flat plane with a round, we grab this, move it up, and twist it some. These become complex reflecting surfaces, and see, it reads dark, that's bright. So instead of just drawing on the surface, if you create complex convex surfaces, you're going to get the light moving on those surfaces. And so you can take a plane or draw a line on the outside edge, and you're going to get the eye to direct and move and form. So it's just better to sculpt surfaces than it is to draw lines on it. Ja. Does that make sense?
There's like no activity, so I'm assuming, yeah, it made sense to them.
I'm like, I love it when I explain things and it's just like, chirp, chirp. I'm like, oh, I don't know if that made sense.
I never have my mute off at the right moment to at least be like, yeah, that was great. Good demo.
Yeah,
I like the bypassing that. Starting to doze? No. I am on East Coast time.
So am I. It's 3 o'clock, right? No. So
I don't know what time I'm on anymore, because half the time I'm on something like this in the middle of the night with somebody in California learning information at weird hours, or
Yeah, welcome to the digital
doing
world.
sculpting, like totally obsessed with a model that you just are like, one more thing.
Well, the
Now
other
this one
night I
more
was
thing.
supposed to go to bed, and I mean we quit early when we get off. It was like 11:30, 12, something like that. I don't even know if it was that late. I don't remember. And then the next thing, I was up until 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, damn it,
I think that's
Jen.
because I woke up and I heard y'all and I was like, oh, hi. Enter conversation at weird time in the middle of the night.
Yeah, that was right before. That had to be Friday because I had to get up early, and I still was up until 4. Ridiculous. Redonkulous. Ash, don't be afraid of time. It's good for you. She's like, shut up.
Speaking of which, I gotta go crash. I gotta get the kid to school in the morning, so Henry's gonna take over reading questions.
Right on.
Oi, oi.
My goodness, you keep pulling this responsibility thing on me. I don't know what I think about it.
Gotta take care of the kiddo, man.
Man, I can relate with you. I often think I'm like, oh, I'm gonna have to get up at 7. It doesn't matter like how I can like be up till 4:30. I still have to get up at 7.
Me too.
Oh, yeah, I am wrecked. Tuesdays are wrecked days for me, man.
Oh man, you should have been in class last time. Monday, I thought I was going to be real clever here, right? Because I stream here. And I was like, oh, well, let's run the class on Monday. And then I can, get up and then I can just run in the stream. And we started it at 11. So I thought I'd have plenty of time to sleep in. But then I realized that, okay, I had to prepare for class because class was chaos last time. Because we had 2 different classes, and me trying to remember to bring files here alone is hard enough, let alone me trying to. And the classes weren't on the same assignment. They were a week off. I forgot what I taught people this week or that week. And because my live class is very organic because I have people who know a lot about ZBrush, don't know crap about jewelry. I know people who know a lot about jewelry, don't know crap about ZBrush. I know people who think the CD holder is a cup holder. I mean, it's like we have a broad spectrum of experience in the class. And so I try to make it where everyone is learning and has interest. And that class was rough. I think I had 43 people in 2 classes, and whew.
It was a slog.
It was rough. And so my bright idea of doing the class on Monday meant that Monday was like a 23-hour day. It was I don't know if any of you were streaming then with me. There were certain times I'm like, all right guys, I'm done. I can't even think about going on. I'm like, I'm about to die over here.
Yeah, you would be like, all right, yeah, we'll see you in 2 hours because I got to stream, and we'd all be on the stream.
Yeah, no, it was rough.
And then our class, because critiques for that time was Wednesdays.
Yeah.
So we had a day to do the assignment in or something like that.
Yeah, it was something like that.
That would not be okay for me.
Yeah, we're the second class, or the first class, because we were the second class. The first class had the full week to get theirs done, so we would be like, man, their stuff is further developed than ours. How did they do that in
well, they were a week ahead, and yeah.
So yeah, it was just, man, it was painful. It was painful for you, and we all knew it. So.
Oh, it was rough. Yeah, that was a tough one. Not my finest hour.
Yeah, we bared with you. We got through it. So, but you learned never again. Never again.
Yeah. Oh no way. No, that's never happening again. It's just not fair to you guys. I mean, it was a mess.
Alrighty, well, Henry's gonna take over, and
all right.
I'm gonna.
You be safe out there.
You too, sir. Bye, guys. We'll see
All right,
you
bye.
Night,
See
Friday.
you, Mike.
Friday.
Friday.
see you Friday.
I'm like, sure, what you said.
Right. And
Time.
I'll contact you about contacting Joshua tomorrow about the plugin.
What plugin?
He said, "Mind you, to ask Josh about
Who's
putting a
Josh?
negative." Josh. Joseph.
Is there a Joseph? Yeah.
Oh. I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm so confused.
I got my notes on my phone. Sorry, Joseph, about the negative modifier on precision.
Oh, well, we don't have to do that because you figured out that it was just a flip of, you just flip.
Yeah, Mike, you solved that one.
But if he can make it easier so you don't got to do a second step, isn't that a little bit better?
Yeah, sure. That's a point, I guess. They just love it when I come in with things like that. They're like, why don't you just push Alt? I'm like, well, can't you just make it a negative number?
Yeah, or those people think, why don't you just flip the normals? Watch, I'll bet. How much you want to bet?
Yeah, no. Especially if they've watched this, they know I'm coming. I can't surprise them. I can't sneak that one in there.
I'll still poke you about it tomorrow.
Sure. No good, dude. That's important.
All right, guys.
Next thing you know, Henry's
Ash.
going to be like, oh, I already fixed that. What do you mean? What?
Right? Yeah, I asked so much ZBrush about it, and he said, oh, if you just do this. And so I did it, and there you go.
Yes.
I just reverse engineered the whole thing and rebuilt it. Here it is for free.
Yeah, here it is. Thanks.
No, definitely not.
What's going to
Alright.
kill you, Tomas, is when you find out Henry's 13.
I thought he already knew that.
Con! Oh, you don't get that joke. You're 13.
All right. Good night, guys.
Have a
Ashley,
good one.
Thank you for answering questions. We'll talk to you later.
So yeah.
Thanks, Henry, for taking over. Kat, see you Friday.
See you Friday.
Oh my God. It's so funny. I had a question for either Joseph or Paul, and I put it out there, and they both answered. And he was like, "Oh, I'm leaving." I was like, "I am so shocked that you guys still answer my questions. I can't believe that you're all not like just. Won't you just shut the hell up already?" Like, it's so great. I love you guys.
So Tomas, what sort of considerations are you putting into this piece, given that it's going in somebody's mouth?
Well,
Lots of sharp angles. I get that part. Everything needs to be razors. But
Yeah.
what else?
you really have to sharpen the tip so he bites his tongue off. Well, in a lot of ways, I'm not putting much consideration to this at all because we already did it. A lot of the real consideration that has to happen is that the bite can't change, right? Because if you put even just a few millimeters up, his jaw will never close, right? But we went through, like, seriously, this is the 4th version of these, so we're going to see what happens. But hold on, let's go back to the look here for a second. Instagram. Yeah. So if you, come on. Lots of ear pointings. Can you tell what his business has been recently? Lots of ear pointings. Wait, we never got that far. There we go. So the thing that they're going to have to do is, hold on, let's get this in, is this set of teeth is what they're going to have to make the adjustments on. And you can see that angle has to tie to this angle right here. And since they have a lot more control than I do at this point, because they're still casting, there's still all kinds of crap that's going to happen, they have to make sure that this plane's flat. So I'm giving them a plane that's flat at 90 degrees to the bite angle. And that's why they gave me, these are scans. Oh, I'm like, why is nothing working? Because I'm in Thorsoft. This is, wait, where are they? You can see this is what they gave me, right? So they've given me a bite angle, right? And then this is the thickness. So the real main consideration that we can't have is these going over one another. Like I can't add like a lot of meat in here, because that then makes the space change, and those little pegs he has, it'll put pressure on them. So these have to be right, and that's why I did this. I have these, and these are set up according to the groove in the cut, right? These, so what they did a casting of his mouth. I joined these. They actually cut these in parts, so they're able to finish all the way around each tooth. And so what I did is I took their cut angle, and I took their intersection angle, right? That's where the teeth are meeting. And what I've done is I've created these cutters. And what that's going to do is at the end of this, when I have everything cut, I can take these and cut both sides of each piece. And I know that I have like 0.02 of a millimeter between those. And the dental lab is going to have to figure out what their shrinkage rates and things like that are. I have no clue. I have no way of doing that.
Right.
But
That needs to be perfect.
Yeah. And so we'll do this. They'll do it. They're actually going to shrink some. And so I'm sure that the dental lab has their shrinkage rates and all of that, blah, blah, blah. And I say that, but this is the 4th set of these we've done over 3 years. And he's had a lot of problems with them. Now, I think some of that was, he was trying to get them done for, $6,000-$7,000, and now we're $40,000 into it, where if he had paid $30,000 up front, or $20,000 or $10,000 or whatever it was, you might have not had some of these issues, because you would have had a competent group of people working on them. But yeah, it's really make sure that this ridge doesn't change, right? Because this is the ridge they have intersecting with that jawline, or the tooth edge line, the carve line on the gums, right? This is literally a scan of his teeth, which is just wackadoodle.
Horrific.
Right? Yeah, try to eat a sandwich without your teeth. What the hell? But you can see here, I am well within, right? There's nothing coming through here. And so at the end of this, I'm considering it, and I think it might be okay, is I might take these, right, and drag this over, get it cut, and then I'm being obviously melodramatic here. And then when I do this part, that'll be dragged over and cut, and then those will fit like a perfect shape, right? And I might do that where these look a little bit more machined, because they meet perfectly down here. And you can see that this one moved.
Wouldn't it be easier for him and for you and for everyone involved to make it as one piece?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, that'd be great. But sadly, he had his teeth nubbed off on these things.
Yeah, but still, I mean,
I-
if the cap can go over one tooth, why can't they go over all of them?
He see this? You know what this is?
No, because there's a streamline. Oh yeah, okay.
You're like, no, I have no idea what you're talking about. That's a I ain't got no clue look.
It seems like that would be like so freaking ridiculous to try to fit though, because then you'd end up with pressure on some of the pegs more because nothing, you get that like it fits perfectly in one area, but it's pulling somewhere else. So yeah, I'd say individual on this because it's so specific.
But what's funny is 90% of the people who do this in one piece.
Yeah, like a grill is usually in one piece. I get that,
but they fit differently. I mean, that's not a. Yeah, whatever.
They aren't fitting all the way around the tooth, are they? Are they just on the?
No, they fit to the gum line.
Yeah.
Oh, really? They don't go all the way through?
No.
Oh well, who the hell knew?
I even knew that, Tomas, and I mean, really.
Yeah, grill makers usually get a dental negative that goes up to the gums, and then they mostly just cut the teeth off of it and build their wax around that. Because it's all about how it fits around the gums.
I really did have a guy come in, and he was highly convinced that we should make him a grill, and I got a good lesson in how they work and what would need to happen. And I mean, it wasn't like it was that big of a deal, but I just wasn't really wanting to do it.
Oh yeah, look, they don't. They're not in the back.
No.
Yeah, they're not in the back.
You would be an absolute psycho to try and put a grill through two teeth, like between two teeth.
Mm-hmm.
Now they do form around the back of the tooth, like it goes all the way around, but it doesn't go through.
Oh, I see. It's just
like what a boxer
clipping
wears.
on.
It's like
yeah, it's
like
clipping.
kind of like what a boxer wears, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
No, that's okay. Well, that makes a lot more sense.
No shit.
Look, there's your opal grill. Look at that.
Yeah. This
you
is
know you
alligator.
want to wear that.
This is alligator Jesus.
Wow. And on that note, I'm gonna go to bed here in a minute. This is a perfect.
Don't quit on alligator Jesus, man.
I know, right?
We'll call you back in when we're ready to set stones in these things.
Wow, $150. These are a lot cheaper than Sampa's grills. I just heard a Tony snort. I don't know if I've actually. Have you seen his jewelry? Oh, surprising! It's alligators.
So, Tomas, we have a question. Hey, look,
Oh.
Gadget Man. Do you ever print an FDM
No,
or with an FDM? No.
they don't have enough resolution for what I do.
Right.
Yeah. Let's see. What are they asking? Could you ask if you print an FDM? No. What detail limitations would you take into consideration to show enough information? Well, the only way that you're going to show enough information in an FDM is that if you make it huge. It's just now. Okay, now I'm talking out my butt because they may actually make. Because technically, if you think about it, a SolidScape is kind of an FDM, except it doesn't have a filament.
Yeah.
But it's it's an additive printer, right? An FDM is an additive printer. It's so technically, I guess they may make FDMs that function like a SolidScape, but as far as I know, they don't make an FDM that's small enough to get any kind of good detail. And I was
Until
like,
you get up to the several $100,000 metal printers for the jewelry industry, those are technically FDM, I think.
no, you're right. They come in spools, don't they?
Yeah.
And those are 50 microns.
Well, yeah, the ones that you get in spools are, I've seen what do they call it, like FL316, it's stainless steel, but the resolution is only as good as the 3D printer, and you can put it in anything.
Right, hold on, let's go. I think I had Mark Forge.
Oh yeah, we were talking about looking up Mark Forge this time, huh?
Yeah, I want to say that Mark Forge, because I saw, yeah,
Now they're
spools.
printing metal, like that's printing metal is what
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah.
and they also print carbon fiber. See, continuous fiber. They do a composite, and then they do metal. This
It
is a
works
really,
almost
idea
as
of doing the like what we were talking about with making dyes and getting into.
well, and the thing is that honestly, the resolution, I think it's 50 microns. So technically, that's not bad, you know. Yeah, see spools, and then
I think you went past it.
speaking of the devil, drilling guides. That's for spines, but that's what they make for teeth.
I saw
Yeah,
resolution info.
50 microns, Z layer. Oh, well, that's funny. That's their Z layer. They're not telling you what the XY is.
Mm.
Interesting.
Yeah, Z is easy. That's just a screw.
Yeah, that's just a mechanical function. But their details. Now, it's funny because all I've ever seen. Hold on, let's do this. Now, this is Desktop Metal. This is the other company that's doing desktop metal printers, right? And
There's a ton of them now.
Are
This
there?
isn't just the other one. There's so many.
Oh, wow. These are, I like the ideas of these because you can get the de-spruings a lot easier because they just don't cure the support material. It's powdery. They just kind of pop out, you know? But the surfaces and stuff are pretty nice, but I really want, so I know a guy here who owns he sells printers and engine type. They're really awesome, actually. But he has one set up. I want to give him one of my models and see what it does. Because I don't think this would print one of my green men or something like that. You'd have to kind of design around the parameters of the machine for sure. But, you know, because here, let's do metal printed jewelry. Yeah, Bathsheba. If you'll notice, most people aren't. You're not dealing with high detail because at the end of the day, it's still a sandy surface, and so you're going to have to spend a lot of time polishing it. But if you design it with that surface in, you know, in the part, you know, really that's not a horrible surface. I mean, I wonder what machine that's off of.
What metal is it growing it in?
Who knows?
Does it say?
So I saw desktop metal. I saw they have silver, copper, but there's just so much loss that precious metals cost a fortune on these.
Yeah, I was about to say it just doesn't seem very.
No, there was that Italian machine. Tony, do you remember who did that? That Italian printer that was at JCK a few years ago?
I don't remember the name, but that thing was a fortune.
Oh yeah, no, the printer cost a fortune. And the funny thing was, because it's powder, because it was different than this. It was almost like a reverse. Well, it was a laser centering.
Yeah.
So and then it would swipe and laser and swipe and it would fuse in the laser. Where this is, you know, applying goop too. And it had pretty good surfaces, but the problem is they were printing gold rings. And so the tank was about this big and about that deep.
Huh.
And they said it's like $3 million worth of gold powder just to fill the tank up. And that was years ago. I don't know. I imagine gold right now is a little pricey. I bet, if you had that machine, you filled it up when gold was cheaper, and at today's price, you might be able to mortgage, your house off of it or whatever. You'd pay your house off.
Oh my God, imagine. That's crazy.
I mean,
this is not viable. It's
but
like
you see what I
one
mean?
time we used to have our Revo B set up in the store where people could see it, and
yeah.
one time this guy's like, "Why don't you just mill the metal?" I'm like, "Do you know how much a block of metal?"
Yeah, right.
Let's just get a block of platinum. Throw it on there, no problem. Sure.
It's not like it'll just blow everywhere either. It's like,
no, it's not really.
I'll mill
economical
steel.
way of going about it.
Right. Do you remember what that mill was called, Tony? That you liked, that had the flat thing, and then the Russian company. What's the name of that mill?
Well, and Tony, did you ever see that there was that one engraving machine Christy Camillus was like repping for a little bit, and it was the Artesa, I think, and we looked at it. And it disappeared. I don't know. Like it looked to me like it probably took so much time to like actually get the computer to understand the depths and the everything. You had to go into Illustrator and trace it out and give everything the color, the layers that you wanted it, and how deep you wanted it to cut. But the demos that I saw, it was like that would be phenomenal. I mean, they were using it for like watch faces, and it actually cut more like a graver. It wasn't a diamond grinding, it was actually cutting.
I remember seeing those, and the cuts on some of the samples were amazing. But
yeah, that's what I remember being really impressed and wanting one, and then it just disappeared. I was like,
yeah, because the one cost like $11 million to make, and they were like, well, we can get this down to $3.5 million. Thanks.
It really, I admit, like that was the other thing. They were selling it pretty economically. I mean, I want to say it was like 20,000 or 25,000. I'm like, where did it go? Did it just really just drop off the face of the earth? Is it just gone? Is it still out there? I don't know. I don't go out and look at things enough to.
So, yeah, if my memory serves me right, and I'm trying to remember her name, she does engraver.com. Tara Mitchell.
Oh yeah,
Tara Mitchell.
I have her new setup. I like it. And then there's things like my Lindsay handpiece is just my Lindsay handpiece. I just love the.
Yeah, sorry, you're not going to get around to Lindsay.
And I love her setup. The only thing I'm having a hard time getting used to is that they 3D printed the whole handpiece.
Right.
Have you used it at all?
I taught my bench jeweler how to use it, set it up, and then that's the last time I touched it. So,
yeah. It's
so
nice. I mean, I have them both, and I am finding things like it's better for like stone setting and beading, and it's it's good
obviously
for cutting,
you don't have the Lindsay stone setting one. That's more of a hammer. No.
Tira was involved with that engraving machine, I think, for a while.
Was she? I'll have to ask her. Okay, I didn't know that.
I think she was, because I remember her telling me about it. And
I want to say she was as well. I think I remember that.
She showed me samples of it, and then the next day I knew
samples
she
were
was
amazing. We got as far as like I was gonna send them a design, and they were gonna cut it for me and send it back, and I don't know. I never did it.
Yeah, then she and her husband shifted to building benches and doing the end sets and other things. And
I still want a Leica telescope.
You still want a what?
A Leica telescope.
A Leica telescope. Ooh.
The microscopes.
I like my Leica microscope.
No. So at Jim's at Green Lake.
Telescope?
Yeah, no, I call it a telescope. So at Jim's at Green Lake, every desk has a microscope, right?
Yeah.
And we saw the Leica, and I was like, that's awesome. And I was telling Jim, I was like, dude, everybody else has microscopes. I said, everybody else has telescopes. I want that Leica telescope on my bench. And he goes, what the hell? Why do you ever want it? And he goes, it's not a telescope. It's a microscope. I go, oh no, you misunderstand. Every time I look through mine, I see stars. And he was like, oh my God, you jackass. He was like you're a CAD modeler. What are you going to do with a microscope? I'm like, look at little things and tell you need to polish them better. He was like, nope, you do not get a telescope, Tomas.
I don't know what I would do without my eyes are just gone. And so the other day I just wanted to put on my magnification to look at my computer.
Right.
And I did it.
Thank
and it
you.
worked really well. I like
Thank
it.
you.
I was like,
See, everybody needs a telescope.
everybody needs a telescope. I do love my Leica telescope. Best investment I ever made, that one.
What's so nice about the Leica?
That awesome swing arm.
Yeah, what's so nice about the Leica is that it's so forgiving. It's like you have a quarter inch of focus. You know what I mean? It's not like you have to, it's out of focus on like 2/200ths of a millimeter. Like you have room to move it around. There's just, it just seems like a much more forgiving.
It's got a nice working distance. Like the biggest thing, and that's like the thing is I've tried different of different things. It's like the working distance is always the key, like that you forget about until you're actually working and you're like, okay, yeah, so you got to have that working distance. That's key.
I'm still very disappointed in Jim for not getting me a telescope. I didn't think that was very fair at all. Everybody else got one.
Your desk looked so sad comparatively. Not nearly as fancy.
Well, not really. Did you ever... Hold on. Hold on.
He has a beautiful store. I've seen pictures of their setup. It's pretty freaking amazing.
I haven't been to the new store yet.
It's nice.
That's what,
actually.
I love that case that they like. The new store they kind of went all out on. Like their
the one with the tree growing through it.
Yeah, that one. Yeah,
that was actually in the old store.
Was it the old store? I've never been to either of their stores because I haven't been out there.
But it looks so much better in. Speaking of spikes for Sampa, there's some head spikes for Sampa. Dork. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the picture. There was
that case with the tree. That's pretty sweet.
A publicity image of me sitting at the desk, and it's really funny because once again Jim just, I know he hated my desk.
I found a picture the other day of you at the bait and tackle shop.
Really? Wow, that's a
Sitting
long damn time ago. Oh my, yeah. Hold on.
While you're looking, you got another question. Have you ever tried to print wood or chocolate?
I have printed chocolate. Well, okay. I made molds that they then poured into. So no, I've never printed chocolate. And no, I have not done either. But both seem really entertaining.
I've printed wood before.
Yeah,
it's pretty neat. I mean, well, I have an FDM printer, and it's just essentially powdered bamboo mixed into PLA.
Yeah.
But as it extrudes, I mean, it really looks like bamboo. You lose a lot of the grain, obviously, but you can still tell, like, oh, this is supposed to be a wooden thing, isn't it?
So, Henry, I have a question.
Uh-oh.
I think you actually used the picture. The picture, so there's this picture, right, of me in the front, but there's one with me sitting from the side and my hands kind of on the Wacom and you can see my desk behind me.
Yeah.
Can you find that picture? Is it possible to post that?
No.
Is it possible to drop it into Discord and I can show it from there?
Yes.
Okay. You're like, nope. You're like, nope. Just stop talking.
The real question is, are you willing to figure out how to post that? No.
No.
Are you willing to drop it into Discord? Sure.
Well, I don't know. Some things are easy. He's like, nothing you've asked yet has been easy. I'm like, I don't know. It's easy for me. I said, hey, can you do this? And it happens.
Yeah.
It's magic. See, you blew it. You did it all in one night. And I was like, what?
I've been sitting here the past, how long has it been? About 5 hours working on your about page. It's done. Damn it.
You are
the picture's in Discord.
You're a rock star. Jesus. I mean, like, literally, is this something that can happen? Is it, where is it? How do I
in
find
the Twitch stream chat channel, it's got a,
oh, there.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
if you look at all these dumb toys I had. And this, like, the clients are right here. And everyone else has these beautiful workbenches and this and that. And, oh, remember, wait. So, Henry, remember I said about how I can't work with Post-its? I just want you to experience this real quick.
Right. I see quite a few of them.
There's a
See
lot
these?
of Post-its around.
You know what? I did not look at those once. And, oh, wait, here's some more. See, that one fell off. I was not a very good Post-it person. But all this were these dumb toys, and they went all the way down, like, to here. And this is the next desk, right? And they have all their jewelry bench stuff. And it's just me with a bunch of stupid toys. I mean, like, I have some great toys. None of them were here. These were, like, just the biggest collection of ding-dongery ever. If they were coming in here for custom bridal, and I'm like, this is the first seat. I'm right in the front. And I'm like, look, but hold on. Wait for it. I know you can see it. Hold on. Let's see. Wait, little arm coming up. There's a little hinge right there. It comes out.
I just emailed you that pic.
Right? It's a little like a telescope. It would have made that picture perfect. People out there have no clue what I'm talking about. They think I'm an idiot. Well, once again.
It just would have made you look a little more important. I mean, it just makes you look more important when you have a microscope. I mean, sorry, a telescope, as you. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, they see it and they're like, oh, he's super official. Look at that.
Look at that. He's got a telescope. He can see the stars.
He must need to see important things.
From your desk? Question mark?
What's that?
From your desk? How are you using a telescope at your desk?
No.
I don't even see a window.
No. Jewelers' microscopes. You know, a bench jeweler, you have a microscope for setting and stuff.
I'll send you a picture tomorrow, Henry, of my my Leica telescope. As you call it.
I know a Leica microscope.
Right. So.
But I don't know a Leica telescope.
Well, okay. So just wait. So every desk at Jim's shop had a microscope. And I was like, hey, I want a microscope. And he's like, you're not getting a microscope. And I'm like, hey, I want a microscope. He's like, you're not getting a microscope. And then I was like, hey, I want a telescope. I want a Leica telescope. And he was like, what are you talking about? And I was like, the Leica telescope. And he goes, Tomas, that's a microscope. I go, oh, no. I go, every time I look through it and look at my stuff, all I see is stars. He was like, you're fired. He's like, you're a jackass. He's like, no, you're not getting a telescope. You know what? I did sculpt with layers and light. Because in a physical sculpture, you are sculpting in reflectivity. You stand back through it and you see how the light's reflecting off your surfaces. And it becomes something you walk around it and you're like, oh, get that line. Oh, get that line. Cat, mute me. And then I'm assuming it's you. And so it's something you intrinsically do as a physical sculptor. But when I switched to digital, I didn't realize that it was something I did. So it took me a year or two to kind of start to develop that's what needed to happen. Because I'll go back and look at older models and I'm like, oh, I wasn't doing that, you know. If we go back to, let's go to ink metal real quick. Oh, wait. You all see me typing, right? Those aren't it. Oh, there it is. Look at that. Hold on, let's see what like a telescope looks like.
You got to look it up with the swing arm.
Ah,
gotta
look at
have the
that.
swing arm, dude.
They have telescopes. Not nearly as impressive. Well, actually, that's pretty sexy right there. I'm lying. That's pretty awesome.
They probably have them that you can take a picture through it.
I know. I really want. Once I realized my camera takes great night shots, I really discovered that I kind of like astrophotography. It's pretty rad. I'm just gonna show people if they don't know.
What's that one with the red coming out of the end of it? That just looks fancy. It's like 4 rows down and 1 over. That was crazy.
I thought you meant this one. So these are the meteor showers. And that's the fire, and that's the color it makes everything look. And look, there's the Big Dipper back there. Look at that. Come on, that is cool.
Is that a comet in that one or something shooting across?
Yeah, these
the
are
sky?
this was the meteor shower thing.
Oh, yeah.
And I got some pretty good ones.
Ashley's losing her mind.
Oh, come on. Yeah, up there. My backyard's pretty awesome.
Yeah, lucky you don't live in the city.
Look at that. Are you kidding me? So cool. Oh, look, there's one right there. Soup. It's funny, and you don't notice them unless they're this big. It's like, hey. And these are just the JPEGs that it sends to my phone. These are, these are like 56 gig images. They're 62 megapixel.
Just then you moved your cursor and it's like right now it's becoming part of the constellation. Then it moved and I was like, oh,
wait,
I need to go to bed.
Tricky.
Now the stars are moving.
You're like, wait a minute. I know.
We got another question, Tomas.
ZBrush is totally going to fire me. I know it. They're like, dude, what are you doing? Yeah, what can I do?
So I lost the question. What's the optimal number of polygons for printing? So what do you decimate to?
So I try to decimate to about 1 million polys. That usually is more than enough to retain the detail you need. That's going to print at about 25 microns. I judge everything on 25 microns. That's what I print at. That's what I want. And if I could print at 9 by 9, I'd print 9 microns. But I'd print 2 microns if I could. I'm that wacky. But 1 million for the most part does it. There are some models that just have high detail everywhere. And you can go up to 2 million. But I really try to keep my models as small as possible because you never know what computer the printer's using. And when I say the printer, I mean the people who are doing printing. Like if you're sending models out and you don't want your model to be the thing that's choking out their printer. And so I just find that 1 million is a really safe number. And I try to keep everything in that 1 million range. And like I said, if it's a beast of a model, I'd go up to 2 million. But 2 million decimation, if you can't get your detail out of 2 million decimated points, I don't know what you're doing because I do really tiny, weird stuff. And yeah. So I would say keeping it in that 1 million range is usually the safest way to go about it.
Has the Formlab software ever choked on a model that was too big for you?
Yeah, I've choked out Formlabs a few times, but that's usually because I forgot to decimate it. So I send in, you know, I think I sent it a 16 gigabyte file. It didn't
I'll
like
probably
that.
do it.
Yeah, no, it had no desire to open a 16 gigabyte file.
I do love your description of sculpting with light. That's been like a huge game changer to think about it that way. I totally didn't think about that before.
Yeah. Well, I don't think, well, it's funny because in computers, there is, see, you know, everyone's like, oh, we're sculpting in 3D. We're not. This is a two-dimensional object, right? I mean, there is no real light. I don't care how good a render you do. It is never reality. And, you know, I just think that you have to impose restrictions that are tied to reality, because for us, we're trying to get these models out of the computer. I mean, if you're doing character modeling and crap, I guess, I mean, you don't need it. But I think that, you know, honestly, you'd build better models if you're thinking about it, because you're actually putting, you know, real information into your model, and you're not depending on the computer to do that thinking for you. And yeah, you know, no matter what, we are moving surfaces and planes to get reflective properties that are going to achieve the surface we want. So, you know, it's important, I think. But
well, I've always found it like when you're drawing 2D, right? And or you're thinking what's happening when you're going around, or you should be, but you don't always think that because you're on that 2D surface.
Yep.
And this you're 2D, but it is going around something
you're drawing it. You can rotate it, yeah.
That's been kind of an interesting thing as I'm learning to work with it. You know, it's like the way it pushes and the way you're like, okay, it's drawing with the shape, not just with the 2D.
Yep, no, it definitely is. And, you know, how they've integrated it, you know, how ZBrush and the Wacoms work and stuff, it's really impressive. It impresses me, but, you know, I was someone who played around with mud for 30 years before I ever opened a computer. You know, it's like, the fact that I've made computers my life is actually probably one of the greatest cosmic jokes ever. It's just like, are you kidding me, you idiot?
Say goodnight to Ashley.
Oh, Ash, I'm sorry to see you leave. I will see you hopefully next week. What days do you stream? I'm sorry, Ash. Oh, crap. Ash. Oh, too bad.
I think.
Ash does the best slobber in the industry. How she uses, I just love her slobber. It's hysterical. She's like, Tomas, stop saying you love my slobber in public. Fair enough.
So we've got a question. Eric wants to know, do you listen to music while you work?
I do not, actually. So, I am myopic OCD. And I get really weird when I listen to music. I mean, like, I can listen to music, but I don't focus. I use it, like, when I'm tripping and stuff, you know, music's great. But for work, it's hell because I zone out and I can get into loop reasoning really quickly. And, you know, I can't have a 18-hour song. So, you know, even an album is what, an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. If you get a really wacky one, it's 4 hours. Well, that means I have to then decide on what I'm going to listen to next. And it's not going to be the same. So now I have a different mental rhythm with it. And so I listen to books. Because my subconscious locks on the storyline. And I listen to a lot of sci-fi because, like, I like a lot of other kinds of books, but So I was really stoked because I could never get Gravity's Rainbow on Books on Tape, and it's one of my favorite books ever, ever, ever. But Pynchon is not an easy read. I mean, it's a book you have to pay attention to, and it drove me nuts because I wasn't paying attention to it. You know, because literally he's changing environments and things are shifting and things are changing, and if you're not paying attention to it, it's tricky to keep up, even if you know the book. And so I listened to a lot of sci-fi fantasy, and more recently a lot of kind of history stuff, because if I zone out just a little, I know what's going on. And so I listen to a lot of sci-fi. Also, a lot of sci-fi is really long. Like I can get 23-hour books, 24-hour books. And because, you know, really the percentage of books written run about 5 to 8 hours. Well, I'm working 16 to 18 hours a day. I'm going through 2 books a day. That gets expensive. And I have, how many books do I have? Yes. Hold on, let's see. So I have 2 accounts. I have one in England and one here. And so I have more books than this, but in my library, cancel. In my library, I have 1,158 books, and I've listened to most of them. And so, I listen to a lot of books. So I find that books actually keep me focused much better than no problem. So yeah, music's a tough thing for me. Like I can't drive with music on very well because once again I can sort of zone out. So no, music's not a good thing for me to work with.
Rough. Catherine says good night. She just left.
Quitter. Good night. Oh yeah, I listen to classic sci-fi. Actually, I think one of my favorite writers of just writers is oh, come on, Tomas, you have a bad brain. Ian Banks. I think he's just a spectacular writer. I think he's incredible. And so when in his sci-fi books, he writes as Ian M. Banks. And then things that are not sci-fi is Ian Banks. And his sci-fi and his not sci-fi are it's fantastic literature. He's awesome. I really like Melville, what's his name? Railsea, and he's a kind of funny name. Herman Melville. It was like, what is his name? Sorry, I'm sitting here looking up authors. October.
What did you write?
The Real Sea and hold on. China Melville. His name's China Melville, Mieville. He's written some absolutely fantastic books. I really dig his writing. there's a book, because it's almost like this sort of nouveau, or I mean, noir sort of stuff, but it's also wacky, intelligent sci-fi. He wrote one book that I absolutely love. God, what's it called? Sorry. So it's sort of like this war story, like, you know, the what do you call it? The underground in France? I can't remember. So it's that, but they're Nazis, but there are also these monsters that have broken through, and the monsters are physical realizations of surrealistic and Dada sculptures, and so he's taken these very famous images, and they're monsters that are invading Paris, and it's wartime. Oh my God, it's just, yeah, China Melville is just absolutely awesome.
Lists one of his inspirations is H.P. Lovecraft, so that makes sense.
Yeah, you know, it's funny, and I don't mean it in the sense of poor, you know, with the whole Black Lives Matter and stuff, I think it's actually very good that we are challenging some of the Last Days of New Paris, I think is what it's called. Maybe. Yeah, Peridot Street Station, The City. Oh my God, that's a great book. I think it's The Last Days of New Paris. It's one of those. But, you know, the whole thing about, you know, Lovecraft was just a rabid racist. And, you know, white supremacist in many ways. But what I find interesting about his work is that, and I mean, I don't think anyone should ever, like, an apologist for him, you know, I mean, no, he should be held to task. To be fair, I also think that it's very difficult to hold figures of our past to modern day critiques, because the world was a different place then, and what was acceptable was a different thing, and it's a very tricky thing, because cancel culture, I think, can be very damaging. The thing about Lovecraft that I find fascinating is that, and what drew me to it as a kid, is there's this just abject terror. These aren't monsters you can fight. You can't even look at them without your brain exploding. You'll never win. It's so hopeless that, you know, there's just no context in which you're going to win. And I always found that fascinating, this total, like, how is this functioning within a system where you don't stand a chance? You know, you look at one of the things, you go nuts. And I don't think anyone brought that type of thing, that feeling, to literature at that point. And, you know, it's knowing now, you know, it's been exposed much more that, you know, he was such a rabid racist, that how much of that fear was fear of other, you know, because that's what everything is in the books, is this fear of other. And, you know, it's just it's an interesting thing because he's not right now. I mean, as now we know he is a racist, you can go back and say, oh, well, see, this is, you know, a parallel for that, and blah, blah, blah. Sure. But yeah, I don't know. I found the work compellingly horrifying. And I don't know, like I said, cancel culture is tricky, because I don't want to apologize for him, and I'm not saying it's okay, and I'm not saying that behavior is good, but there's something in his literature particularly, and it could be that fear of race, you know, this, because there's a thing that he wrote about the docks in New York, and it might as well have been one of his horror stories. You know, he's talking about the filth and the this and the that, and it winds up that he's talking about people, and you're like, oh goodness. All right, HP.
woof. That is a hot potato you've got there.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's tricky because, how do you deal with the past in the contexts of contemporary society, And I think that is something that we as a culture are going to have to come to deal with because, it becomes so volatile and so heated that, yeah, well, I mean, this isn't the forum for it, obviously.
Yeah, we certainly have a lot to improve in society.
Yeah, and, and we should be held to task. I'm not saying, oh, well, no, don't do it. But, it's tricky because, if you think about, when the Taliban blew up all of the Buddha statues, the big Buddha statues, the concept of erasing history, I think, is as dangerous as retaining it as, the Southern statues and things like that. I don't think we should destroy these things because then we will forget that they exist. I think that we should be. Go ahead.
Their memory can be in history books. It's on Wikipedia. It's preserved in enough places. And when there's people actively protecting them because they idolize those people for the reasons that are bad.
No. I could. You will not hear me hesitate about. I'm not defending keeping the statues by any means. But I think that, so like I don't know if any of you been to Richmond, where no, not Richmond. What am I talking about? What city? Where the big Robert E. Lee statue is.
America.
Yeah, but it's a city. It's a capital city. Is it? Yeah, Richmond, right? Where they have. Yeah. And so they have this huge, it's Monument Row. It's like a mile and a half, and it's all this Civil War statuary. And so they've been removing them. And I was like, well, how much more interesting would it be? I understand removing most of them, but you have this, it is the center of this thing. It's basically, it's a huge phallus with Robert E. Lee on a horse on top of it. And I was like, how much more interesting would it be if, and it's a road going in both directions, and you have this big strip, the center of the road that goes up, right? And I was like, how much more interesting would it be if you took, and I looked it up, and it was like 2.7 million slaves were sold through the thing in Richmond. It was a little more than I was expecting. But if you had a statue, and starting at one end, and you go to the statue where you have a single figure that's taller than his statue, and you have 2 million figures representing, the the growth of the Black culture in Richmond. So from a slave figure to a contemporary man, woman, whatever, person, and you jam that block with 2 million representations of people, and then you're visually getting a context of what this thing meant. I think that art's a lot more powerful, where we can figure out context, where we take a handful of these things and turn them into teaching tools. And, that would be a much more powerful statement and gesture. Maybe, I'm not, maybe. I think that, just destroying them and blowing things up is as dangerous, because did you see there was that, the Pew survey, and they figured that like 40% of people under 40 don't know what Auschwitz is.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
And then those numbers, they get even crazier than that. I mean, it's like, it was like 30% of people under 30 don't know, that this happened. You're just like, what? And I think that, if we made visual icons that represent these things, as opposed to just making it go away, but you create, if you had some of those, let's say Auschwitz, you, once again, put you put a statue for every person that died there, it becomes something that's tangible. Because once again, the monkey can't think in cosmic scale numbers. I always love the quote, and I don't know the number exactly. Maybe someone who types very fast can find out. It's like, how long would it take you to count to 1 trillion? It's like 38,000 years is what it would take to count to 1 trillion if you counted, a number a second or whatever it is. But it's something like that.
At least 1.1 million.
Years?
No, sorry. How many people died at Auschwitz?
Yeah. I don't know. Have any of you seen 1 million people? What's the biggest sports stadium in America?
Oof, I don't know. Hey, I'm going to change the subject soon. It feels like this is.
Well, I'm just saying.
For a while.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that, but through art, I think that those things can be represented realistically. I mean, in the sense of these are the context of what these things were, not just, oh, look, we're going to make it go away.
Yeah, I think that it certainly sends a more powerful message to the people who are willing to go look for it.
Yeah. And if it's in the middle of Richmond Street,
then
you don't have to look very far.
Okay, so Saeed wants to know, is posable symmetry, will posable symmetry work with ZBrush?
Well, if you ZBrush symmetrically, yes. Even though, it's so funny, I have not used posable symmetry in probably 13 years.
I was going to say, that doesn't seem like something you'd use very often.
Yeah, no, it's funny. It's not, because it never, my models are just too big, basically. It never, but now with the subtool things, I wonder if posable, no, there's no way in the hell it would. I was going to say, I wonder if posable symmetry will work with, well, here, let's just look. No, okay, hold on. No. Be smart, Tomas. Quick save. That's the other thing. Posable symmetry always blew up when I tried to do things, but posable symmetry is not meant to be used with a 30 million poly model. Very important lesson. Oh, I'm the last today. There's no one who streams as late as I do. Sorry. I try to stay here late so people who don't get to participate in the
I think
ZBrush
it's
live.
tomorrow in some places.
Well, fair enough.
Well, I mean, technically it's tomorrow here now.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know. There's a ZBrush live schedule out there.
Yeah, I'm pasting it now.
Oh, cool.
Up next, Maria Panfilova at 10 a.m. 10 a.m. my time.
Yeah. She's cool. She's talented. Well, everyone they have is talented. No, that wasn't self-aggrandizing. Everyone they have is just magnificent. They're awesome. They're just ZBrush gods, every single one of them.
Okay, next question. Do you use a normal tablet or do you prefer Cintiq? Is there a big difference to work directly on the display?
There's a huge difference.
I agree.
And I don't think I would be able to do this without a Cintiq. My dyslexia tablets, I can't use them. I mean, it's like an Etch-a-Sketch. I draw this way, it goes that way, I do that. And so by me being able to touch the area that I'm working on, it allows me to have a slightly more relative relationship with my my working surface, I guess. But yeah, I've always had a Wacom. I've always had a Cintiq. When I saw one, I bought a Cintiq before I purchased a computer, actually, long before I was using ZBrush. I just saw it. I was like, okay, that's how I'm going to have to interact with a computer, because I just could never do it. Mice make no sense. I suck at it. So I'm a big Cintiq fan. And as far as the other brands go, I don't know. I've never used any of them. I've always had a Cintiq. I like the company, so I'm kind of a big supporter of them. I would, I just,
Yeah.
they're good. They're a good company. They're cool people. I like them.
The products work. They look great. I've used cheaper brands, Huion specifically, and it was great. They just don't make them big enough. The resolution is lower, and I think Wacom, as you pronounce it. I think it's as everyone but me pronounces it.
It's Wacom.
I've always called it Wacom.
Yeah, no, it's Wacom. It's Japanese words. It means balance and work. Wacom.
I think
Wacom.
I think the biggest advantage with them is the parallax. They really have that figured out.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they invented the technology too. It's it's like, I think they're just no matter what, if you're buying a different brand at this point, you're buying a fake
knockoff.
Wacom. Right. Because I still think they hold the patents and stuff for the technologies. And, I mean, even, you got to think, even the early Microsoft Touch, Microsoft, right? Touch, isn't that what their little computer thing's called?
Yeah.
Yeah. Those actually licensed Wacom technology, and then they got all crabby, and that didn't happen anymore. But
And the pens are still interchangeable.
Are they?
I think
Oh, that's
so.
fascinating. So why does it, every time they update, ruin my Wacom drivers?
Now that's another question. That's because it's Microsoft.
Exactly. Bastages. I think it's on purpose.
Probably.
Dude, it's just like, dude, every single time you update, you destroy my tablet. It's like, come on. Come on now. No? Really? Oh my God, that's horrifying news, actually.
I don't want to ask, I assume. Oh, but you're talking about Microsoft 11?
Yeah.
That would be horrific.
Oh my God. It's like, no.
10 is working about as well as any Windows product ever has, except for Windows 98, which could not be stopped.
Right? Wow.
But it'll never get that good again. There's too many features.
Yeah, there's just too much going on. I mean, it's like every time I open Photoshop, I just sit there and it's just like, what? I've used this program from before it was released, and I have no damn clue what half of it is anymore. I'm just like, I don't even understand. And you open it up, and it is now such a hog. You open Photoshop up, and your computer just goes, and I have a beast. It's like, oh.
I have bad news. Saeed is not kidding.
No.
Saeed is not kidding. Windows 11 pre-orders open now.
No.
Oh no, Saeed, what have you done? You have ruined my night. I'm going to have to learn all about Windows 11. God, I hope it runs over Linux.
Wouldn't that be awesome?
Well, there's a lot of oh Lord, oh, it's so late. Anyway, there's a lot of the Linux core command line built into Windows 10.
Well, didn't didn't basically Windows 10 and Mac kind of shift to open source Unix or something like that? Didn't they both change sort of their...
Yeah, so a Mac has always been a prettied up variant of Linux.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
They're very tightly integrated. Yeah. It's got a lot of sort of encryption and nonsense built over top of the shell, but it's still just a basic bash shell.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, it's Linux through and through.
Oh, fascinating.
But Windows has always kept itself so far distant that the two couldn't even communicate. But they've, as of Windows 10, they started introducing the Linux core into the product.
Okay, I thought I remember reading something, but like I said, I don't know crap. So I still read things, they don't necessarily help, but I try to read and stay on top of at least some things, Well, what's that mean? Oh, hell if I know, but I heard it's happening.
Yeah. It means hopefully someday I only have to remember one set of commands and they'll work across all three OSs.
Yeah. Good luck.
Yeah.
That sounds like socialism.
That's fine.
I don't know what I think about that. Oh my God. Wow, Windows 11. Goodness gracious.
I might have been lied to. No, yeah, okay. I fell victim to misinformation. My apologies. Windows 10 will be the last version of Windows.
What?
I'm reading an answer from the the answers.microsoft.com forum. Somebody said, I just heard a rumor that Windows 11 is coming out in 2020. Is that true? No.
Nope. Well. So Windows 10 will be the last version of Windows.
That's what it says. I think that's worded very oddly. Windows 10 will be the last version of Windows to get feature updates. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, that's an odd statement.
It's a really odd statement. Yeah. But the next version is going to be called Windows 10 version 2000 and whatever. So it's going to be Windows 10.
Well, they're going to make it better?
No, it'll be the same, just with more crap out of them.
You're like, not a chance they're going to make that better.
No. The best you can hope for is that the next update won't accidentally delete your My Documents folder.
Right? That's an important one.
It totally has in the past.
I'll never forget when, because we were on Mac then, and I guess they went from, it's FAT versus
what's the block they use?
Something to FAT, and Norton's hadn't updated that yet, and so Norton's came out with a new version, but it basically converted, when it did it, it shuffled your files to FAT as opposed to whatever, and it completely destroyed my drive.
I think it's got to be NTFS.
Yeah. NTFS to FAT or FAT to NTFS, whatever it was. And it completely just shuffled my drive. It just, I was just like, what?
Yep.
Luckily, my business partner at the time he knew I was a jackass probably more than anything else, but he made me back up every week, and I had just backed up, so I lost maybe 4 days of work, but still,
it's a good thing to do.
That's horrifying. I like the idea of Carbonite. I mean, that seemed like a really kind of clever thing where you just back everything up, but it's so slow, it's completely worthless to me. I can't. I mean, yeah. Oh, sure, that'll back up in the next 6 weeks. Well, if I crash in that time, it's like.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a network connected RAID here soon because my hard drives are making a lot of noise and they're way too expensive to replace.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, I think I have 109 terabytes of drives.
Yeah.
And I really need to come up with a solution to one. I mean, that's double, right? That's backups in there as well. But I have drives that are half full because I'm trying to shuffle things to get to one thing to get to the other. And I don't have a drive big enough where I can put one subject on it. And, I just need, I saw, I think, is it G drives? Is it, what I'm talking about? G drives?
Like in the cloud?
No. It's a company, G, I think.
No, I don't.
They used to be Mac drives, but they make good drives. And they have one that is 28 terabytes that's like $1,200.
Mm-hmm.
I need to get something like that. Really, I need to get 3 of something like that and really go through and edit and label my files and really get things a little bit more organized, because right now I am a disaster. Because I save all my quick saves, and I think I'm like probably the only person in the world that does that. Everyone's like, I'm an idiot for doing that. But I have provenance for every design I do. And if there's a lawsuit, I can prove that I designed these things because I have them in all kinds of different states, where if you copied me, you have one model, I'll make a wager, and so I can prove provenance.
Yep.
But I don't have enough money at this point. Who would I ever go after on the Sugar Skull? I mean, everyone's knocked that damn thing off now.
But there's another one that I was looking at recently that has been knocked off so many times. Let me see what your stupid name for it is.
Oh no!
Oh, this one's not bad. Hanya.
Oh yeah. Oh, Hanya. Well,
Hanya is all over Instagram, but it's not.
Hanya is all over Instagram. It's Hanya, so all of those are actually based on very traditional, very specific traditional no masks.
Mm-hmm.
So I can tell you what mask that's based off of, right? And so Hanya is pretty universal. I mean, it's 100 million.
Fine.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying I was inspired by traditional art.
And this silver ring I saw once.
No. I'm just
kidding.
I actually have the reference books that I based them on. I thought the accuracy of the characters was something I thought was kind of important, because there's a lot of glorification and weirdness in them, and where I think the characters and the stories of the characters are just awesome. I love No Theater. I don't know if you've ever seen No, but it's cool.
No.
It appeals to me greatly. I like me some No. See, there's a lot of space in between that one. Right? I think I like it where if I can get these to look like they're almost fused together there, that'll be a little bit more mechanically.
Yeah.
I kind of want to fill it in and make it look a little flatter. I think that'd be cool. But then am I changing the designs and it'll have something that won't fit again? Does it sound like I gained too much pleasure from that? You sadistic twit. See, that just seems like it's in the wrong place. Was that a Tony groan?
Clearing my throat.
Doesn't seem like that moved. See, this is the problem. If you screw this up, it becomes a real issue. And see, that is definitely not in the right place. Well, is it? I mean, it looks pretty good on the... I think the model moved. Yeah. So their model is correct. Mine has moved. That's what I needed to know. Okay. But see, sadly, it's in the right place right there, kind of. Yeah, I think it just moved down here.
Tony, have you ever tried casting somebody's teeth?
Yeah, years ago. I know a bunch of dentists, so I've done some weird things with teeth.
I've done some weird things with dentists. I have the Speedo story.
Not telling that one.
Oh my God, people are friggin' hysterical.
He's a mayor now. I can't tell that story.
No. Oh my God.
Not here.
No, not here. I have to sit and bite my tongue as because I'm on Pixologics.
Yeah.
Gotta wait till Friday. Then you can say whatever you want.
But dentists are notorious for making. They go to dental school. They learn how to do lost wax casting, and then they all start playing with it. And they are the most notorious ugly jewelry makers in the world. I mean, they make the most horrific crap you've ever seen. And we did have a guy who, very wealthy dentist, and we did a necklace for his wife where he had set beautiful emeralds. We had to set beautiful emeralds in these. So he had done the teeth of her mouth, her teeth, and then we cast them into like a chiclet necklace and set emeralds in it. It was unbelievably ugly. So, and a fortune too. I mean,
did it have sort of a macabre charm, or was it really ugly?
Oh no, it was
no. It was really ugly.
Yeah, it's some things they're kitschy or whatever. But this was just it was just such an amazing waste of beautiful stones. She did not have beautiful teeth. It really looked like. I gotta bite my tongue here. I'll just say it looked like chiclets.
See, that is not. Hold on.
What problem you having, Tomas? Tell us about it.
Oh, well, the thing is that by separating all these things, I can't lose the association, right? I can't lose their relationship to one another. And of course, they
from a design perspective.
No, the fitting perspective.
Yeah.
The design, the design would be super easy if it's, if that's all I was thinking about. But, I had to rotate it. And they have these loose teeth just sitting out here. These have nothing to do with anything. So these aren't them, right? And so I have these teeth. And then I squared them up so they're usable, right? So I'm going to come here and do this. And now we're going to come here. So I need to bring this in. And let's hide everybody but this. We got you. And we have you. We're going to bring you up here for right now. We're going to put you down here because I don't know what the hell you are. And so now, let me hide this. Let's just make sure these have not changed. But you see I had to make it square, so if I'm cutting front, I always have those in line.
Right.
So we take this guy, and actually, you know the best thing I should do? Hold on. Append star. Let's go here. Import. Where's downloads? New teeth. 1st of March. No, that's the old one. So I need full metal teeth design, jaw with teeth. Okay. Because I separated them so I can move everything. And for some reason, I just need to make sure that I have not lost, because I needed to project the old one to the new one, sort of thing. And this is it with it all together, right? All on one subtool. Mm-hmm. So I need to, come on. Oh, damn it. What is going on? Oh, it's the damn paint. Ugh. I was like, why is that looking like it's masked? And I just kept sitting there trying to unmask it, and it wasn't masked. Okay, we got you.
Real quick, is there a limit to the number of subtools you can have in ZBrush?
You know what? I don't know. I've never reached one.
Potato? He doesn't know.
I've never reached one, so that's a good question. I don't know. I'm sorry. I wish I had more information. Okay. All right. We're gonna hide you. Okay. And so now I have to make sure everyone is calibrated, because by talking and sitting here and yabbering and ding-a-ling-a-ling, I have no idea if I've completely porked these. Who knows? I'm not sure. Transparent. Let's go right here. Nope, that's not what I want to do. We need to go here. Nope, no, stop doing that. We need to come back down here. Alright, that's not quite there. See, this is where being able to tap would be super nice. You know, where it could go like this and tap, tap, tap. And so the move precision allows us to move back and forth, but I can't rotate precision.
No, there's rotate precision. Because I used to do it before I figured out how to use the gizmo in the. Oh God! Now I've got your UI on it. I don't know where anything used to be.
You're not talking about in deformation, are you?
I might be.
Rotate right here.
Yes. Yeah. Wait. If you move that slider to 90, it's 90 degrees, right?
Good point. So now the question is, I want to rotate along the y-axis. Hold on. We're this way. I want to rotate along the y-axis, and I just need it to go like.
Yeah, the slider caps out at 180. So yeah, they're degrees.
Okay, but I need to go boom. No. Okay, rotate. I need to go like 0.01. Okay, first of all, wrong axis. How am I? No, this, stop. What have you done? Hold on. Wait for it. Wait for it. Think about this for a second, Tomas. You have a consistent reference image. Where are those teeth? How can I need to hide. Yes. Yes. Okay. Auto group. Hide. Tap. No. Turn the damn gizmo off. Tap. Mask. Tap. Mask. Tap. Mask. Tap. Mask. Tap. Mask. Tap. Mask. Hide parts. It's like I don't even know what. No, other way around. Hide parts. There we go. So now we have the gums and the gums. This is slightly out of syncy thingy here, right? So what are we going to do? We are going to project it to the master part, because this is close. I mean, like this is like 100th of a millimeter off or whatever. So I am going to go here, and we are going to project all. Now we're going to have weird deep cracks and stuff because these are all separate pieces, but that's okay. Oh, there we go. So now we know that this piece is now calibrated to the actual piece. And it doesn't matter if that's smooth because I'm not dealing with any of this. I'm just getting some weird things that I'm distrusting where I might have hit something and rotated it a little and I'm like,
Right.
So it's just easier to kind of hit a calibration point. So we know that this is an appropriate relationship with these guys. Oh, hold on, undo that. I want this to function as one piece. Okay. Boop, we've just changed the, yeah. Okay. So they're in relationship with this guy. So now we come down here and we hit these guys. So now these teeth are what they sent us, right? So
right.
Right? Right. Okay, so these are the teeth that I am making. These are the new teeth. So let me, what are these? Who the hell knows? We're going to throw those in loose teeth. We're going to bring this up here. We are going to, oh, we're going to go back to you. Okay. These teeth are what the lab sent us. This tooth is what I am trying to get to work. So see, we moved. You see what I mean? That's not sitting on that calibrated part. So the question is, did this move so much up here that it's an issue? And this one isn't telling us, but this one is. So let's actually turn these guys on. So no, that's okay. They're a little off, but see, I just have to reproject this back to the old piece. Okay, so this piece, let us come here. Okay, so that's what these were and this was. So actually, I'm going to take these into old piece. I'm going to take you guys, and we're going to go like this, and we are going to split hidden. So these are the appropriate teeth in the appropriate position. Let's turn these guys off. No, these are the appropriate teeth keyed into the appropriate position. All right, so now we're going to take you and I'm going to duplicate you. And I'm going to drag you right here because these are the teeth we're working on. And now let's get these in the right order. We got 1, 2, nope, 3, nope, 4, nope, 5. So that's, yep, okay. So these are 1, 2, 1, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Uh-oh, what are you? Oh, okay, you're fine. Okay. So these are in the appropriate place and the appropriate position. And they are keyed. So this, let's hide everybody. This, we're going to select you. We're going to hide you. We're going to hide you. And we need this to project to that, right? Because this is the correct piece. This is. And this is my old model. If we go project all. Oh yeah, no, I use keys all the time. I mean, technically, that's kind of what we're doing here, even. Yeah, but keys are very useful tools, without a doubt.
Are there different kinds of keys?
Sure. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's just whatever shape you want it to be. You know, most of the time, people are using square keys, square pointed keys. That way they can't rotate. Like, if you're just using pens, it can rotate on the pen, right? So you want to use, frame. And this is how I move things around and screw up the other model because I keep doing this. But that's okay.
Don't do it.
I have to. If I'm going to...
New tool.
If I'm going to... Oh, I am in a new tool. I'm just saying, somehow or another, by hopping around, I lose context of where I was, and I get sloppy and don't pay attention and mess things up. And it's okay. This is why you always duplicate, because if you screw something up, you can always go back. All right, so we have our little groover here. And now you have your little groover there, right? Auto group, split parts, okie doke. And so now what we're going to do is, oh, perspectives on. I'm like, why is that moving like that? That makes no sense. Sure it does. You have perspective on. Taper. Boop. Boop. Actually, we need more geometry. That's my problem. Divide, 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 divide. Now let's taper. Boop. 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 So we come here, split two parts. Okay. We drag these guys into a folder. So you turn everyone on. You turn this little groover to everyone. And now I go new folder. Enter. Why didn't it ask me if I wanted to? That's weird. Normally it should ask you, do you want all those to be in the same folder? And you go, yes, please. But who the hell knows? Okay. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, 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 boop, boo-doo, boo-doo. All right, we're going to grab you. We're going to drag you down here. Home. Nope. There. Center. We're going to make you big. Going to move you down. We need to move you to where you're actually touching. W. Zoom in here. Move it to where it's touching. Boop. And so now, that's in the right place. Is it center? Yeah. Okay. So you have your two surfaces and your plug. So what I'm going to do is duplicate this one. Just so, nope, I duplicated the wrong one. We're going to delete that one. And we're going to duplicate you. Just so you can see this in one fell swoop. Now we're going to drag you up here. So we're making this start. We're making this negative. We're making this start. We're making this intersect. And we are going to go, we have to turn transparency off, turn lines off, come up here, Yes, we are correct. Come up here. Start negatives, start intersect. No. Hold on, which one's which? No. I'm crazy. That's start join. This is start cut. Boolean folder. Should have left us with a plug and a hole. And so this way, if you're using plugs that are square, when they key together, they can't rotate off that registry, right? Hole. Plug.
Right. I see.
So you usually want, now, like you can use pins, but you need two, right? But if you want a square, that's the easiest way of doing it. And normally you don't use a curve, you usually use just a straight line or just straight point, because if it polishes weird, I mean, that would work fine, but you usually see just straight ones. Ta-da! Did that answer that question?
Do you have a favorite kind of key?
Just something in that vein. Something that's a pyramid shape or a square shape. Project all. So now we're at the top there. Oh, live Boolean is just absolutely awesome. But I'll still Boolean from the folder as opposed to Boolean from the live Boolean, because like I said, that kicks your tools out here, and that's just no good. What happened over here? Now see, this is what gets me. When I left, one of these registration sets was in that folder. Now do you notice that's gone? And look, see, this is here, and this is here, and this is here. What happened? Where's my full set of wait. Maybe this is it. Show part. Okay, good. I was just about to be like, what? All right, so now we come back to this guy. High res. Show part. And now this is the part we have to make sure it fits to. Project. We now see, because you have project history, if you use the project brush, it's going to try to project to that project history, and you get weirdness. So now that you have project history, if you don't remember which tooth that project was on, you get to come here, hold on Control, tap that, and now this is your projection history state. We come back over here, and now we can project that to that. Now you notice this is not where it needed to be. And I would say I'm going to take this back, because this is what they gave me, and you don't want the tooth to be out of position on the sides and back, or they'll just crab at me, and I don't want to hear any crabbing.
When you started this model, let's say, did you use quad to get a less stressful geometry, or is that not necessarily relevant with the amount of polygons in this?
Did I use what? I'm sorry.
Quad. So I assume a.
Well, when I did these models, right, this was. See, this is a quad model. Oh, crap. Backface masking is important, guys. My God. And I do that. You know what? I don't think there's a time that I've done history brush where I do not, you know, because there's distance and I've crashed in between and I just forget to put it. Oh, it's so boring. All right. So now this is a quad model. So yes, I did Z-remesh these, right? Because I want a queen model where I can work on. Because like when doing things like this where it gets squirrely, lower res. And I don't think we want to change the thicknesses of these because that's actually where it's interacting with the gum. So we did sadly move around a bit, right?
Right.
Right? Right.
Right.
All right. So let's go to here. Why are you not going there? And let's turn you on. Let's turn on transparency. So well, here, let's. There we go. So I'm just going to because I like where we're at, I'm going to, instead of smoothing that back and down, I'm just going to pull this back to the surface. Smooth that out. Get it back to the surface. I'm going to project this back. And then we'll just smooth to it because I don't want this to be different, right? I don't want to take the chance that that fit is weird. And we're just going to smooth that.
You have a question from Maria. Will you tell us how you get your jobs? You work in such a different variety. It's impressive.
You know, at this point, people approach me. I mean, I've been out there enough that, you know, people approach me. How I started was I made my own line of jewelry, and while I was teaching myself to use ZBrush, and I then went to work for a jewelry store. A friend of mine said, "Hey, come work at the store." And that was so I could learn a little bit more about actually making jewelry. Because I'm a sculptor. I'm not a jeweler. And I had a lot to learn about jewelry. And so it was a very good opportunity. And then, did I do it again? Okay, no. I was going to be... Okay, see all this crap? This is because I'm not being careful. And no, I still didn't put backface masking up. And so then I worked at a jewelry store, and through the jewelry store I got to meet more and more other jewelers, and then we were in competitions and my work was out there and I got known for what I do. And like when I was doing this, I was the first person to ever get a jewelry model out of ZBrush and like a physical product. And so I got known for that, you know, and everyone was using Matrix. So I was doing models that were really different than other people's, and I had spent a fortune on my computer. So I was doing far bigger models than most people were doing. And so I kind of had a technological advantage, and I just parlayed that into some notoriety. And Yeah. So it was just a slow work kind of thing. But basically, I just decided I was going to do this and bought Matrix and a mill and started there. And then my friend Dave introduced me to ZBrush, and I was like, that's it. Screw this other thing. And yeah, it was wonderful. But it really is like going to trade shows, meeting people, having people become familiar with your work. Like I said, we were in some competitions, and I don't know, you just go out and meet people. And once those people are your friends and want you to succeed, all of a sudden you get work. You know, it was really going to the trade shows and the symposiums where, you know, you met, like I met Tony, my business partner, and one of my dearest friends. But he finally came and said, Tomas, let me make your work, because everybody kept saying, oh yeah, Tomas, I can make your work. I can cast that on one sprue. And I'd never hear from him again. And so Tony really stepped up and basically helped me start to manufacture my designs. And yeah, we started going to trade shows and stuff. And then people, like I said, people started to get familiar with the work. And that was, once people know you, they're going to, well, as long as they know you not to be a jackass. Well, okay, that's probably a poor.
Yeah, all right. Yeah.
Once again, I had to call myself on that one. I was like, well, I think I'm known to be a jackass. So, yeah, I don't know. Does that help?
Yeah. One day you're just sitting at a coffee shop and Katy Perry walks up to you and says, hey, I need some headphones.
No, actually, the designers of the headphones had a employee who was trying to use ZBrush. They hired me to come to Kansas City and teach them how to use ZBrush. I went to Kansas City. I taught them to use ZBrush. And then they realized they can't use ZBrush as well as I could, as quick as I could. And they were like, here, why don't you just do this job? So that's really how Katy Perry happened. Yeah, actually, I've gotten quite a few jobs from going places, and they think they're going to learn ZBrush in a weekend, and I fly there and I teach them ZBrush over a weekend, and then they're like, you know, it's probably just easier and cheaper for us just to pay you to do this job. And I do try to teach people. I mean, you know, it's a lot of work. There's a lot of things to know. No, Scheisse lieber. Got to be careful on that one, because even those things are invisible. Project knows they're there. It's like, no, there's a tooth there, buddy. See, that's the other tooth that's hidden.
Do you try to hold up certain edge flow when you decimate to send to print, or is it just a matter of polygon number at that point? I'm not sure what edge flow is.
I think what it is you have to retain enough geometry that is going to hold the amount of detail you need, right? So on something like is Instagram on the other page. So, like on something like this, right? There's not a lot of surface detail here. I mean, there's some, but these were designed to be manufactured quickly and easy with no drama. And honestly, this is a little soft. but you can see that I don't need a ton of geometry when I divide this because there's just not a lot. I mean, this could be held at 1,000,000 polys easy. Now, we come down to, speaking of buttons, that's a button. See, look, I used to draw cool little pictures. It's now blank. Oh, there's Hanya. Come on, where are you? Here. But you get into something like this, where I'm literally trying to keep, see these brush strokes and these brush strokes? That's tiny, subtle stuff. And so if you're trying to keep something like that, you need a lot more geometry in the model. Now there's a little photo in there. But here, once again, we're dealing with something that has this is a little over polished, so you can't really see it, but there's tons of little details on this, and it's all over. There's not a quiet place on the ring. And so I think this was like 1.5 million. So a lot of how you decimate comes down to how much detail you have all over it. Like, actually, this crab, I had to have a pretty big model because, one, the model was larger, so you can't get away with much. You're going to see stuff. But two, I have detail. I mean, you can't see it because it's the gold plated. Yeah, here you can start to see. There's a lot of just really tiny detail. And when you try to produce that, right, I mean, just look at all the detail here. If I want to retain all this very subtle surface detail, you need a lot more geometry. Yeah. Did that answer the question? Or is it something else?
I think so. We'll find out in a second.
Yeah, I'm hoping that's the answer. Man. It's like I feel like my feet are swelling up today. I'm bloating over here. Shit, what did I just touch? Okay. How far away is it? That's pretty.
Do you remember what brand those headphones were? Like what that company was? It's not piercings, is it?
Yes, it is piercings.
I can't find them anywhere.
I don't know if they went public after all. They had some really advanced ball thing, and I think that they were having problems getting the antennas because why? So in case people didn't know, you see a lot of Bluetooth headphones, but they're connected right in the back, like they're always connected. They're not two individual free headphones. Sort of like the, because, okay, think about how big the antenna is on all of these what are they called?
AirPods.
Yeah, some kind of pod. So let's look at these real quick. Let's look at an AirPod. Because these are design relevant things, right? So if you have an AirPod, right, this is the antenna.
Yeah.
Right, this thing right here is the antenna. These are the antennas. The antenna. And you can see the antenna's big. And why that is Bluetooth is not a really stable, is it radio form or wave form or I don't know what the hell it is.
Yeah.
It's yeah. And so what happens?
It's all RF.
Yeah. So what happens? Is, and why a lot of Bluetooth headsets, until you have something like these, the Bluetooth comes in and doesn't get through your skull. And so you can't have them associate with one another. And see, and I don't know if even the iPods do it, where each one might be getting its own signal, but I don't know, without being connected, if they actually associate with one another.
I don't. Generally, that's how it works.
Okay, so they do. So
they associate with each other, and then one of them associates to the phone.
Right. And so with these things, there was this controller, and
I found their website.
Did you?
Yeah. Let's see if their Facebook's doing. 31 people like this. They only posted once. They said testing 1, 2, 3, and then never posted again.
Yeah. Okay. So did I pass them? Were they up? No, down. Okay, where are the boxes? So those are the two designs. So let's just look at the design for a second, right? So the thing about the design is these were designed for piercings, right? And so, oh, you can't see the top of it. Hold on, let's see.
Here's a link to their page of it. Oh, with her wearing them and holding them and whatnot.
Oh, she's wearing them? I wonder if we can see it.
It's in the Twitch chat.
Yeah. Because it presented some interesting design issues. And, okay, so this piece right here is just a disc, right? It's like that. And so what happens is, well, you can see he's kind of doing, this is a tube. It comes in a few pieces. And so you can see that it's kind of hard to see what's going on here, but this is an earbud, right? And so this is like the little pocket for the earbud. So if you want to listen to music, you pull it out of the earring and put it in your ear. Right, so you're stashing your earbud in the jewelry.
Oh, I see.
But what's kind of cool about it, and I don't know if they're going to show it because it's sort of proprietary. Can we?
Almost all the pictures are just the metal with no technology in them.
Yeah, it's interesting. So, what there is. And you're right, they're never, well, that's not it. Interesting. Well, maybe, no, it's smaller than this. So what you have is the earbud, the wire. The wire goes up and through, this is a hard U, right? Because it's a piercing. It comes down. And then on the back side right here, there's this little thing. And it's like a bud. And it has a little soft back on it. And so you can reach up, and it was awesome. It had pressure going this way and this way, this way and this way. It registered rotational pressure. And it interacted with apps and stuff as well. So like you could use it to control apps, you could use it to control volume, you could use it to control all kinds of stuff. And it was like this earbud or this thing that's set behind the ear. And that's why they're not showing it to you, because that's the trick to all of this. But here you can see that, oh, that's it right there. You see? So this isn't a bud, that's a button. And you take it, you push it, you move it, and that becomes and I think it had like 12 functions. It was ridiculous. It was just out of control. And then you can see they hide this is the earbud, this is the controlling bud, and each side did different things, right? Does that make sense? Like, this did up, down, sideways, backwards, and forwards, and then oh look, there are the skull ones too. I forgot about those. Yeah. And so, see, this is the thing that attaches to that bud. And so you could have control over your object. And so the earbud on this hid back behind the thing it's stuffed in. So you could hide your earbuds, have them with you, but then they also became a functional interaction with, like, if you wanted books on tape, my books are over there, you could take this and control books on tape, or they were really cool.
Yeah, it sounds like they might have just been a bit ahead of their time, because somebody could totally make those today.
Right. And so the thing is that the antenna, if I'm not mistaken, the antenna became the issue where, that's Katy Perry's dad. And see, those are the ones we made for him.
Very cool. Did you design the skull ones too?
Uh-huh. That was the charging unit there. Yeah, I didn't do these, and I didn't do that. Anything that was sculptural, I did.
Yeah. Man, they just needed a better nerd on their team.
Yeah, they were going through a deal. I mean, it was on and on, but it was a neat thing. I liked it. I thought it was cool. But I never got my pair. I don't know if
Well,
anybody.
no wonder.
Damn it, Jim. Yeah. So you can see that's the ring, and then the earbuds sat in here. Yeah, they were kind of cool. The presentation packaging was awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, I think that honestly that's the button. This just doesn't, like, when they did it, they had the little rubber knob on it. So that comes right out of the back of this. That is the knob. That's the button. So that's basically hardwired to that. You could get it between your two fingers and do that to it. Yeah, they were interesting. I'm surprised we didn't get sued by Sanrio. And they actually, at the end of the day, they came out looking pretty good.
It's 2:30, by the way.
Oh, well.
Here's your official warning.
Thank you. Then we should content. Oh. How did we change history brush positions now? Oh, that's right, because there's another tooth there. I'm thinking that maybe we keep this close to the size of the tooth, so we'll kick that back to the actual tooth size. Right? I'm thinking that makes sense, huh? I have to ask them.
Henry, do you have a day job?
Me?
Henry.
Are you making fun
Yeah.
of me?
Yeah,
Like,
I sure do. I can tell you on Slack what it is.
So this is a bit late for you, or is it?
Oh God, yeah. No, I have to clock in at 7. I sort of set my own schedule, but it's 7 to 4:30. So yeah, it's late.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll be in the office by 7 probably.
Yeah, I'm loving the pandemic sort of work from home stuff. I'm not loving the pandemic, but the fact that I get to work from home now is fantastic.
I was just about to say, wait a minute. You edited my my statue thing, and you're over here saying that you love the pandemic. I see how you are.
No. I love working from home. Now I'm officially allowed to.
Right? No, working from home's a good thing. It's so funny, like Jim, when I went to work at the jewelry store, you know, one of the first things I was like, you really want me working at home? And he was like, no, we really want you working here. And I'm like, no, you probably really want me working at home. No, we want you here. And then after a short period of time, he was like, yeah, you know, you working from home sounds like a good idea. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I sometimes have social issues.
Sometimes.
Hey, you had just as many social issues there as I did.
That's not true.
Well, I don't know.
My social issues were different.
I didn't say they were the same. I said as many. Very big difference. We won't go into your social issues.
Frightening for me, good humor for you.
No, I peed myself laughing. Oh my God. See, it's why Tony and I are such good friends is one, he can laugh at me a lot. But we have very similar upbringing and very different, but very similar in some very interesting ways. The one thing that we both have is a sense of humor, in the sense of it's horrifying. We have horrifying sense of humor. And we laugh with and at each other a great deal.
Yeah. In this context, I find it difficult to bite my tongue because there are horrible things I've wanted to say all night.
I know. I hear you. Every once in a while, I hear that
like,
where you're gagging it back. I'm like, ah. But just think, we'll soon be doing this for us. And then we'll really not be able to say the things we're supposed to want to say. Tomas, you're not allowed to talk like you're just free streaming anymore. This is your business.
I don't know. That's sort of where the charm comes from for me.
Oh, yeah.
If you were forced to be professional, I don't know.
It's ugly. No one believes
so
it.
Awkward.
Well, and everyone knows I'm a liar then, if that's the case. They're just like, dude, no.
I've never been forced to be a professional.
Yeah, I can't say, even when I was working in the industry, I was never forced to be I mean, you know, you'd take meetings and stuff and you had to act like a professional artist, but...
Oh, yeah, you did.
But
work was professional, but...
Yeah, no, I've always been a lunatic goof ass. I'm
When
just
I
like,
was-
if
when I
you
was
can't
doing work-
laugh...
Nordstrom, when I had my job with them, and I met with all their high-end clients and was doing their design work, I'd come out on the sales floor, meet them in shorts, t-shirt, and long hair, and no shave. Their first thing was like, "Oh my God," you know, and then no, didn't matter, you know.
With your beard and dark glasses, they're like, "Oh my God, it's a terrorist."
Oh yeah.
He has the best terrorist ID ever. He didn't shave, and he has this huge beard, and he just has this look in his eye, and you're just like, oh my God, how did you ever get let on a plane with that picture?
And I wore my bomber's vest backpack, you know, it's
That's right, you wore your bomber's vest to boot. Oh my God.
Oh. taunting them.
Good humor. Good humor. All right. What did I
My
get?
professional life is much different.
You're not allowed to be a lunatic.
In many ways, yes. It's part of the job, but not it can't look like one.
Wait a minute. I've seen you. You're not an
it's
apex. You're not an apex groomer over there, buddy.
It's pandemic time, baby.
Oh, good point. Oh, good point. Fair enough.
Yeah. The first jewelry job, they wanted me to dress nicely, you know, because I'd be on the sales floor, and I would wear my pajamas and a bathrobe and slippers and go into work. And they'd have a review, and they'd say, well, you know, the only thing we see is, you know, if you could just dress a little nicer. And I go, you gonna pay me more? They go, well, no. We go, well, you're stuck with PJs then, buddy.
Yep. You have to pay for a tie. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you have to. And I would drive them nuts too, because then every so often I would come into the store and we were closed, and I was going out, and I'd be dressed in a, you know, bespoke suit, and you know,
He's just like, what the hell? It's like, hey.
to make them crazy. I had these pair of pants that my guy I worked with. He just, oh, you got the clown pants on today, you know.
Oh my God.
Good old days.
It's priceless. It was funny. I remember when I started leading jobs, and so I spent a lot more time at the desk than I did up on ladders and stuff, you know. And so I started wearing kilts to work. And, you know, it's all cool. It's Hollywood. It's fine. But then they're like, well, Tomas, come up here. And when you're in like cherry pickers and genie lifts and kilts, people are just like, oh. It was like,
Well, like an apple bag up there. Yeah.
Oh my God. That was so funny. Oh my God. That just remade. Not a story we can tell here.
It should be. We should just call this ZBrush After Dark, you know.
Right?
Just have a...
It's only after dark for like half the people here.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, most of the people here, it's not.
It does, though. I think you enter... I'm trying to think if it's this one. There's something you do. It must be this. And it says, you know, it asks you if you want to enter, because it can be... It's listed as mature subject.
Mine does?
No, I'm sure Pixologic would love that if we turned that on.
It's on something you do.
It's probably my. It's probably on my stream.
Yeah, it's on your Twitch. Yeah.
Because often I have no filter on that one. And nor should I. That's mine. But I guess now I actually have to think about filters. At least some filter, right?
No.
No?
I don't know.
No, you tell me. You're
Yes,
all the
I'm going
responsible
with a hard
ones.
yes.
Okay.
He's
like,
for my sake.
he's like, wait a minute. If you're even pausing for a second, I am saying hard yes.
Hard yes. So Saeed wants to know, what was the first thing you ever 3D printed?
What is the first thing I ever 3D printed?
Oh, no, that's not actually what he asked, but we'll go with that anyway.
Oh, that I did in 3D. Well, I mean, I've been sculpting in actual 3D since I was like 7.
Let's assume you meant ZBrush.
Oh. I think the first successful Well, I mean, well, printed. Hold on. Let's go to ZBrush Central. Is this?
Would that have been stuff from Jason? Those guys? Did they print that for you first?
I think that skull with the. Hold on, everybody, calm down. So this was all milled. I think it was that pentaskull. The one that, oh no, you know what it was? It was the Janus with the sapphire. That has to be here pretty soon. This was all pretty early. Should be like right here. There. That was the first piece I ever printed. And it was really funny because it was printed on a SolidScape, and I made these teeth. You know, this is pretty accurate. You know, it was based on a skull that I built that was like really and anatomically accurate. And you see the mouth was kind of open, and the teeth are the appropriate size and thickness. And so what does that mean? That means that this is the mouth, right? And so you had this little row of teeth right here that turned into a flesh peeler. These little teeth were so damn sharp. We had to tap them in so they were a little flat because, think about it. Those teeth are designed to cut meat, and they're really tiny. They cut meat really well. This was before wearability became something that I was really, really, you know, that was a good one. Yeah.
Yeah, you had a different attitude about stuff then. You had a much different attitude about that sort of stuff back then.
Yeah. Very true. You can see that trying to get stuff not over polished. But you can see that this, I wasn't taking advantage. Oh, hold on, let's go back up here to these skulls. These were some of the first things I ever made. And you can see even back here, before I really formalized the idea, I was kind of, you know, a little bit of layers, but this was much more drawn on detail, you know? I mean, I'm still kind of working in layers there, but not nearly as rigid formality in it as I am now. Come on, where'd you go?
I wonder what your subdivisions look like.
They didn't. It worked differently then. I mean, getting a model up that large, you just couldn't do. I wonder if I have. I mean, you can just see there just wasn't. You just couldn't get that much detail, you know. I mean, this stuff was super detailed, and I mean, I was still kind of trying, you know. I mean, things are still pretty flat. And I mean, I was making stuff. I mean, this was just considered ridiculously sculptural compared to what so much of it, of what was being made.
Versus the cubist jewelry of Matrix.
Yeah. You know, I mean, you can see it's still that concept of reflective layers, even though I hadn't thought about it. Like, this was way pre me formalizing these ideas. You know, this was me trying to transfer my sculptural. You still have the big one over there, don't you?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so funny going back and looking at this stuff. Come on, you. That was made for Dave's mom. The original Clado.
How is Dave doing?
He's doing okay, I think. Haven't, I just texted him the other day to see how he's doing. Yeah, this is kind of interesting because, like, right, this is, you know, you can see, but here I was definitely drawing in that, right? That isn't layered well. Right? That is just drawn in detail. This is kind of layered. You can see we're getting there, but yeah, it's really funny. That was done for Richard Stell.
That really seems like it comes more out of the tool set at the time than...
Yeah, and I mean, the thing is that, yeah, I mean, I was drop kicking this thing to do stuff. Yeah, it's fascinating. This sucker. We still haven't made one of these. Squid cross.
You should send me that model. I'll get it made.
Yeah, I keep trying. Oh, that's Dave's wedding rings. No, look. When were these done? What year is this? 2008. I've had
I was
those.
going to say 08.
I've had those plugs for a long damn time, haven't I?
Speaking of plugs, have you talked to Cheryl yet?
I haven't talked to her in forever. Yeah, I haven't heard hiding her hair from her. There's the original crab that I turned into skull crab. Yeah. Hey, there's the wasp. Oh, look. Magics. That's the original Mayan skull. We never made that with the different stones. I even have stones for it. We never made it. When to put all kinds of different colored stones in it.
Yeah, that would look good. You have that mold, don't you? I gave you those molds, right?
I have no idea. If you gave me molds, we're both idiots. Actually, I bet they're, you know what? I bet they're in the storage unit, honestly.
Yeah. There was a whole box in there.
Yeah, actually it was two boxes, wasn't it? It was like a medium-sized box and then a little one.
I just wanted to get them out of the shop before they disappeared. Or
now that, I had this printed on a SolidScape as well. And that actually, it was an interesting ring. Except, boy, those were sharp too. Holy hell, those were sharp. And see, this was before I worked at the jewelry store, so I was just making crap up. I don't do that anymore. I would never think of that. Yeah. There we go. Cover of the Japanese Rolling Stone. Kasabian. We had good press going there for a little bit. And then 2008, the economy crashed. All my business in Japan crashed. Everything crashed. It was like, ah! All right. I don't know if people... I'm sitting there doing that. People are like, are you going to sculpt something? You just go sit there and look at your damn shit.
I mean, at least you're looking at sculpts.
Yeah, well, fair enough. Okay, that seems fine, right? That is attached to the old part. Did you just fall over?
Drop my phone.
Oh, shocking.
Yeah.
Wow, really? I could never believe that could happen.
Nope.
Tony is the master of throwing his phone at the ground at high velocity. It's really impressive to watch. Okay, so we go here. We bring everybody back. We tap on, bring everyone back. There we go. So this is our original. We hide this. And we bring you. Where'd that go? So we tap you. We project all. Oh. Is it 3 yet? No. Okay.
It is very close.
Yeah, it is. I want to try to call. So we have the manufacturers of the sapphire and ruby spheres, you know, the scientific equipment ones. And I wonder, because I imagine that oh my God, my memory is just so ridiculous. Mocha Megami, not Benyon. Bluth, yeah. Because he was using those for a while, but I imagine he was buying them from like a vendor, right? You know, I mean.
Yeah.
So there are a few of the manufacturers in the country, right? And I wonder if, because some of those have to not meet spec, wouldn't you imagine?
Yeah.
Like, because they're incredibly accurate scientific objects, you know. Wouldn't you think that there's some sort of failure rate? Like, what do you think they do with the stuff that doesn't meet spec? Like, do you think we could buy ones that are imperfect, cheaper?
All you can do is ask.
Yeah, so I'm going to call and ask. Because because they go all the way up to 8 millimeters. So it'd be cool to do so. You know, I still want to make some stuff. When Pluth had those, I was like, dude, that's my idea. I want to do that. But he has a job. He could afford them. Bastard. One day, Alice, pow, right in the kisser. Okay. Have you talked to Pluth lately?
Oh, it's been a while.
Yeah.
On the call.
Because I was going to do that thing with him. Where we're going to go up to, where was it? Where Linus is. Remember, and they were asking if.
Yeah.
Yeah. And do a class with those guys. And Pluth was going to give me some of those rubies.
Yeah. Yeah, I went out to Pluth's place last year.
Yeah, I remember that. That was right after he moved, right?
It was in the summer. So he had been there a little bit at that point.
But it was the new shop, I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. He does cool stuff.
Yeah, he's always, his thing is he's a very talented guy. He lacks the artistic creativity. He's creative, but
It's
stuff
technical
often,
creativity.
yeah, and having that thing that makes something beautiful. It looks cool, but it doesn't always have that aesthetic that would push him into a different bracket,
realm,
different
yeah.
customer. Yeah.
Without a doubt. It's cool. I like smart people though, I mean, he's a smart dude. Ooh. I keep forgetting about having those extra teeth there. It kind of makes that annoying. All right. I think we're going to call this here fairly soon.
I'm gonna head to bed. I gotta be up in a few hours.
Quitter?
I've got my buddy in town.
Oh, joy.
Yeah.
Oh, rapture. Is Sideshow with him?
Oh. Last time she was, but not this time.
What are you doing here? It's my job, dipshit. Okay. Low res. Schmoove. Ba-doop-ba-doop-boop-boo. I think it's probably best to get these things tacked in, and then I'll see how he wants to deal with this stuff up here, because they need to fit, because he has spent 3 damn years trying to get these things to work.
Are you using up a lot of systems right now? Because you just went blurry massively.
Really? No, I'm not running anything. Maybe
Looks
Twitch
fine
is
on
like,
my end.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
so it was you trying to blame me for everything. Tomas, why would you say that?
Yeah. I'm never the one blaming you, Tomas. It's other people that are blaming you.
It's crazy. We can be sitting in a bar, and Tony will say something rude to someone, and they'll turn around and look at me, and I'm like behind them. It's not even like I could have been in front of them to say it. I'm like behind them. And they're like,
Why do you have to say those things?
I'm just like, what? Tony will sit there and just make stuff up. They're like, oh, is it a banana? And he'll be like, oh no, the metaphysical differentiality is a banana and carbide, and you have to eat the tire of the front car, and da da da. And they're just looking at him going, really? And I'm like, are you listening to the words coming out of his mouth? He is not that charming. It's like, what the hell?
Apparently I am, Tomas.
I can't say it. The whisperer. Oh my God. Just redonkulous. And he has like hundreds of pictures of me with just sticking things on my head. He's like, here, put this on. And I will.
I don't have to coax you into anything.
Oh, no. I'm not saying that you coaxed me into it. It's a beautiful gallery of me putting things on my head. I still think the one where we were at the low, or what's the discount, like fashion shop? It's not Lowe's is, where they sell like fashion at discount prices. Ross.
Was it a Ross?
Wasn't it a Ross? It was something like that. And we went in, and as we were going in, we passed all the little baby clothes on hangers. And they had one that was like, I don't know what it was. And it had like a hood, and I could stick my head through it. So I had my head on it, and it had, let's like dog ears or something. But, the body was only this big. That was a good one. The silicone pot covers was a pretty good one too. That one. Oh my God, ridiculous.
I'm gonna sell that on our site.
Just a gallery of me wearing things.
Yeah.
Nice.
We could do that. We could make that happen.
I know.
No, you're supposed to be the one saying hard no. What the hell? Oh, I'm not allowed to talk, but we're allowed to post pictures of me looking like a dork.
We're allowed to charge for pictures.
Yes.
Can totally make that happen.
I think we should make T-shirts of them and just sell them as swag. ZBrush Jewelry Workshop and this idiot. Oh wait, we know where that went, Tony. Oh my God, so many of our stories we just can't tell.
Well, again, we could have those as modules that people have to pay to listen to those.
True. It's ridiculous. Okay, it's past 3, isn't it?
Sounds like
Probably.
Oh, no, she's off. Catherine just left the chat.
Does that mean she woke up?
I think so. She woke up and disconnected.
Yeah, she's like, I'm listening to those idiots yabber on. Did she say something about that? She fell asleep and she was like listening to us talk, and she was like,
Yeah.
What is that noise? Oh my God, you guys. She has a nice shop. Have you seen the pictures of it?
There's a lot of times, Tomas, where I'll have my headphones sitting on the chair and you're streaming or talking, and Karen will be like, "Am I going crazy? I keep hearing Tomas. I can't get it out of my head." It's like,
I'm in
no,
your
there's nothing on.
head. I'm in your head.
And her shop's on the coast. She's in Carolina.
Yeah,
North
in
Carolina.
Carolina. Yeah. She is. I didn't know where What's Their Doodle was. I mentioned that we knew people there. And she was like, which city? I'm like, oh, Jesus, I don't know.
Well, Christie's in Raleigh, I think.
That's where I'm trying to move to, or move back to.
Oh, really?
That's
Yeah. I lived very close to there, and that's where my wife is from. And I think of California.
Oh, yeah. I'll tell you, I'll never go back. I'll never live there again. Not a chance.
It's too expensive to own a house. Everything is always on fire. It only rains once a year. And when it does, it rains for an entire month, so you can't even enjoy it.
And then you get to deal with the California Tax Bureau.
Yeah.
Hey, only have one. Gargle my egg sack, you rancid turds. Those guys can blow me. Oh, I said that on... Sorry, Pixologic. My bad. Gotta remember, Pixologic. I'm not allowed to tell California Tax Bureau nasty things. They're in California.
The views expressed during this stream are that of Tomas, and not representative of Pixologic.
It's so funny. We were talking to Wacom, and I was trying to remember what they called it. Like it's artistic partnerships, or it's not that committal. They don't sponsor people because it's all artists, and they're like, no. If we sponsor you, that means that like you speak for us. Oh hell no. I thought that was a great description. They were like, no, we don't sponsor people. I mean, they do, but they sure aren't going to call it that.
Right.
They're like, what? We gave him? Nope, we don't know that guy. Nope. He's using our product. We should take it back. Okay. I think that...
304.
Look at that. Congratulations. I made 2 teeth. Isn't that awesome? Hey, we got a lot done tonight. Not on this,
good.
but we got a lot done. Now I just have to make sure that... See, maybe that just tooth is like donka-wonk and all over the place.
They all are.
That's not shocking. Okay. All right, kind and gentle folk. You guys haven't become very talkative. I think we just turned into yabbering group of ding-dongs. Thank you for coming and sharing this time with us. And thank Ulfer and them for putting up with my silliness. And thanks all the people at ZBrush for being awesome sauce. And thanks Ash for hanging out. And thank you guys for hanging out. And am I forgetting anything? I suck at this closing thing. That's one thing Ash is really good at is she just sounds like she has it all together. She's like, this person, that person. I mean, like when she wins her like Academy Award, she's going to be ready for that. I, on the other hand, be like, yeah.
So tune in for Maria's stream at 10, I think.
Yep. And if you do not have a copy of ZBrush, you can go to, wait, where is it?
The links that I've posted.
Oh, look at you go. Did you actually just beat me to that? You are awesome.
Oh, I posted them a couple minutes ago.
You're like, I posted that 15 minutes ago. Catch up. Oh, so basically I should be reading chat. And look at this and go to here. Yes. Thanks for hanging out.
Oh. Next stream is the crit stream.
Oh, good point.
If you have any models you want Tomas to crit next Monday, same time, same place, use that link I just posted, ZTL files, please.
Yes, please, ZTL files. And yeah, I'm glad you remembered that. I totally forgot. Because I pushed the critique to... Why didn't we critique the one? Could I not get on?
What are you talking about?
Didn't we push the critique to the first week of the month? Am I just out of touch?
No, I mean, you, this month, the critique came a week late because you broke your back.
Oh, that's right. I missed. Oh, wow. Wow.
But
that was that long.
I never heard that was going to change later critiques.
No, it wasn't. I was trying to remember why I did that. And that's because I couldn't walk. I forgot.
Because you're a ding-dong. Yeah.
Yeah, because, yeah. All right. I think we covered all the closure. I don't know how to throw everyone to someone else, so sorry, any other people who were doing other things. All right. I'll stop yabbering. Thank you. I truly appreciate your time and energy, and hopefully you got something out of this. And yeah, where's...
Right.
Oh, there it is. I'm like, I don't even know where. See, this is always the funny part. It takes me a half hour to find where to shut things down. All right. Thank you. We'll see you next week. Next week's crits.